Chapter 51. Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She just came here to see what creature caused the old monkey to be so frightened, and she didn't want to get involved. Not to mention, the creatures in front of her were groups of black giant ants. Let alone the black ants. If the black and white animals just now really showed signs of coming, she would definitely retreat immediately without hesitation. After all, this place is far away from the cave. There is no need to conflict. Paying attention to the movements of the black and white animals, Su Qing's eyes swept over the vines and the long black line on the ground. One end was connected to a tall white mound, and the other end was hidden in the green, and no one knew where it was going. The giant ant's movements were not fast. Su Qing's eyes fell on the black ant holding an animal that was almost twice its size. It seemed to be very strong. Speaking of which, this black ant looked bigger than the ones before and after, and its shell had a metallic luster. The mouth parts in the front were very ferocious, and the upper jaws were like a pair of giant pincers, firmly holding the food. In the bushes, from time to time, you can see the thin tongue rolled up, and the blurry black shadow disappeared quickly. Su Qing watched for a while, and patted Ruashi, who was also in a trance. Let's get out of here. Su Qing lowered her voice, and called the other two little ones to leave here lightly and quickly. Fortunately, they were far away from the ant colony, and no giant ants had left the team, so they were never discovered after returning to the raspberry field. Washu, who had just emerged from the bushes and was squatting quietly in the middle of the road, stood up and ran towards her. We are back, Wangshu. Su Qing gently rubbed Wangshu's head and told about the discovery this time. Going in the direction pointed, there is indeed a group of huge black ants. We saw 5 ant nests on the ground alone. Su Qing paused and gestured in the air with her hands. Each black ant is this big, just like the rabbit we caught before. As big as a rabbit. Wangshu thought about the rabbit caught in the winter, and his eyes widened in surprise. So try not to go in that direction in the future. Su Qing looked around, but did not find the figure of the old monkey before. Hey, where did the monkey go? Oh. The old man is here. The lazy voice of the monkey came from the side. Su Qing followed the sound, and finally found 2 legs sticking out from the grass. Monkey? Oh. Here it comes. As soon as the words fell, the old monkey pushed aside the grass and walked out crookedly. Su Qing's eyelids twitched, and her eyes swept across the red monkey's face. Speaking of which, why does it feel redder than the last time I saw it? Oh. I said there are indeed scary creatures. After eating the last bite of raspberries, the old monkey squinted his eyes. Oh, there are double images in front of his eyes. That's the feeling. The old monkey patted his mouth with a smile and yawned. I don't know when the wolves will leave so that it can find a good place to sleep. As the old monkey approached, a very strong fermentation smell came. Su Qing held her breath and said, "Thank you. If you hadn't reminded us, we might have run into the ant colony." The old monkey waved his hand carelessly, and then he thought of something and reached out his hand drunkenly. Oh. If possible, I am willing to offer this piece of raspberry and guard it for you. Looking at the monkey's eager eyes, he put his hands together, as if begging for something. Su Qing turned around and looked at Shui and Lucky expectantly. Squeak. So that's the idea. The tree mouse touched his chin. It was said that when the wolf pack was still there were indeed guys who took the initiative to contribute treasures. Quack. The bird thought it was all right. At such an old age, having lived in the forest for so long, it actually doesn't need much protection. Squeak, squeak. Su Qing, it's a good thing. The tree mouse nodded. This fruit is much bigger than what we had before. Letting the old monkey look at it won't waste our time. Oh, anyway, the wolves have their own territory, so they won't come here often. Although the old monkey lost the fruit, it's still mine even if the wolves don't come here often. And if other animals come to grab it in the future, the old monkey will say that he is just guarding it for the wolves. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the monkey and the mouse. I believe you. Su Qing touched the tree mouse, and couldn't help but think of the glowing purple flower mentioned by the wolf leader. It was because the wolf leader ate the flower that he could communicate with her directly. But the leader wolf also said that it had been wandering for a while before it came to the forest. So the purple flower must be 5 kilometers away, which is outside the range of the treasure map. Squeak. Bird, give it a feather, the tree mouse called. Oh. The old monkey called out, and glanced at the snow-white giant wolf without disguising his eyes. Ruashi, ? What are you looking at Ruashi for? Squeak. Let Ruashi lick it. Oh. That's no problem. Ruashi, ? What are you licking? Satisfied with getting a free amulet, the old monkey pointed at the fruit, walked towards the tree, and disappeared in a moment. Su-Ching blinked, and met Ruashi's aggrieved eyes. "Oh, well, why do you lick your fur?" "Squeak. Because you are the biggest among us." The tree mouse climbed onto the back of the white bird. "Oh! The biggest?" His ears immediately stood up, and bounced energetically. Ruashi blinked. "The biggest equals the strongest. Is it because Ruashi is the most powerful that she has to do this?" Facing the white wolf's doubts, the tree mouse nodded and explained as it should be. "Squeak. Give it and give it." The tree mouse pinched his beard to see how long a feather can retain its flavor. And this monkey didn't act with him. It was the first one to take advantage of the tiger's power. The mouse thought that this monkey was very smart, and would not do that. "Let's go. Continue to the place where you found the magic stone, Lucky." Su-Ching retracted her gaze. After that, she didn't encounter any ripe fruits or other animals. Su-Ching sat steadily on Ruashi, and they came to a cliff. "Squeak. This is it." Su-Ching jumped down, and saw a huge ancient tree growing on the edge of the cliff. Half of it was normal, with lush green leaves and pink and white flower buds about to bloom, and half of it was burnt black, with no new green. The state of life and death was reflected in this ancient tree at the same time. Walking forward slowly, in front of the ancient tree, there were several huge stones leaning against each other, and various plants grew on the side. Su-Ching first walked to the edge of the ancient tree and glanced outside the cliff. It was very high. Her sight shifted back to the ancient tree. It was only when she got closer that she realized that the dark half was actually very uniform in color, showing a kind of black jade color, and it was also very smooth to the touch. "This is not right," Su-Ching pondered. In the morning, it was identified as an electric magic stone, so there should have been lightning gathering here. But the ancient tree in front of you, you said it was struck by lightning. The color and texture are completely different. She broke off a piece with her hand, and surprisingly, it was very crisp. Click on the light screen to initiate the appraisal. Lightning struck wood, formed by absorbing lightning by chance, has a certain effect on ##. Oh, you are really lucky. You will know the benefits of this thing in the future. As for how to use it, you can grind it into powder or burn it. Future? Su-Ching rubbed her fingertips, and the introduction said that it was formed by absorbing lightning. So your lightning struck wood is really amazing. That is, what do these 4 symbols mean? Su-Ching is really confused. What does it have a certain effect on? Tell me. However, after reading this introduction, we know that lightning wood is a good thing, but unfortunately the wood extractor is at home. Su-Ching stuffed the broken wood into her pocket, and ran to the stone. Several gray and white stones leaned together, with a circle of plants growing on the edge. Identify the stone. Ordinary stone. Su-Ching picked some plants one by one for identification, but found nothing. As for the imagined attributeless magic stone, she didn't find it. Today's harvest is most of the lightning wood and raspberries. Clapping her hands, Su-Ching walked to Ruashi's side. The most urgent thing was to go back to get the wood extractor and bag, and then find a way to transport the lightning wood and raspberries back. Spring is here, and the previously stalled external fence work can be resumed. Well, get rid of all the weeds inside, and maybe try to plant a few trees outside. After all, the planting room is too small to plant them. Ruashi started running, and Su-Ching was feeling the wind, thinking about her plans for spring. There is also the issue of the planting room. Use the 2 wood magic stones first, and find the rest slowly. Speaking of which, Su-Ching looked at the rapidly retreating forest. Wood magic stone, wood magic stone. The most corresponding season of the 4 seasons is spring, right? Besides, Ruashi and Wanshu are now so big that they can no longer fit into the cave, so they need to build a shelter from the wind and rain. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 can expand 5 rooms. Su-Ching's eyebrows relaxed. Maybe we can try to open the 2nd floor? Combine several rooms into a large room. No, it has to be the 1st floor. I almost forgot that Wanshu can't fly. Su-Ching cursed her negligence in her heart. Passing by the raspberry field, Su-Ching stopped a few little ones, and picked one each to quench their thirst. Su-Ching didn't see the old monkey, so she didn't go looking for him. After eating, she continued to move towards home. Chapter 52. Quickly returning to the cave, while the sky was still clear, Su-Ching took the wood extractor and vine bag, took a short rest, and set off again. However, this time, Lucky did not go with them, but stayed at home. When they reached the cliff, half of the ancient tree decomposed into a total of 16 pieces of lightning-struck wood. Su-Ching put them in 2 batches in bags, and Ruashi and Wanshu each held a bag in their mouths. Passing by the raspberry field, Su Qing also pulled out 2 plants and planned to go back and plant them. With the wood magic stone, Su Qing happily kept only the roots and the upper part. After all, the velvet flower obtained from the previous trade was close to withering, and after being buried in the magic field number 25, it successfully entered the growth cycle. So it stands to reason that these 2 raspberries should also be successful. Holding the 2 raspberries tightly, Su Qing lowered her head slightly to avoid the fierce wind. Although the 2 little ones have tried their best to hurry, it was already dark when they arrived at the cave again. Awoo! Ruashi was so tired. Loosening the bag, Ruashi lay softly on the ground as soon as Su Qing jumped to the ground, panting. Thank you for your hard work, Ruashi. I get you some water. Su Qing dragged 2 bags of wood and staggered into the cave. Alas! Su Qing stared at the plastic bowl in her hand in a daze. Ruashi and Wanshu had grown bigger. This small bowl would definitely not be enough for them to drink. She slowly moved her eyes around the cave and stopped at the basin. She filled a basin with water and moved to the steps. Ruashi, Washu. Su Qing shouted to the people below, come and drink some water. Awoo! Here comes Su Qing. Ruashi moved forward and another batch of grass was flattened. Ruashi tilted her head and silently raised her paw to the water basin. Su Qing, it seems that her paw is not as big as Ruashi's. The furry paw and the water basin together make the water basin look so small. Su Qing was also silent after seeing the scene. Awoo! Sister here. Su Qing looked up and saw Wanshu squatting by the water source, pointing his paw at the water source. His. Ruashi and Wanshu are Doomsday species. They should be able to drink, right? Awoo? Can Su Qing drink? Drink it. Su Qing thought for a few seconds, nodded, and immediately called out, hey, wait a minute. Wanshu's head, which had been lowered, suddenly stopped, and his huge figure was reflected on the water. Ah? You drink it. Su Qing touched her chin. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. Ah. Ah, the sky was cloudless, and a full moon quietly hung high in the sky. Su Qing held the wall lamp and buried the 2 raspberries she brought back into the magic field number 25. Initiate identification. 20 days is not very long, but not short either. After leaving the number 1 planting room, Su Qing flipped through the treasure chest. The moon came out, but no one had dinner yet. But there was a problem. The 2 little ones had grown in size, and their appetite might have increased greatly. The rabbits they caught before were very small in comparison. She knew without guessing that the rabbit meat in the treasure chest was definitely not enough for Ruashi and Wanshu to eat. Difficult. Su Qing rubbed her temples, and still walked out of the cave carrying a few rabbits. Ruashi and Wanshu had finished drinking water, and laid down in front of the cave. Awoo! So small. Ruashi shook her fur, and looked at the little rabbit with some curiosity. When they caught rabbits before, they were not so small. I forgot because I was busy during the day. Su Qing touched Ruashi apologetically. Eat something to fill your stomach. Shall we go out and have a look later? Quack. No need to go out. The bird flew out with a purple cone in its mouth, pecking at it one by one. Awoo! Why? Wanshu gently rolled a rabbit in, and before he could taste it, he felt the rabbit sliding down with his saliva. Squeak. Because there is a water source here. The tree mouse pinched his whiskers, and continued the bird's words, to give the reason. The 4 little ones were in a meeting again. After thinking about it, Su Qing also went in, and took out a few purple cones to eat. Alas, it would be great if she could understand it too. Su Qing showed an envious look. The bird spread its wings, and patted Su Qing's thighs. Su Qing, don't worry. Quack. Other animals will come to the water source to drink water. Just hide and wait. Yes, the tree mouse nodded. That's what the wolf pack did before. At night, you could always hear those guys howling at the water source. Awoo! Ruashi blinked, and flapped her snow-white wings a few times. Is it time to start hunting? Looking forward to it. Be quiet, and listen to them. Facing the excited sister, Wanshu chose to slap her. That's great, Su Qing smiled, looking at the group of people gathered together with soft eyes. Discussion. Of everyone. If only she could find the glowing purple flower in the future, she could communicate with everyone. After a while, it seemed that the discussion had come to a conclusion. Ruashi and Wanshu stood up and rubbed her. Su Qing was a little confused, and the next second, she saw the snow soaring into the sky, followed by Ruashi and Wanshu, running into the darkness. What is this? Without time to think, Su Qing took advantage of the fact that Sanbao was not far away, and hurriedly shouted, Be careful. Awoo! Awoo! Gaga. The voice of Sanbao came in the night. Su Qing sighed silently, and threw the peel into the grass in the distance. No matter what Ruashi, Washu and Shui do, she just hopes that they can be safe. However, with Shui watching over them, there shouldn't be any big problems, and Ruashi and Wanshu are also very smart. Picking up Lucky, Su Qing turned around and walked back into the cave, closing the door lightly. The velvet flowers have matured twice. The first time harvested 17 silk threads, and the second time harvested 24 silk threads. Why did the second batch of silk threads almost double? This is because when the velvet flower matures, one plant will produce 2 seeds, so the second batch will produce 4 plants. 41 silk threads. Su Qing took out the silk threads in the frame, and went into the bedroom to take them out along with the rope synthesis magic book. She planned to fence off a piece of land in front of the door, so she had to gradually prepare the wood and ropes. A rope requires 3 silk threads to synthesize, and the materials required for a fence are 3 pieces of wood and 2 long ropes, and the replacement ratio of rope to long rope is 2 to 1. That is to say, for ropes plus 3 pieces of wood, 12 silk threads, and 3 pieces of wood can make a fence. The white light came on, and Su Qing calmly watched herself twisting the ropes under the control of the magic book. 41 silk threads, at most, are enough to make 3 fences. But there is no need to worry too much. She planted all the 8 seeds in the third batch. Logically speaking, as long as she has enough land, and wood magic stones, there will always be a batch that can meet her needs at once. 13 ropes piled up at her feet. There are still 2 silk threads left. Su Qing puts them back into the frame, waiting for the next synthesis. Stretching, Su Qing touched Lucky, who was already shaking beside her. Go inside and sleep. Su Qing gently stroked. If you are sleepy, go to sleep first. Oh. The tree mouse yawned. The mouse was really sleepy, so the mouse went to sleep first. Su Qing. Watching the little guy disappear in the corridor, Su Qing turned her head back. According to the order of the seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, although I didn't hear the accurate system broadcast, it should be spring now. As for the effects brought by the version, Su Qing recalled everything she had encountered today. Giant. No doubt. The number 4 planting room where potatoes are planned to be planted must be set up tomorrow, and number 2 and number 3 can be put aside for a while. There is also wood. Su Qing glanced at the small amount of wood piled up on the side of the wall. Winter has consumed most of it. In any case, the trees have become bigger, and the decomposed wood will definitely be more. And Winter also got a magic book for synthesizing a wooden cart, which is also very convenient. She can just take the magic book and the wood decomposer to the site for synthesis. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. The food planting room had been planned, but Ruashi and Wanshu suddenly grew bigger and suddenly couldn't cope with it. It's enough to upgrade the level 2 to level 3 magic stone without attributes. I have to design it first to see what materials are needed. More important short-term goals. Su Qing took out the magic book of the shotgun and bullets. Opening a piece of paper, words jumped into her eyes. Synthetic materials: iron block X15, copper block X9, wood X5, pure charcoal X4, cannon fruit X5. This is for the shotgun. As for the paper for the bullets. Synthetic materials: cannon fruit X1/3, pyrite X1/3, iron block X1/3. Su Qing took out the treasure map again. On the golden page, not far from the green light, a red light spot flickered. It was similar to the limited time map during the Snow Country War, and to some extent, it was smarter. Why? Su Qing clicked on the only red light spot on the golden page. This was the location she chose to mark when she searched for cannon fruit for the second time. A blue arrow appeared in the void ahead. Yes, the treasure map can guide in 3 dimensions. And this cursor is not only visible to her. When she tried this function, the 4 little ones all gathered around curiously. A map that can be shared. What a great function. Clicking on the light screen, Su Qing initiated the appraisal. The next trial opportunity of the treasure map will be reset in 10 days. When she gets used to Ruashi taking her flying, she will let Ruashi fly 10 kilometers away, and then use the treasure map to look for pure carbon. After all, besides her, many animals have grown bigger. Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Although Ruashi and Washu have also grown bigger, she doesn't want them to get hurt. So she also has to collect materials as soon as possible, and then synthesize hunting rifles and bullets to protect herself and everyone else. Leaning against the wall, Su Qing browsed the trading area while waiting for the 2 wolves and Shui to go out. Waiting for a while, Su Qing was so sleepy that she fell asleep. It was not until the second half of the night, when the familiar wolf howl came from outside, that Su Qing rubbed her eyes, and opened the door. The three little ones were all covered with dew. Su Qing touched her hands and quickly wiped them off. Shui went into the bedroom to sleep, but Wanshu and Ruashi were too big, so they had to stay outside. Awoo! Su Qing, Ruashi's eyes were full of tears. She wanted to sleep with Su Qing. There was no other way. Su Qing could only coax Ruashi to sleep, say goodnight to Washu, and then go into the bedroom. Ruashi and Wanshu were guarding the door, so Su Qing didn't close the door tightly. I went to bed very late last night. Su Qing got up with a yawn and went to the river to wash her face with cold water. There are still many things to do today. The busy day started in the number 4 planting room. Chapter 53. The vines hung the wall lamp around her waist, and the light swayed with her movements. Su Qing dragged a sack of soil through the dark planting rooms number 2 and number 3. She had not yet opened the wooden windows of these two rooms. When she came to the equally dark planting room number 4, Su Qing loosened her grip on the sack. A few days before spring, the first batch of potatoes planted in the cold winter had matured, and 45 potatoes were harvested. Of course, Su Qing deeply suspected that the reason for the harvest was that the magic field number 25 was too small, so only 45 potatoes were harvested. After all, potatoes were a famous high-yield plant in the previous life. The sack in her hand was exchanged from her old acquaintance Qi Yang. Well, 10 potatoes for 2 sacks. Thinking of what Qi Yang had talked about that day, Su Qing was slightly absent-minded. Another raw material for weaving and a magic book. But this is a good thing. The more magic books the survivors get, the better. Open the wooden window, and light shines into the room. Su Qing turned back and walked to the center, put one hand on the bottom of the bag, and pulled the bag open with the other hand, then grabbed the corners and poured all the soil in the sack into the field. Then he flattened several small piles of soil, and filled every corner. After doing this, Su Qing took out the wood magic stone and the earth magic stone from her pocket, and placed them on the disc in the middle. In the following days, the earth magic stone would diligently improve the quality of the soil, just like in field number 25. And the wood magic stone, before it completely broke down, might be used to promote the growth of plants. Su Qing untied the vines around her waist, and carefully walked around the freshly baked field holding the wall lamp. In order to give the potatoes more space to grow, the field area of growing room number 4 is much larger than that of field number 25. No problem. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction. Walking briskly through the planting room, Su Qing picked up 3 potatoes from the stacked potatoes in the corner, and returned to the planting room number 4 with the dagger. After the first attempt, Su Qing was 100% sure that the method of burying the potatoes directly after cutting them into pieces was fine. The blade slid up and down, and the big potato in his hand was divided into 5 pieces, with only a little skin sticking. Putting the dagger on the ground, Su Qing broke it apart piece by piece, and then buried it in the soil at a certain distance. The remaining 2 potatoes were also done. Then, the number 4 planting room is done. Su Qing took the dagger in the sack, and briskly came to the big cave in the middle. Ruashi Washu! Su Qing shouted loudly. The sight passed through the tall grass below, and the white and yellow balls at the water source in the distance moved, and 2 high-pitched calls came. Very good, it seems that drinking raw water directly is fine, very lively. She was really imagining things. Su Qing smiled softly, the sun shining on her face. She felt warm. Originally, Ruashi and Wanshu were the local wolves of the apocalypse. What could be the problem? Awoo! Su Qing, here I come. The huge white ball bounced towards her. Su Qing looked at the shadow that gradually covered her, and squinted her eyes. Awoo! Why didn't Su Qing move? Ruashi leaned forward and sniffed carefully. There was nothing wrong. Awoo! Washu shook his head, walked to the side calmly, and then squatted down. The younger sister was still looking left and sniffing right. Washu, sighed JPG. The paw was lifted into the air, and the next second it pressed down on Ruashi. Awoo! Sister? Ruashi stopped moving, tilting her head to look at her sister. Okay, Su Qing touched the white wolf's paw. I'm going to the forest later, please take me there. Awoo! Su Qing is going out? Ruashi takes Su Qing. Ruashi takes Su Qing. Her clear eyes were full of eagerness. Su Qing paused, and continued, because we have to transport a lot of wood back. If you go with me, you have to eat early. Awoo! No problem, I eat now. Ruashi turned around immediately and looked into the distance, where they hid the remaining food last night. The white wolf seemed to be about to rush out in the next second. Its wet eyes swept over her from time to time, obviously waiting for her to speak. Su Qing raised her hand and said, "Go." A gust of wind blew in her face, and Su Qing closed her eyes subconsciously. When she opened her eyes again, a snow-white figure flew away in the air. Good guy, Su Qing opened her mouth. Ruashi was so eager to go out. Aww. Su Qing, I'm going to eat too. Wanshu gently rubbed and still, stunned, looked at Su Qing in the distance, and turned and ran out. Crunch, crunch. Another piece of grass in front of the door fell. The soft feeling still remained on her cheek. Su Qing stroked it, and since Wanshu grew up, he has become more and more reserved. Unlike Ruashi, who wanted to be kissed and hugged anytime and anywhere, and liked to act coquettishly, Wanshu would only get close to her occasionally. But Su Qing knew that this did not mean that Wanshu did not like them, but that Wanshu loved them in a different way. Because she wasn't hungry, Su Qing cleaned the sack and stuffed 8 iron blocks, the magic book of the wooden cart, and the wood extractor into it. You should know that the materials for synthesizing the wooden cart are 100 pieces of wood and 8 iron blocks, so if she wants to make it on site, she has to bring enough iron blocks with her. Lift it up, it's a bit heavy. Squeak. Is Su Qing going out again? Yawning and coming out of the bedroom, the tree mouse woke up instantly after seeing this scene. Are you awake, Lucky? Just when Su Qing was taking the fruit, she handed over a jade acorn. We are going to extract wood from the forest later, and we may not be back until very late. Lucky, do you want to go with us? Or? Squeak. The mouse is going too. The mouse will definitely go if there is something fun. Rather than staying at home bored, the tree mouse made a decision immediately. Okay, I don't understand. Looking at Lucky's excited expression, Su Qing grabbed the jumping tree mouse and said, Nod if you go. Before she finished speaking, the little guy nodded excitedly. Then add one more. Su Qing grabbed a few jade acorns from her pocket to satisfy Lucky's craving. The hemp bag was big enough to fit everything in. The furry wolf head stretched into the cave. Ruashi, don't put it in. It will get stuck like last time. Su Qing held the sack and felt her shoulder sink. Let's go! When they got outside, the white wolf opened his mouth and wanted to take the sack. Su Qing was so scared that she quickly stopped him. The sack was woven after all. Ruashi, you can't bite it. Aww! Didn't Ruashi bite it back last time? Ruashi felt wronged. The blackwood was bitter before, and Ruashi bit it back all the way. It's not that strong. As soon as she saw the child's eyes, Su Qing knew that Ruashi felt a little wronged. Your teeth are so sharp, the bag will break. Ah, sharp? Su Qing is praising me. Her eyes brightened. Ruashi straightened her chest and raised her head proudly. Yes, Ruashi is so powerful. Ruashi became sunny again, and Su Qing was speechless. The child is really easy to coax. First, she gently put the hemp leather bag on Ruashi's back, and Su Qing climbed onto the white wolf's back with the help of Wanshu. Thank you, Wanshu. Su Qing held the hemp leather bag tightly to prevent it from falling. Let's go! Aww! Wanshu also responded happily. Squeak, squeak! Let's go! Let's go! The tree mouse that successfully climbed onto Wanshu's back grabbed 2 tufts of fur with great interest and looked into the distance. The white bird that was perched on the side gave a clear cry and flew up to the sky first. Or should we all go out together? Su Qing, who had gradually adapted to riding a wolf, even had the leisure to look around. With Shui leading the way and her guidance, they soon arrived at the other side of the forest. Before Ruashi wanted to cross the water flow, Su Qing called out and took out the wood extractor. The sack was gently thrown onto the grass. Let's go to the other side. Su Qing held the wood extractor and patted Ruashi. With her legs and feet pulled up, Su Qing stared at the clear water, the bare skin of her ankles not touching the water. Crossing the stream, Su Qing jumped down and turned the axis. The blue parabola became longer and longer until the tree she was aiming at was surrounded by the virtual blue dotted line. Bang! The wood fell to the ground and piled up in a pile. After the plant grew larger, such a tree. Su Qing glanced at it vaguely. There would be about 100? Let's combine the cart first. Su Qing put the wood extractor aside, walked over and picked up 3 pieces of wood, then crossed the stream directly. Ouch! Ruashi moved her eyes away from the magically disappeared tree and stared at the wood thoughtfully. Her sister passed by. Ruashi turned her head, and a light bulb appeared on her head. Ouch! Ruashi understood. Standing up energetically, Ruashi opened her mouth and bit a piece of wood, imitating her sister's way of transporting wood. Huh? Turn around and see Wanshu and Ruashi in action, Su Qing cried out in surprise. Release the mouth, the wood fell to the side of the wood pile. Wanshu followed Su Qing's pace. Wanshu is great. Su Qing touched the giant wolf's head. See, this is how Wanshu loves her, silently supporting her. "Aw, woo." Ruoshi wanted to speak when she heard Su Qing's praise as soon as she came over, but her mouth was still stuffed with wood, so her voice was unclear. "Yeah, Ruoshi is also great." Su Qing laughed. "What a jealous little girl." Ruoshi nodded with satisfaction. "Sister and Ruoshi are both great." Soon, the wood was piled up on the grass. Su Qing took out the synthetic magic book and iron block and touched the materials. The light screen popped up. "Oh, there are still 2 pieces missing." "Aw, woo." Come, Ruoshi bit the wood. Turning around, 2 pieces of wood were placed in front of her. "Very good, now they are all there." A white light lit up. "Aw, woo woo." So magical. With her eyes full of bright light, Ruoshi leaned over her head, but was held down by her sister's claws again. "Woo, don't come near." Washu refused. Okay. Ruoshi looked at the white light lingeringly, just curious. Turned around and buried her head between her paws. "Woo. I won't look anymore," Ruoshi called out muffledly. The white light disappeared. A dark brown cart appeared in front of them, with 2 long sticks on both sides at the front, which should be the grip. As for the length, Su Qing walked to the side and gestured a few times. Well, it was probably several meters long. Subconsciously glancing at the giant wolf next to her, Su Qing thought, this wooden cart is a bit big. Chapter 54. Woo? What is Su Qing looking at Ruoshi for? Ruoshi looked up quietly after not hearing any sound for a long time, and happened to meet Su Qing's gaze, but she quickly moved away, which really confused the wolf. Su Qing held the front handrail and responded a little slowly. A huge wolf head popped out from the shoulder, and the thick and soft fur pressed against his cheeks. Su Qing came back to her senses, and scratched the white wolf's chin helplessly. She was originally wondering if she could pull the cart. Ouch. Feeling a little itchy, Ruoshi rubbed Su Qing, then quickly dodged Su Qing's hand. Then, let's fill the cart with wood first. Without continuing to think about whether she could pull it, Su Qing clapped her hands and cheered herself up loudly. After all, she still had to figure out the design of the cabin after it was upgraded from level 2 to level 3 after returning, and she also had to prepare a resting place outside for Ruoshi and Wanshu as soon as possible. After crossing the stream, Su Qing picked up the wood extractor again and continued to aim at the trees. Not to mention, the new season also has its benefits. When the trees grow bigger, one tree can be decomposed into hundreds of pieces of wood. To a certain extent, the source of wood has increased. Bang! The wood fell into the forest. Su Qing put down the wood extractor and called the 2 wolves to transport the wood to the wooden cart. As for Shui and Lucky, they had entered the forest when they came here, and no one knew where they went. However, Su Qing was not worried about their safety. After all, wasn't it because of this forest that she and Lucky met? Since Lucky has stored food here, it means that the little guy must know the forest very well. Even if they have finished packing the 2 little ones and haven't returned, Lu Shui, who has reached the cave, knows that she can fly back by herself. So there is no need to worry. Su Qing ran back and forth with the wood, and with the help of Ruoshi and Wanshu, a total of 112 pieces of wood were stacked in the wooden cart. Paw! Ruoshi opened her mouth, and a piece of wood with a little saliva fell down. Oh, now it's 113 yuan. Su Qing leaned against the cart and calmed her breath. Too anxious, Su Qing patted her chest. She was mainly afraid of rain. What should the 2 little ones do if the weather is different in the Doomsday? So the faster the better. After returning to design, we will know what is missing. She leaned forward and glanced into the cart. There was still a small empty space. Forget about such a small space. Su Qing waded through the water to the edge of the woods, opened her hands, and placed them on her mouth, like a trumpet. Lucky Shui, go home. My voice was transmitted in the forest, and I could hear a faint echo. Su Qing tiptoed to look inside, not knowing whether the 2 little ones had run far away or whether they could hear me. Waiting quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The familiar figure did not appear. Woo! Su Qing, Ruoshi, who was squatting on the side, pricked up her ears, and her clear pupils reflected the quickly leaving Su Qing. Su Qing picked up the wood extractor, which could not be thrown away. Ruoshi is gone, let's go home. Shui and the others know the way home. If they can't see us, they will fly back naturally. Woo, let's go home. Ruoshi stood up and glanced back at the dimly lit forest. She put all the things in the wooden cart. Su Qing walked to the middle of the 2 handrails, and put one hand on each side. Let's go! Su Qing gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. The wheels made a creaking sound. Then, it moved forward a little bit. Well, she really couldn't pull it. A shadow suddenly fell on the side. Su Qing let go of her hand and looked up. The dark wolf eyes were looking at her gently and worriedly. Feeling the push from Hua Shu, Su Qing took a few steps along the force. The giant wolf opened its mouth and bit the nearest handrail, and took a crooked step forward. The wheels creaked again. Not long after, Wang Shu's speed increased visibly. What? Su Qing, where is Ruashi? My sister ran with that ugly thing. So what was Ruashi doing? Su Qing. Ruashi's voice was urgent, and Su Qing turned her head. The white wolf looked at her with wet eyes, and then looked at Wang Shu, who was pulling the cart. Su Qing understood instantly. Ruashi wanted to pull the cart too. She stretched out her voice. Ruashi, help me. Ruashi is here. Ruashi helped Su Qing. The huge white wolf ran past quickly, and bit another handrail. At first, the cart swayed from side to side because of the different speeds of the two wolves, but as they adapted, it quickly returned to stability. Su Qing followed behind, watching the two figures running faster and faster, with a smile on her face. When she returned to the cave, Ruashi and Hua Shu had already been lying on the ground to rest. Su Qing moved the cart to the side of the cave with difficulty to unload the goods, took out the corresponding attributeless magic stone and magic book from the hut, and then sat on the steps to open the light screen. The three-dimensional image popped up. It is known that the hut can be expanded by 5 new rooms when it is upgraded from level 2 to level 3. First, she needs to expand a house that can accommodate Wang Shu and Ruashi to enter and sleep, and then think about other things. Sliding her fingertips on the screen, she planned to expand outside the cave. It just so happened that there was a wall on this side of the mountain, leaving an entrance and exit, so she only needed to build 3 walls. Ruashi, Hua Shu. Su Qing commanded, come over here and let me see how many rooms you need to fit in. Although the three-dimensional map could not be seen, there was a row of planning rooms in the direction she pointed, especially the windows were still open, which could be used as a tool for measurement. The 2 wolves walked to the side obediently, and moved according to her instructions. After a while of swaying, Su Qing roughly understood. If Wang Shu and Ruashi lie down next to each other, it will probably be 2 rooms, but it is impossible to say how comfortable it is. Then, there will be 3 rooms. Su Qing lowered her head, and drew 3 squares on the side representing the door, with her fingertips. Of course, the 3 rooms connected in the middle only need 3 walls, and the opening is on the side next to the door, which can also prevent some wind. The remaining 2 rooms are naturally still inside the mountain. First of all, Su Qing needs a special utility room. The 4 planning rooms are responsible for the future food, and the bedrooms inside are used for rest. As more and more things are found, the large hole in the middle that was originally used to store things is getting more and more crowded. So a utility room must be built to empty the large hole. And this utility room cannot be placed on the 2nd floor, it will be too troublesome to move it up. It is not possible to put it in the bedroom either. The walls of the bedroom have been decorated, and it is not easy to repair if it gets dirty after moving it around. So, Su Qing turned the stereogram and looked further into the big hole. It's better to expand straight toward the door. There's no need to install a door, just leave a hole for entry and exit, and the hole should be near the number 1 planning room. The big hole in the middle can be used as a living room in the future. Well, temporarily, it's a part-time kitchen. The last room. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. You said that digging a hole in the mountain doesn't require much materials, and if you don't expand at all, you have to wait until the next upgrade. So it's built on the 2nd floor. After making the decision, Su Qing quickly started designing. The extended room was for Ruashi and Wang Shu to live in. It didn't need any decoration. It just needed to be able to shelter from the wind and rain, so it only needed wall materials. As for the utility room, it was used to store things, so it naturally didn't need any decoration. In addition to the room on the 2nd floor, first of all, after Su Qing chose the location of the 2nd floor, she artificially drew a mud staircase next to the utility room to the 2nd floor. Secondly, Su Qing also planned to live on the 2nd floor, so she opened a super large wooden window and placed a long stick outside and inside the wooden window. Well, it's made of metal, and will be used to dry clothes in the future. If it's an extreme weather like a snowy day, she will put the clothes inside to dry, and in normal weather, hang them outside and drape them on the metal rod to dry. As for where to get the replacement clothes, Su Qing has already made an appointment online. It's a survivor named Mo Xiao, who said that he can customize clothes based on the data provided, height, weight, etc., which are silk, not warm, but very breathable. Although it takes a long time and the price is high, The appearance of the clothes provided is very similar to that of Blue Star. After more than 10 days of opening the forum, it temporarily stopped accepting orders. There was no other way. Su Qing pulled her clothes. It was fine in autumn when she first came. She could keep them fresh by washing and drying them immediately. But when winter came, she only had one set of clothes and winter clothes. She couldn't dry them in a short time after washing them. It was so troublesome. Besides, who wants to wear only one set of clothes for a long time? Not working in the Doomsday is chronic suicide, and working outside will make you sweat. Of course, it would be much more convenient to have a change of clothes. So after seeing it on the forum, Su Qing immediately contacted this Mo Xiao. After they reached an agreement, she set her height and weight, and waited for the other party to make her clothes. In addition, the room on the second floor also needs to have a wooden pillar like the bedroom, leaving a hole for Lucky to use as a nest. Su Qing clicked left and right, and soon finished the design. The light screen flashed, and the required materials popped up. Upgrade materials: Magic Book, Hut, X1, Non-Attribute Magic Stone X15, Wood X1434, Iron Block X12, Copper Block X9. Ruashi and Wangshu's house is made entirely of wood, and she also decorated 5 walls on the second floor. Because the most available resource she could get was wood, Su Qing still chose wood for construction this time. 1434. Su Qing stood up and looked up at the sun, which was still hanging in the sky. We brought back 113 pieces of wood this morning, which is about 13 times. Ruashi, Washu. Su Qing jumped down the stairs. We need to bring back more wood. If we move quickly, maybe your room can be built tonight. Tomorrow. What? Room? When Ruashi heard Su Qing calling her, her ears perked up. It belonged to Ruashi and her sister, but it was not comfortable to let Ruashi and Wangshu bite the handrails and run on the side. Su Qing thought about it, took out the rope she had made before, and connected it between the handrails to form a long strip. Well, this is the same as what I saw on TV. Running in the middle should be easier than running on the side, right? Staring at the rope she had tied, Su Qing thought hesitantly. I ask on the forum when I'm free. Putting the wood extractor into the cart, Su Qing climbed on Ruashi's back and watched Wangshu bite the rope and pull it nervously. The wheels whirred and turned rapidly. Ruashi suddenly shouted excitedly, and followed behind excitedly. The wind blew in her face, and Su Qing tilted her head. When the house was built, she took Ruashi out to look for cannon fruit and tried to use the treasure map again 10 kilometers away to find other materials for shotguns and bullets. Chapter 55. When the sky was dyed red, Su Qing sat on Ruashi and returned to the cave. Su Qing jumped down quickly and walked to the big pile of wood on the grass. Ruashi, Washu, come here. The white wolf slowly dragged the wooden cart over. Su Qing took the rope and rubbed Ruashi's head. Without squeezing forward, Wangshu squatted not far away, biting the rope and looking at them quietly. Including the last 2 carts, there were exactly 13 carts. Su Qing turned around, lifted the 2 handrails, and the wood fell down. Actually, it was too late. After all, only 1 wooden cart was combined. But after the first time, Ruashi and Wangshu discussed for a while, and then pointed at the wooden cart and each other, and refused to move. It took her some time to figure out what they meant. So the second time she went, she brought the magic book and iron blocks and combined another wooden cart. Are you exhausted? Su Qing asked distressfully. Actually, although 1 cart is slower, the house can be built tomorrow. The room that belongs to Ruashi and her sister today. Ruashi shook her head in disapproval. This is a room that belongs exclusively to her sister and him. Ruashi doesn't want to wait until tomorrow. Right, sister. Ruashi turned her head and looked at the yellow wolf with sparkling eyes. Washu nodded and acknowledged his sister's idea. Go drink some water and have a rest. The little guy shook his head seriously, as if to refute her statement. Su Qing smiled and tapped the white wolf's forehead. Don't keep looking at the wood. If I start, I call you. What? Then Su Qing must call Ruashi. Speaking of which, she was a little thirsty. Finally, she glanced at a piece of wood reluctantly and ran towards the water source. What? Su Qing. As soon as her sister left, Washu dragged the cart to the original position and gently put it down. You have worked hard, Washu. Su Qing also stroked the yellow wolf, and the 2 sisters praised him in the same way. You should also drink some water. I will call you when it starts. Gently rubbing Su Qing, Washu turned around and walked towards the water source without hesitation. Su Qing's eyes were gentle, and she quickly dumped all the wood on the second cart onto the ground. She entered the cave and counted 15 magic stones without attributes, and took the magic book, iron blocks, and copper blocks from the hut, and all the materials were ready. But Su Qing turned around, and the white wolf and the yellow wolf were still squatting by the water, and it seemed that they had not finished drinking water. Anyway, it's not dark yet. Why not do something else first? Well, I looked around and pulled out some weeds first. Su Qing walked a few steps outside and grasped a piece of green grass that had not been crushed. In fact, if it was normal before, she would not be so anxious to weed, but the plant has grown bigger. It is as high as her chest. It is not convenient not to pull it out, not to mention that she wants to plant some tall fruit trees. So Su Qing diligently weeded, until a familiar voice came from behind. Squeak, squeak. Su Qing, we are back. Huh? The tree mouse excitedly raised the treasure in his hand, but found that Su Qing was doing something with her back to him. Are you home? Su Qing quickly threw away the grass in her hand and shouted happily. Turning around, the snow-white bird and the tree mouse stood on the top of the woodpile. Su Qing walked to the two returning little ones, shook her body, and pecked out the things under her claws slowly. Another new discovery? Su Qing lowered her head and took the things from the white bird's beak. The gray stone was cold to the touch. Su Qing was silent. It was such a familiar scene. It seemed that Lucky also gave her a magic stone the day before yesterday, but that one was electric. Turning it over, the blue lines were clean and comfortable, and it was a water magic stone. After initiating an appraisal, it was a magic stone with sufficient energy and could purify water, just like the second one she got. It helped a lot. Su Qing hugged Shui into her arms. Ga. It was too tight, the bird was a little breathless. He tried hard to push himself up, but he didn't move at all. The bird raised his eyes, and looked at Su Qing, who was sticking to him helplessly. Well, since Su Qing wanted to hug the bird, then let her hug it. The bird stretched out its wings, and patted Su Qing. In fact, it was the mouse that led the way this time. Su Qing should hug it too. In fact, Su Qing would certainly not forget Lucky. Releasing her arms, she lifted the still dazed little fellow high up. Squeak, squeak. Ah! Su Qing put the mouse down. The sudden rise in sight made the tree mouse a little panic, especially when the thing between its claws slipped down. Bang! The sound of it hitting the wood was a little dull. Su Qing lowered her head and looked inside from the gap in the wood. Squeak! Let the rat have a look. Climbing quickly along Su Qing's arm back to the pile of wood, the tree rat anxiously poked its head out. Under the shadow, a round brown spherical object was stuck in the gap. It seemed nothing special. Su Qing stretched out her hand and held the sphere between two fingers. Squeak! Fortunately, it's okay. The tree rat quickly grabbed Su Qing's finger, looked at it for a long time, and retracted its claws after confirming that there was no damage. Squeak! This is a treasure given to you by the rat. The tree mouse heaved a sigh of relief and immediately put on a serious expression. Su Qing planted it, and ate some when she felt uncomfortable in the future. Huh? Su Qing stared blankly at Lucky, who was gesturing for a while, pointing at the ball in his hand, and then lying down and pretending to be dead. Although I don't know what Lucky wants to express, it must be useful to be brought back. Identification was initiated quickly, and subtitles popped up on the light screen. The seeds of vacation. The seeds are ordinary, and the buds and leaves are also ordinary. As the name suggests, the fruit of the herb has a certain medicinal effect on any negative effects. When you feel uncomfortable, eat it. When you are injured, eat it. It is a 100% praise magic medicine in the forest. Oh, but the effect will be different for different symptoms. Well, it may or may not. Wow, any negative effect. You can eat it when you feel uncomfortable, you can eat it when you are injured. Isn't it a panacea? The first time she saw it, Su Qing's eyes lit up, but after watching it several times, she began to appreciate it. So the plant vacation can cure everything, but it may be very useful or only have a little effect, right? After eating it, the rest will be left to fate, right? And there are 100% positive reviews. Su Qing curled her lips. Isn't it because those who didn't survive after eating it can't give negative reviews? Squeak! What do you think, Su Qing? Do you like it? The tree mouse put his hands on his hips, straightened his chest and raised his head. Whether it is this gray stone or the precious seeds, they are all carefully selected by the mouse. So, praise the rat, praise the rat, praise the rat. Su Qing looked up when she heard the voice. The little guy was looking up, closing his eyes, and his tail was swaying behind him. Well, Lucky is a careful pick, and you can trust him. Did Lucky find this too? Although she already had the answer in her mind, Su Qing still asked. Squeak. The tree mouse nodded as a matter of course. That's great, thank you, Lucky. Su Qing gently stroked the tree mouse's back. Whether it's the previous gift or today's, I like them both. I like it. The tree mouse tried his best to control himself and nodded modestly. The bird shook his head. Gaga, your wagging tail has completely betrayed you. That's right, I'm going to build Wanshu in Ruashi's room. Lucky and Shui, come and see it? Seriously putting away the newly acquired water magic stone and herb seeds, Su Qing turned around and shouted to the distance, Ruashi, Wanshu. Almost the next second, the snowball beside the water source turned around and rushed over. Su Qing's eyelids twitched. Awuh! Why did Su Qing take so long to call Ruashi? Her eyes moved downwards, and her tiny hand stretched out. Ruashi braked suddenly and tearfully. Accused Su Qing. Washu, who came later, sighed silently, raised his paw, and pressed with one palm. Ruashi, why did sister press Ruashi again? Although I didn't understand, I understood it inexplicably. Su Qing held her forehead and explained, I thought you had been running around for a long time, and you were very tired and thirsty, so I thought of letting you rest for a while. Awuh. Ruashi is not tired, Ruashi is strong. Hearing this, the white wolf immediately put on a serious expression and turned in circles to show his strength in all directions. Then I start? Su Qing coughed and forced to change the subject. Awuh! Start. Ruashi opened her eyes wide, and while shouting, she took Shui and the tree mouse and quickly stepped back a few steps, then stared at her every move. Su Qing took a step to the left. The white wolf's head also shifted a little distance accordingly. That's not necessary. Picking up the magic book in the hut, Su Qing touched a magic stone without attributes. The white light gradually spread, wrapping the magic book, the magic stone without attributes, the wood pile. This time it took a long time. Su Qing yawned, and the white light in front of her eyes finally gradually dissipated. Oh, here it comes. Su Qing perked up and patted Ruashi, who was drowsy beside her. Awuh! What? Pointing to the brown edges gradually exposed from the white light, Su Qing smiled and said, Ruashi, look at what this is. As soon as the voice fell, the white light completely dissipated. Just a few meters from the steps below the wooden door of the cave, there is a huge brown room perpendicular to the mountain. Simply put, this is an open rectangular block. Su Qing approached first. Awuh! Is this Ruashi and Wangshu's room? Ruashi raised her foot and walked in slowly. Although some places inside were very dark, Ruashi was still very interested in walking around here and there. Come, lie down and take a look. Su Qing stood in the middle. The room formed by the merger of 3 rooms was still very spacious. The 2 big wolves lay down obediently, surrounding her in their soft fur. Su Qing raised her eyebrows and walked out, but she couldn't squeeze out at all. She looked at Ruashi. Ruashi, pitiful.jpg. Su Qing looked at Wanshu next to her. The yellow giant wolf looked at her quietly, lowered its head and rubbed her. Okay, I only stay for a while, I still have to make dinner later. Su Qing compromised, and you 2 haven't eaten yet, right? Awuh! Su Qing accompanies Ruashi. Su Qing accompanies her sister. Ruashi was happy again, and she was happily cuddling with Su Qing. As for dinner, it won't be too late to eat it later. Awuh! The tree mouse lay between the snow-white fur. Squeak, it was really comfortable. Quack! Are you going out tomorrow? The bird combed its feathers and asked. Squeak! Of course, there are still many treasures in the forest. On the other side. Ruashi. Awuh! What's wrong with Su Qing? You can take me out tomorrow. I need to find something very important. Awuh! No problem, leave it to Ruashi. Chapter 56. Early in the morning, Su Qing sat up from the bed and stretched. She didn't rush out, but pushed open the wooden window of the bedroom to ventilate. Squeak! Su Qing? Go to sleep, I'm going out with Ruashi today. Su Qing walked to the tree trunk, touched Lucky, who raised his head, hesitated for a second, and said hesitantly, if possible, can you take Wanshu with you when you go out? Take Wanshu? The bird opened its eyes, but the bird didn't care, it mainly depends on what the mouse says. Squeak! The originally confused tree mouse suddenly woke up. Take Wanshu with you? It's not impossible. With such a big body, if you take him with you, he should be able to help them carry a lot of things, right? It's just... The tree mouse pinched his chin with his claws. The most important thing about this kind of thing is whether Wanshu is willing, right? Squeak! The mouse should ask Wanshu. Huh? Su Qing looked at the tree mouse that ran away from her sight, a little confused. She just asked Lucky if she could take Washu with her. There was no need to escape. Live, right? Quack. Su Qing went to take a look. After explaining, the bird flapped its wings and flew out of the open wooden window. Shui also went out. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, turned off the wall lamp, and hurried out. Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked out of the corridor, Su Qing ran into Lucky, who was jumping up and down. Squeak, squeak. Just in time. Su Qing wanted this. Already worried about how to take down the things hanging on it, he turned around and saw Su Qing coming out. The tree mouse immediately pointed to the sky happily. Is it? Su Qing looked along the little guy's paws. Oh, Lucky, you want a sack? She asked, but she was puzzled. With Lucky and Shui's size, what do they need a sack for? Squeak. Su Qing really knows mice. The tree mouse nodded, and its golden eyes sparkled in the sunlight, especially smart. Confused, Su Qing took a sack when she saw Lucky nodding desperately. But she didn't give it to the tree mouse immediately, but walked out of the cave with the little guy and the sack. Awoo. Good morning, Su Qing. Quack. Good morning, Su Qing. The bird squatted on the yellow wolf's forehead and heard its own greeting overlapped with Wangshu's. Su Qing stood above, and a mouse that sneaked in and threatened to take the bag was lying on Su Qing's shoulder. The sun was warm, and the breeze was blowing. On the grass, the giant wolf squatted right in front of the cave entrance, with a snow-white bird squatting on its forehead. It seemed that it was ready to go, and it just needed someone to set off. Su Qing shifted her gaze, and fell on the tree mouse on her shoulder. Have you discussed it? Squeak. That's right. The tree mouse looked into the distance eagerly. There are still many treasures in the forest waiting for the mouse to collect. With the addition of the big wolf today, the mouse has a better chance. Running down the stairs, Su Qing handed the sack to Washu. The giant wolf gently held it. How are you going to have breakfast? Su Qing touched Washu encouragingly. Are you going to eat here, or go out and find food for yourself? Squeak. Go out and eat. The tree mouse pointed proudly to the forest in the distance. With the mice around, they would never starve. Su Qing was relieved. Okay. The little guy pointed outside with obvious meaning. Su Qing didn't say much, just a few words of advice. Remember that your safety is the first priority. If there is danger, no matter how good the treasure is, you must give it up immediately. Squeak. The tree mouse shook his head in disapproval, but stopped when he saw Su Qing's serious eyes. Did you hear that? Su Qing looked at each of them one by one. For me, your safety is the most important thing. Quack. Su Qing bird remembered. The bird nodded. As the oldest one, the bird would keep an eye on the two little guys. The bird, the wolf, and the tree mouse all nodded obediently, and Su Qing's nervousness slightly dissipated. Then you guys go. As soon as the voice fell, the sluggish tree mouse on the shoulder immediately jumped down vigorously, and then quickly climbed up the giant wolf's forehead and stood side by side with the white bird. Squeak. Let's go. The mouse gave the order excitedly. Su Qing just watched Wangshu's figure slowly get smaller and blurry in her sight, shrinking into a black dot, and finally no longer visible. Awoo! Su Qing? Ruashi yawned and slowly walked out of the shadows. Let's go eat. Su Qing came back to her senses and patted Ruashi's head. I'm going to prepare some things to bring. She knew that Wangshu and Ruashi were used to leaving some for breakfast after hunting at night, and the two little ones went out as usual last night. That's it. Su Qing touched her chin. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Maybe she should find a cool place outside for Washu and Ruashi to store their prey. Otherwise, if the Doomsday is extremely hot, wouldn't it stink? But when she thought of this, Su Qing suddenly remembered the diamond-shaped crystal she got in the winter, called Heart of Ice and Snow, which seemed to be able to create ice and snow. Shaking her head, Su Qing stopped her unreasonable thoughts. She had to go out to find cannon fruit today. She went back to the cave, took the remaining hemp bag, threw in several vine skins, ropes, water bamboo that served as a water bottle, and several purple cones. As for weapons, after thinking for a while, Su Qing threw in a dagger and a black bag full of sleeve arrows, and finally tied the sleeves she exchanged for food on her hands. The seller was of course Miss Yangjin, and she and the other party had now formed a stable trading relationship. She sold food, and Miss Yangjin exchanged for the corresponding metals, weapons. Most of the things were ready. Su Qing grabbed the treasure map, peeled a purple ball fruit and ate it, and then walked out of the cave. The huge white wolf had finished eating the food and seemed to have been waiting for a while, playing with the grass. Su Qing closed the door, cleared her throat and shouted, Ruashi. Woo! Here comes Su Qing, subconsciously replying. Ruashi turned over and stood up, waiting for Su Qing to get on her back. Awuh! But Ruashi looked at Su Qing taking out a rope and reaching towards her, and tilted her head in confusion. It's the first time to fly, I tie myself to you, it's safer this way. Su Qing explained while sitting on Ruashi's back, and then tied herself to Ruashi tightly. Awoo, Ruashi moved her front paws, a little uncomfortable, but she could still adapt. Alas, Su Qing is still too weak. Ruashi got used to flying very quickly. What's there to be afraid of flying? Shakes head. JPG. But since Su Qing is afraid, Ruashi should be more considerate and fly slower. Accu. Su Qing sneezed and rubbed her nose, feeling a little confused. Let's go! Not paying much attention, Su Qing pressed the sack against her chest and hugged Ruashi with one hand. Awoo. Then Ruashi started. Awoo, Ruashi flapped her wings vigorously. The first time she carried Su Qing to fly, it would definitely be a great success. A downward force suddenly appeared, and Su Qing was so scared that she hurriedly hugged tightly to avoid sliding down. But soon, Su Qing felt calm. Looking down quietly to the side, Su Qing's heart was pounding. She is now completely in the air. Why doesn't Su Qing say anything? How is Ruashi flying this time? Should I go slower? Ruashi flapped her wings and tried to control her balance, but Su Qing didn't make a sound. Awuh! Su Qing, how is Ruashi flying? I can't help it, Ruashi gently said coquettishly. Su Qing took a deep breath and got out of the shock of flying high in the sky. At this time, she also realized one thing. That is, she hadn't opened the treasure map yet, and Ruashi was flying in a completely random direction. Roa. She. As soon as she opened her mouth, the wind blew her mouth. She hid her head a little, pressed the hemp bag under her body, and opened the treasure map. While Su Qing was operating, a blue arrow appeared in front of the white wolf. Ruashi braked suddenly in shock, and Su Qing hurriedly hugged again. Awuh? What is this? After finally stabilizing herself, Su Qing poked her head out. Ruashi, you've seen this before, flying with the pointed horns. I've seen it before. Awuh, Ruashi remembered it. Ruashi suddenly realized it after digging out the matching look from the depths of her memory. The pointed horns, Su Qing spoke. Ruashi squinted her eyes, and quickly found the corresponding direction. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Su Qing realized that Ruashi was hovering in the air. What's wrong? Ouch. The arrow disappeared. Ruashi responded. Patting the clavicle, Su Qing looked at the treasure map, where the arrow and the red dot had overlapped. Ruashi, find a place to land, we're here. Su Qing was a little dazed when she got back on the ground. How should I put it? She had taken a plane on Blue Star, but she had never experienced an open-top plane, so Ruashi taking her flying, the experience was definitely not very good. Shaking her head, Su Qing stretched her body. Then she looked around. They landed in a completely unfamiliar place, but it should still be in the forest. Looking around, there were lush trees all around. But Su Qing walked to the nearest big tree and touched it lightly with her fingertips. The trunk in front of her was extremely smooth and plain in color, a very beautiful creamy yellow. Retracting her hand, there was an indescribable fragrance on her fingertips. Glancing up, the forest was lush with leaves, and huge dark green fruits hung on the branches. Raising her hand to block the sunlight, Su Qing squinted slightly. Dark green fruit seems to have thorns? Rubbing her eyes, she did not notice the existence of the fruit when she flew down just now. Strangely enough, the trees in this forest are not only far apart, but also the vegetation on the ground is very sparse. Moreover, she has clearly arrived at the location on the treasure map, but it seems that there is no other fruit here except the fruit on the tree above her head. Could it be that the fruit on the tree above her head is the target of this trip? Cannon fruit? Thinking of this, Su Qing took out a dagger from the hemp bag and gently scratched the trunk, trying to cut off a piece of bark for identification. Unexpectedly, almost immediately, a big bulge appeared under the cut. Awuh! What smell? Suddenly smelling a faint smell, Ruashi moved her nose and finally found that it came from Su Qing. Facing the wolf head approaching, Su Qing just patted Ruashi without even turning her head. Su Qing stared at the light screen with the identification result, frowning. It's not a cannon fruit tree. Chapter 57. There are few plants here. If the tree in front of us is not a tree, then where's the cannon fruit? However, Su Qing glanced at the screen and whispered, the white hung tree. The honey has a fragrance and tastes sweet. Why is it called tree honey? Shouldn't it be juice? Or can the white hung tree produce honey? Awuh. Let Ruashi see it. After being patted, Ruashi paused for a moment, but the smell at the tip of her nose became stronger and stronger, which really made the wolf curious. What's wrong, Ruashi? Do you want to try it? I originally thought Ruashi came to look for her, but seeing this, Su-Ching raised her eyebrows. Ruashi is also interested in this so-called Baihang tree honey, not to mention, the fragrance written on the appraisal is really correct. And as time goes by, the fragrance becomes stronger and stronger. What to taste? The source of this smell? Ruashi blinked her eyes. This smell is very good, so this thing itself should be delicious, right? Try it. After just a few seconds of thinking, Ruashi nodded excitedly. Okay, Ruashi, wait a moment. She was actually quite curious. Su-Ching turned her head. At this time, the big bag on the bark of the white hung tree was already very large, like a tumor. Adsorbed. On it, Shaky. Gently pinched the top of the big bag, just a little squeeze, and the transparent yellow liquid seeped out and stained the fingertips. The liquid flow rate was very slow, far from as fast as the big bag bulging, but it flowed slowly on the fingers. It was a little cold and a little sticky. It was very similar to the honey in my memory. Su-Ching gently pulled it open, and the oval opening was filled with honey. Hiss, this bark. Carefully pulling it to the side, the creamy yellow bark became thinner and thinner, and the color became more transparent. It was so flexible and not thick, which was too inconsistent. Su-Ching frowned, but thought that the end of the world itself was very fantastic, so she stopped struggling. She stretched out her other hand and fed it to her mouth. Sweet, fragrant, and tastes very similar to honey. I didn't bring a bottle today, but I can collect a few bottles later. Su-Ching swallowed the tree honey. Before collecting again, she can warm up on the forum and negotiate with the buyer first. But you can't take too much from a tree, otherwise you will have nothing left in the future. Just take one bottle from each tree at a time. As for the transaction, Su-Ching didn't have high expectations. Sweet honey is not a necessary resource. If someone is interested, just chat with them. If you can sell it, sell it. If the two sides can't reach an agreement, forget it. She can collect it herself to taste it. Come on, taste the tree honey. Su-Ching called Ruashi. Ruashi, keep your tongue on it, I tear it apart. She placed her tongue underneath obediently, and Ruashi looked at her expectantly. With a soft bose sound, a large amount of yellow liquid fell on the tip of her tongue. Without waiting for Su-Ching's instructions, Ruashi rolled up her tongue and took all the liquid into her mouth. It's delicious. Ruashi's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. Sister Awa was not here, so she couldn't taste it. Su-Ching looked at the white wolf's satisfied expression and sad expression, thinking that Ruashi ate too fast and didn't taste enough, and quickly comforted her. There's more, but we have things to do today, so we can't come over for a few days. Bring a bottle with you, one bottle for each tree. Not only can you taste as much as you want, we can also bring it back for Washu and the others to eat. Awa! Then Su-Ching, let's go do something. Ruashi happily rubbed Su-Ching. Obviously, she was happier to eat with her sisters later than to eat as much as she wanted. This is. Su-Ching looked at the white wolf pulling her. Where did Ruashi want to go? Unfortunately, she still needed to identify whether the fruit on her head was edible, so Su-Ching grabbed her clothes back. Ruashi, Su-Ching pointed to the top of her head. Now I need you to take me up. Awa? Awa? Fly up? No problem. So Su-Ching wanted to go up there? Ruashi agreed immediately, and looked up with some curiosity. There was nothing up there except trees. Riding the Ruashi version of the aircraft again, Su-Ching let go a little this time and directed Ruashi to hover next to a fruit. The bark of the trunk of the Baihang tree is cream yellow, as are the branches above. On the contrary, the dark green fruit is somewhat out of place. Su-Ching touched the surface, and it was very similar to durian, but the thorns of the Baihang fruit were not so piercing, like countless small bumps. Fearing that the fruit was not yet ripe, Su-Ching only broke off a small corner for identification. This was indeed the case. The fruit was not ripe at all. The light screen showed that it would be dark yellow when ripe. Su-Ching secretly thanked that she had not picked it just now, otherwise it would have been wasted. After the fruit was identified, Su-Ching patted Ruashi and let it fall back to the ground. However, she did not come down, but picked up the hemp leather bag, sat on Ruashi's back, and asked Ruashi to walk around. As Ruashi walked, Su-Ching paid attention to the plants around her, and compared them with the treasure map, to see if the shoulders representing them no longer overlapped with the red dots. However, they did not. Until they walked out of the Baihang forest, the blue arrow on the map still overlapped with the red dot. Trouble, Su-Ching sighed slightly. Her ears moved, and there seemed to be the sound of running water. Ruashi. Su Qing leaned down. Do you hear the sound of water? Awuh! Water? Stopped, and Ruashi pricked up her ears to listen carefully. It seems that there is indeed a wow. Do you want to go, Su Qing? Let's go, you must be thirsty, right? Su Qing gently stroked the white wolf. I have identified many along the way, and none of them are cannon fruit. If we can't find it again, we can only continue tomorrow. Wow. Then Ruashi went. Carefully identifying the direction, Ruashi walked and stopped, and the sound of running water became louder and louder. Pushing aside the wide leaves blocking the front, Su Qing's vision suddenly widened. A stream appeared in front of her. The bottom of the water is clear, and you can see no fish swimming. The water keeps flowing downstream. The water is gurgling and sparkling. Su Qing jumps down and dips her hands into the water. A chill rushes into her heart, making her shudder. Beside her, Ruashi has already started drinking. Su Qing smiled, put the sack on the stone, and went to look at the plants nearby. It doesn't matter if you can't find the cannon fruit. What if there are some useful plants in it? Xuanye. Can't be eaten. The flowers of the wild rose are slightly poisonous. Huang Ping's. Leaves of the cannon fruit, ah? Su Qing stared at the green leaves in her hand with wide eyes. Which plant did she pluck them from? Su Qing looked at the bushes in front of her in confusion. The surprise came too quickly, catching her off guard. After calming down, Su Qing plucked again, and soon found the plant of the cannon fruit. How should I put it? It's very ordinary. The slender stem, many small leaves, and the fist-sized fruit on the top is dark green, with 8 faces firmly closed together, and sharp edges. Out of concern for its name, Su Qing carefully cut it off from the stem, and then carefully placed it on the ground. She was afraid that the fruit would explode like its real name. Fortunately, this did not happen. Su Qing identified the original fruit of the cannon fruit. Cannon fruit. It turns black when ripe, explodes when it encounters water, and the seeds flow down with the water. What do you think? Are you worried that it will explode? But in fact, it will only explode when it encounters water. After all, the cannon fruit is a plant that likes to grow in a humid environment. Explodes when it encounters water? Su Qing gritted her teeth. Will it explode after it matures, or before it matures? Why not give it a try? Looking up, the water was flowing towards the distance. Su Qing carefully pinched the stem and threw it into the water, of course, deliberately throwing it far away. 1 second, 2 seconds. No sound. It seems that the explosion will only happen after it matures. Su Qing was relieved. She didn't know where the thrown fruit had floated to after a while. She dug out the remaining roots, shook off the soil, and threw it into a sack. If only water was the condition for explosion, she could try to grow it in the planting room. Or if you are worried about explosion, you can plant them in the planting room until they grow fruits, and then transplant them to other places, but you have to build a shelter, otherwise she can't imagine what the result will be after a rain. Looking around, Su Qing quickly found more than 10 plants, but only 7 of them were black. After picking them, she gently put them into the hemp bag, and walked 2 steps in the air. No sound was heard, and Su Qing was completely relieved. Ruashi? Because the cannon fruit exploded when it came into contact with water, Su Qing didn't go down, and called Ruashi from above. Have you finished drinking water? Let's go to the side and take a look. Ruashi shook herself and walked upwards. Seeing that the white wolf was about to come close to her in the next second, Su Qing hurriedly stopped him. Awuh! Su Qing? Ruashi was sad. Ruashi was wailing. Why didn't you let Ruashi get close? Ruashi, there is water on your body. Su Qing looked at Ruashi, whose eyes were already filled with tears, and hurriedly explained, I just found a cannon fruit, which will explode when it encounters water. Awuh! Explosion? What is explosion? Ruashi tilted her head. You get hurt. Su Qing added. Ouch! With eyes wide open in shock, Ruashi circled around Su Qing. Just the things in this bag? Will it hurt, Su Qing? Ouch, then Ruashi won't stick with you anymore. Ruashi seriously looked at the distance and retreated. Well, 5 pause. Not really. Su Qing looked at the vacuum between herself and the white wolf, feeling a little amused. Continuing forward, Su Qing found 3 more ripe cannon fruits and put them all into the hemp bag. The sky was dim, and after a final search, Su Qing did not find any other ripe cannon fruits. She could only remember this place deeply, and then left with Ruashi. Returning to the Baiheng forest, Su Qing also put some plants that she had taken a fancy to into the bag. Actually, there were only 3 kinds. One looked similar to Chinese cabbage, but it was only a little bigger after it became giant. You could imagine how small it was before. The name given by the light screen was snow cabbage. The second kind was lantern pepper, which looked like a square, with red and green. When Su Qing saw it for the first time, she thought it was a fruit pepper. But the expert said it was very spicy. The last one was long sawgrass, which has no stems and leaves like small saws serrated. Guamping said it can clear away heat and detoxify, and is rich in nutrition. After eating too much meat, Su Qing really missed vegetarian dishes, so she grabbed a few handfuls and stuffed them into a sack. After collecting them, Su Qing tied the sack with a rope, then tied it to her back, and after making sure it was firm, she flipped it onto Ruashi's back. "Let's go, Ruashi, let's go back." Hugging tightly, Su Qing waited until she was stable before continuing. "Tomorrow when it's empty, we come back to get some white nectar from the hung tree, and let Wanshu, Lucky, and Shui have a taste." Awoo. Great. Chapter 58. Flying all the way, the arrows representing them on the treasure map were constantly approaching the green light that symbolized the hut. Su Qing exhaled heavily, and her heart began to pound. Although she couldn't pack a few bottles of Bai Hung Tree honey back for Lucky to taste together, there was no doubt that today was definitely a great harvest. First, she successfully found 10 cannon fruits. It only takes 5 cannon fruits to synthesize a hunting rifle, and there are even fewer bullets. 1 cannon fruit, a piece of pyrite, and a piece of iron can get 3 bullets. In general, 10 cannon fruits are already a lot. Besides, the pure carbon and pyrite in the materials have not been found yet. It will take a few days before the treasure map can be used again, plus the time to collect and transport them back after finding them. Su Qing estimated that the remaining cannon fruits should be enough to harvest another batch by then. Of course, the hunting rifle is related to her safety, so it is better to consider the material issue earlier. Su Qing subconsciously glanced behind her and saw nothing, but she knew that the bag contained the roots of a cannon fruit plant. With the wood magic stone, the time she spent pulling it out and returning home should not be a big deal. At most, the growth cycle will be longer. Be safe. Wait until the first cannon fruit grows dark green, immature fruit in the planting room, and then transplant it to another place. Well, Su Qing pondered, if you want to do this, you have to find a place outside to plant it, and it must be far away from water. In fact, if it really only explodes when it comes into contact with water, it is not impossible to plant it in the planting room. Su Qing was filled with endless thoughts. She shook her head to dispel her reverie. A familiar scene appeared in her sight. "We are home." Awoo! Su Qing's sister. Squeak! Su Qing. The surrounding scenery kept changing, from the blue sky to the mountain and then to the cave. Ruoshi folded her wings and licked her sister happily. "I ate something delicious today, and it was sweet, but Ruoshi didn't plan to tell her sister today. Ruoshi will tell her sister after she brings the good stuff back tomorrow. My sister will definitely be very happy." Thinking of this, her eyes narrowed happily, sparkling. Su Qing jumped down neatly and untied the hemp bag on her back gently. "Washu, Lucky, and Shui." Su Qing smiled and greeted them one by one. "Did you encounter any danger when you went out today?" Squeak. "Of course not." The tree mouse proudly raised his head and chest. With a mouse leading the way, what dangers would he encounter? Su Qing didn't understand what Lucky said, but looking at the little guy's expression, she guessed that it should be relatively smooth. But it still needs to be checked. After a careful inspection, and confirming that the most serious scratch was just a small scratch, Su Qing returned to the topic. Ahem. Su Qing relaxed her eyebrows, and coughed lightly to attract the attention of the 4 little ones. "Today, Ruoshi, Lucky, Washu, and Shui and I went out in 2 teams. No one was injured. Everyone did a good job. Ruoshi is great." Hearing the praise, the white wolf adjusted his posture and squatted on the grass. He even raised one of his front paws and pointed at the air. Su Qing didn't mind the dirtiness. She lowered her head and pressed down the grass underneath, then sat down. She took out today's harvest from the sack one by one, and shared it with the little ones with great interest. She said this, but her hands didn't stop moving. She quickly sorted out the things in the sack. In fact, this was also Su Qing's deliberate action, mainly because spring was approaching, and there were many things to do every day. She spent less time with the little ones, and she would feel lonely and want to talk. So picking a time to tell a story, and stay with the little ones for a while, is not only to maintain their feelings, but also to give Su Qing a chance to talk. And everyone likes it very much. Su Qing smiled as she watched the 4 little ones start to discuss. Generally speaking, when she talks, Lucky and Ruoshi are the best at supporting her, while Wanshu listens quietly and occasionally shouts a few times to support her when Shui talks. When she finishes, it is the turn of the little ones to start sharing. Su Qing looked at everything in front of her with a gentle gaze, although she didn't understand. Squeak. I'm telling you, we collected a lot of treasures today, Wan Shu. The tree mouse was still talking about how wise and powerful he was in commanding, how decisive he was, and finally called Wan Shu to give the treasures they brought back to Su Qing. Wan Shu walked into their room quietly, and came out soon. Hey, is this what you guys collected today, Wan Shu? Su Qing touched Wan Shu and opened the hemp leather bag that was brought to her. It was bulging, and the weight was really not light. It seemed that everyone had a good harvest today. After opening the hemp leather bag, the first thing that appeared in front of her was a round ball. Su Qing reached out and took one out from inside. After touching it, Su Qing realized that this spherical object was not solid, but only had a few thin layers of membrane on the outside, which looked like a ball. Of course, this was also because it was placed in the bag and she blocked the light, so until she took it out and shone the light on the membrane, she could see it clearly. Su Qing pinched the short and thick stem and root system below and turned it around. The central column in the white membrane was firmly fixed, not completely hollow as she thought. If you don't look carefully, who would have thought that this was actually a plant? Pinching here and there in surprise, Su Qing satisfied her curiosity and turned on the light screen to identify it. Firefly likes places with plenty of light and emits light at night, grows in May, 1 petal per month, and starts to glow at night after 5 petals. The more petals there are, the brighter the light is, and it withers in October. It will glow. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she immediately changed her action of pinching the roots to holding them. You know, there are now 7 rooms in the cave, excluding Ruashi and Wanshu's exclusive rooms, but she only has 2 wall lamps. If she wants to use them, she can actually use them, but it's not very convenient. Every time she goes to another room, she has to gather the little guys in one place. The light magic stone is hard to find, Su Qing sighed in her heart. In fact, not only the light magic stone, but every magic stone is hard to find. When she went to the forest, Su Qing also deliberately paid attention to her surroundings, but the result was that she never found anything. After several unsuccessful attempts, she gave up. If there was no particularly obvious abnormality, she would look for it. She couldn't find it at all. And the firefly grass could glow, which was a great thing. Su Qing took out the remaining 2 fireflies and put them aside, determined to plant them later, and never waste them. The light screen said that it likes plenty of sunlight. Then find a place facing the window in the planting room to plant the firefly grass first. Then find a pot. Su Qing licked her lips, and transplant the firefly grass into the pot when the time comes. According to the light screen introduction, it is nothing more than charging during the day and using at night. The bedroom, planting room, and rooms on the 2nd floor all have windows, except for the utility room and the main cave. But it doesn't matter. Moving potted plants is not heavy, and doesn't take much time. Squeak. Look, the mouse said Su Qing likes glowing things. The tree mouse leaned on the bird proudly. Looking at Su Qing's movements and expressions, it is obvious that he cherishes this grass very much. Quack. You are right. The bird nodded. Let me see. With the firefly grass, Su Qing couldn't help but look into the sack with anticipation. A few emerald green plants came into view. Jade acorn saplings. Jade acorn saplings. Jade acorn saplings. Jade acorn saplings. For saplings, all jade acorns. Su Qing turned her head and asked, Lucky, how much do you like jade acorns? The next second, a new question popped up in Su Qing's mind. If all 4 plants are planted, can we plant 4 more in front of the cave entrance? She wanted to plant something else, and she didn't know if the jade acorns would grow as big as those in the forest in the future. If so, should they be separated by a distance to leave some space? Lucky. Su Qing was confused and decided to ask Lucky for his opinion. Can I plant 2 trees in front of my house? I will transplant the other 2 to the waterfall, which is not far from home. The tree mouse, who had been extremely nervous since Su Qing took out the sapling, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was the rat who wanted to plant it, and the rat was afraid that Su Qing would not agree. As for where to plant it, it didn't matter. So the tree rat nodded happily and agreed readily. After reaching a consensus, Su Qing continued to look through the sack. The rest were some fruits, jade acorns, unknown nuts. Shelled or not, hard or soft, in short, very mixed. According to the appearance, he picked out the different ones and identified them. They were all edible fruits. But they were not special. After reading the description on the light screen, Su Qing ignored them. It was dark, and Ruoshi and Wan Shu were the first to leave. Su Qing watched them go hunting. Then Shui took a fruit and flew in the direction where the two wolves disappeared. Shui was really reliable. Su Qing lowered her head to pick up something. Although she didn't know why Shui didn't lead directly with Wan Shu and the others, she always followed because she was worried. Squeak. Sleepy. The tree mouse yawned and quickly climbed up Su Qing's hand to her shoulder. After putting away the 2 sacks, Su Qing rushed home. It was more difficult to collect, and she didn't take out the bag for the small pieces, so it didn't take much time. She walked into the cave, opened the treasure chest, and let Lucky eat something to fill her stomach. She took down the wall lamp in the bedroom and hung it around her waist. Su Qing came out again, picked up the important plants from the bag and headed to the planting room. Facing the window, Su Qing found the place where the magic field number 25 could be exposed to the sun, dug 3 pits, and buried the ink in them. The 3 balls were on the soil, round and cute. Then he turned to the opposite side, found a gap, and buried 4 jade acorn seedlings and the cut cannon fruit in it. It was done. After thinking for a while, Su Qing picked a snow vegetable, a lantern pepper, and a long saw grass picked outside the Baihing forest and planted them. After all, who knows if it will grow there again in the future? Why not try to plant it herself to enrich the variety of materials? There is no need to plant many, just a few plants in each batch. If you want to harvest a lot. Su Qing lowered her eyes, the wall lamp on her waist was emitting light, and she needed 2 things, a planting room and a wood magic stone. Neither of them can be missing. After all, it is really difficult to grow without a wood magic stone. Thinking of the several attempts in the planting room without a wood magic stone, Su Qing shook her head and walked out of the number 1 planting room. Cooking. Chapter 59. Grabbing a handful of dead branches and leaves, Su Qing took out a lighter and lit it. The yellow-brown leaves quickly turned black and rolled up, until the orange flames ignited. She slowly added wood. After more than 3 months through autumn and winter, I dare not say anything else, but she has become very skilled in adding wood to the fire. After sitting and waiting for a while, Su Qing grabbed a handful of jade acorns and threw them into the fire, ready to roast them. Turn on the light screen. At night, the forum is much more lively than during the day. Su Qing randomly clicked on the posts she was interested in and browsed. The cold, material-deficient winter has passed. The surviving humans have begun to try to grow their own crops, rather than passively looking for and collecting them. This also makes the wood magic stone even harder to find. Everyone knows where the wood magic stone will work if it has the word wood, not to mention the person who owns it. For example, Su Qing only collects them, and she will never exchange them unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, this winter has passed, so what about the next time? What about the next time? Will there be a more dangerous version later? Will the previous version change? There are too many questions to know. So since it is really impossible to exchange, Su Qing now focuses on those special plants. It is impossible for her to go to all places, and it is impossible for her to identify all the plants she has seen. She only chooses those plants that look like blue star special. Those plants to identify first. In short, Su Qing herself also feels that there are precious plants that have been missed. So, it's good to trade online. I have plants you haven't seen, and you found that I don't have. It won't make any difference if you exchange one, unless it's very precious. Feeling a little thirsty, Su Qing leaned back and searched through several treasure chests to find the coke that Lin Dong got. Piu. As the lid was unscrewed, a breath of air rushed out. Familiar taste, Su Qing swallowed the coke, closed her eyes, and held back the tears. The die is cast, there is no going back. More than 3 months have passed, and I have to get used to it. Screw the lid back on and put it aside. Su Qing placed the small pot, which was already half full of water, on the fire. After a while, the water began to bubble. The ginger was cut off, and the washed dagger kept cutting through the meat. Su Qing counted to 12 and stopped. The bright red meat rolled in the water and turned white, with a hint of pink. I don't know if it was because of the light. Su Qing took a potato and peeled it neatly, gathering all the garbage on the broad leaves, ready to throw it out later. The potatoes were put into the water. Without oil, they had to be either roasted or boiled. There was still some boiling in the pot, and Su Qing turned her eyes back to the light screen and continued browsing. Suddenly, a red dot appeared at transaction. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. She didn't seem to have any transaction links recently, and she just chatted with them directly. So, some kind of guess came to her mind, and Su Qing suppressed her excitement and clicked transaction. It was Mo Xiao. Ah, the clothes were ready. Su Qing stood up and looked at the light screen with a sparkling look. Mo Xiao. Hello Miss Su, the clothes you ordered from me are ready. When do you think they will be delivered? His fingertips moved quickly on the light screen. Su Qing, it's ready now. The things are ready. Mo Xiao, okay. A white light flashed, and 2 bottles of healing potions disappeared. A soft silk object appeared in her arms. Su Qing lowered her head and stood up to compare. A long-sleeved top and a pair of trousers, the texture was very soft and light. There was no place to put them outside, so Su Qing quickly walked into the bedroom and put the new clothes on the bed. She still had 11 bottles of healing potion made from the silver hair on the forehead of the forest wolf. The main reason was that Mo Xiao did not exchange food or drink, and only special things could impress him. However, Su Qing was not worried. The remaining light magic stone had been given to Wanshu a long time ago. Washu began to grow silver hair in the winter. Ahem, it was actually discovered by Ruashi and pointed out to her. But it grew very slowly. Su Qing finally determined the answer to why the forest wolf had the magical silver hair on its forehead. It was the light magic stone. So there will be more in the future. Su Qing is not too worried, and the vacation that she got recently is also a medicine, although it may not be reliable all the time. And the rainstorm that lasted for several days flashed in her mind. That day was the first time Su Qing saw a flying white wolf. She still remembers the scene of the white wolf emitting white light, although it had no effect on the old wolf at that time. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. She had been thinking about one thing. They all have wings and are all snow white. Is it possible that Ruashi will also emit white light in the future? She is not sure, but she is looking forward to it. Sitting back in front of the fire, steam rises and the air is hot. Su Qing pokes with chopsticks. It can be poked. Adding appropriate amount of cumin and pepper, Su Qing stirs the soup, trying to make the saltiness fill every corner. Plucking a few leaves of snow vegetable and long saw grass, she walked to the planning room in the dark and filled a bowl of water. The water was controlled to fall slowly, and Su Qing rubbed the leaves with one hand, trying to wash them as clean as possible. After washing, Su Qing glanced at the dark sky. Washu, Ruashi and Shui, none of them came back. Closing the door, Su Qing stuffed the vegetable leaves into the small pot. Put the bowl back in place. Continue browsing the light screen. Another red dot appeared. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Who is it? Huh? A familiar name appeared in front of her. Su Qing clicked it, and the other party only said one sentence. Qi Yang, sister, do you want oil? Oil? Su Qing pondered. Did the other party draw oil? Su Qing, did you draw oil? Qi Yang, no sister, you know, I walked outside for a long round, and I found a piece of sand. There was only one kind of plant growing there, taller than me, with many brown fruits growing on it. Qi Yang's words had many typos. Su Qing frowned in confusion, and then she thought of something and quickly widened her eyes in surprise. Wait, it can't be. The next second, the message sent by the other party also verified her guess. Qi Yang, those fruits are full of oil. I definitely didn't smell it wrong. Qi Yang, there are 15 plants in total, sister. Do you want the oil? If you don't want it, I go to the forum to ask if anyone wants it. What a coincidence. Su Qing looked at the bubbling pot. She just talked about the lack of oil here, so she could only cook or grill. But she likes it. Qi Yang first asked her if she wanted to trade, and then the process of negotiation was completed. But Su Qing didn't want the fruit, she wanted a whole plant. Su Qing, can I exchange a whole plant? Finally, Su Qing and Qi Yang reached an agreement. It was also at this time that Su Qing suddenly remembered the tree honey she found today. Oil in the fruit, honey in the tree. It's really magical. I asked Qi Yang and Yang Jin if they wanted tree honey, the kind that only sells one can. Qi Yang tactfully said he didn't need it, but Miss Yang Jin was very interested. Along with the food, Su Qing bought and sleeve arrows from Yang Jin. After asking her acquaintances, Su Qing took a look at the forum and posted. Su Qing, tree honey, not much, 1 bottle per person, bring your own container. If you are interested, you can chat privately, and we will make a deal tomorrow if we agree to it in the evening. The aroma floated into my nose, and Su Qing presented a bowl. The soup was slightly yellow, and the potatoes, meat slices, and vegetable leaves were mixed with yellow, green, and white, which was also quite beautiful. He blew on it, and took a bite. It was a little hot. Squeak. What was Su Qing eating? Without even raising her head, Su Qing waved. Lucky, come here. The tree mouse blinked. It smelled really good. Then he ran to the side and waited obediently. Su Qing took out a plate and put meat slices, potatoes, and vegetable leaves on it. It's a little hot. Eat it slowly, Lucky. A large number of comments quickly popped up under the post. Although there were many comments, at a glance, most of them were just watching the fun. No one has come to the private chat yet. So until now, her order volume is 1. Miss Yangjin is really supportive. Su Qing sighed in her heart and continued to eat with the bowl in her hand. Anyway, it's just a try. And one day the survivors will become rich, and by then, there will surely be more people pursuing delicious food. No rush. Su Qing slurped the soup slowly, and it took more than 3 months. Early in the morning, after counting 6 bottles, Su Qing took other things and took the Ruashi version of the aircraft to Baihang Forest again. Su Qing jumped down and gently put down the sack. This is not yesterday. There is a glass bottle inside. After a night of fermentation, Su Qing's Baihang tree honey has sold 3 orders in total. Whoa. Delicious food. Ruashi hurriedly swallowed her saliva. It still remembered the taste of yesterday. Don't worry, Ruashi. I make a deal first. The dagger cut through the bark, but after a while, a big bag bulged underneath. Skipping Miss Yangjin, Su Qing found the other 2 and sent messages one by one. Miss Yangjin, this is a bundle transaction. The other things are still in the cave, so go back and change them. Su Qing, the tree honey can be traded at any time. Chapter 60. Because we had agreed on a time yesterday, we didn't have to wait long before the message of the 2 people popped up on the screen. Su Qing replied to each of them, "Wait a minute," and lowered her head to prepare to fill the honey. With her fingertips pinching the extremely thin bark, Su Qing lifted it slightly, and held the bottle with her other hand below. After releasing her fingertips, the weight of the big bag was all on her hand. Su Qing lowered her eyes, and looked at it. The bulging bag sank into the bottle mouth because of the weight, forming a semicircle inside. She picked up the dagger and cut a knife at the place where it squeezed into the bottle mouth, and the tree honey flowed out quickly. After a while, the first bottle was filled. Repeating the operation, the 6 bottles were soon filled with white nectar. Turning on the light screen, Su Qing sent the link to the 2 buyers. A white light flashed, and the 2 selected bottles were instantly empty. Correspondingly, Su Qing bent down and picked up the 2 plants on the ground. Glancing at the description that appeared when the transaction was successful, love lip grass. Bright color, juice has a strong sleeping effect. It is said that you can see corpses near the love lip grass because the animals are addicted to it, so they stay by the side every day and refuse to leave. But in fact, it was just that the poor little thing accidentally ate some love lip grass and fell into a coma, and was picked up by other passing animals. Don't underestimate it. 10 milliliters of it will last you a whole day, but if the object is too big, the effect may be greatly reduced. Lip grass. Su Qing raised her left hand. The stem of this plant is thick at the bottom and thin at the top. The color changes from dark green to emerald green, about half the length of an arm. The top is curved, hanging a huge. The shape is so unique, she doesn't know whether it is a flower or a fruit. But the part connected to the stem does show. Lips. Shaped, plump, and bright purple-red. In addition, the rhizome is also dotted with purple-red circular spots of various sizes. It is a very interesting plant. Su Qing put the lip grass into the bag and looked at another one. Compared with a lip grass, it is longer, as long as her arm. The branches and leaves are lush, and a cluster of fruits is crowded on a node on the branch, often with 7 or 8. Su Qing pinched a fruit and looked at it. It is blue, long, and the size of a thumb. Blue bean fruit, sweet and sour taste, promotes digestion. A good after-meal fruit. Su Qing, Ruashi, who was waiting obediently, watched Su Qing fill all the bottles and grabbed 2 plants, completely forgetting about herself, and suddenly acted a little unhappy. Su Qing was breaking open the blue bean fruit and found that the inside was light green and slightly transparent, unlike the outer skin. Ruashi, do you want to try this? As she said, she raised her hand, and the fruit that was broken into 2 sections. Taste. Try this little thing? Ruashi lowered her head, scanned around, and finally found 2 small blue things on Su Qing's fingertips. Can this be eaten? She sniffed forward with some surprise, but there was no taste. It shouldn't taste good, this was Ruashi's first thought. But Su Qing asked if she wanted to try it. The meat before and the honey yesterday were both delicious. What if this is also delicious? 2 thoughts instantly fought in her mind. Ruashi frowned in confusion and stared at the 2 blue fruits seriously. What happened? Su Qing shook her hands, and the giant wolf still stared at her seriously, without any reaction. Open your mouth. The giant wolf opened its mouth obediently. Su Qing stretched out her hand, and put the fruit on her tongue. The blue bean fruit was not big to begin with, and it looked even smaller after she broke it into 2 parts. Try it, it's sweet and sour. If you're not used to it, just eat some tree honey to cover it. Ah. Woo. Accustomed to responding, woo, the things on the tongue are about to fall out. Opening her eyes wide, Ruashi quickly shut up. How is it? Su Qing asked. She was also a little curious. Ruashi blinked her eyes. It seemed that there was no taste, Su Qing. But isn't it a bad idea to do this? Ruashi nodded hesitantly, scratching the ground with her hind legs. It seemed that she didn't like it very much. Su Qing put away the blue bean fruit and filled the 2 empty bottles with tree honey. Come, Ruashi. Walking to the bailing tree that she hadn't crossed, Su Qing smiled. Didn't you taste enough yesterday? Awoo! Su Qing is so nice. No longer entangled, Ruashi shouted happily, and went to eat honey happily. After the little greedy wolf had eaten enough, Su Qing picked some snow vegetables and long saw grass outside the bailing tree and went home. Before flying back to the cave, she planted the 2 newly traded plants in planting room number 4. Under the effect of the wood magic stone, the entire growth cycle of the blue bean fruit is 15 days, while the lip grass needs 20 days. However, the 2 plants in her hand are obviously not seedlings, so after planting, the interval between planting the next batch is not long. After solving the problem of blue bean fruit and lip grass, Su Qing walked into the utility room, sorted out the treasure chest space, and put 5 bottles of tree honey in it. At the same time, Su Qing found Yang Jin, selected the food she sorted out and the tree honey that was not put in, and initiated a link. The white light dissipated, and the sleeve arrow was put into the black bag to wait for the next use, while the iron and copper blocks were moved to the corner and placed together with the metals obtained before. Done. Su Qing patted her palms. It's a pity that the treasure map will not be used again for a few days, otherwise I would have asked Ruashi to take me out. As for the rest of the day, let's clean up the front of the door first. After eating 2 purple balls for lunch, Su Qing grabbed the peel in one hand and took the machete in the other hand and walked out. As the hut upgrades, more and more non-attribute magic stones are needed. The initial upgrade is 1 stone, the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 is 5 stones, the upgrade from level 2 to level 3 is 15 stones, and the upgrade from level 3 to level 4 requires a full 25 non-attribute magic stones. The non-attribute magic stones obtained through random events in the winter were drastically reduced from 28 to 8 after 2 upgrades. The remaining magic stones were obviously not enough to support her to upgrade the hut from level 3 to level 4. Of course, there was no rush to upgrade the hut. First, there was no rush. Finding non-attribute magic stones required seeing anomalies or random events. Second, it was related to the hut itself. Ever since she saw that she could identify the hut on the forum last time, she had been paying attention to this aspect. Initially, it corresponds to in tatters. Level 1 is barely done, level 2 is sheltered from the wind and rain, and when the hut reaches level 3, the description becomes sturdy and durable. Her hut is now at the stage of sturdy and durable. It is sturdy and durable, and Su Qing thinks the hut can last until she collects enough materials for upgrading. Well, including all the rooms open when the hut is upgraded, there are a total of 4 planting rooms in the house, but there are only 2 with magic stones. And due to the height and width issues, the cave is more suitable for growing small plants. Like tall trees, she didn't dare to plant them in the planting room. Jumping down the steps, Su Qing walked to the edge of the wall of Ruashi and Wangshu's room. That's what she thought. First, she had the Fen Synthesis magic book, and now the raw materials of wood and velvet flowers can be obtained continuously. As long as there is enough time, they can always be synthesized. Secondly, Ruashi and Wangshu are now too big. If they stay outside, Su Qing is always worried that other animals will attack them when they sleep at night. So, the outside has to be fenced off. If other animals come in to cause trouble, it will be helpful. Su Qing still remembered that when the fence and the cave were closed, the light screen mentioned that the hut's defense would be increased. I think the fence, as a magical product, should not be that simple. And after the fence was built, she planted trees, flowers and plants inside, and it would become a small garden. Su Qing quickly cleaned up the grass while cutting it. She rested when she was tired, and continued to work when she had rested enough, repeating this process until dusk. She had cleared a large area in front of the cave. Su Qing rubbed her sore arms and leaned on the haystack behind her, planning to continue working tomorrow. She had thought about the future garden. First, she laid a gravel road in the middle, which was both beautiful and neat. She built a simple wooden shed on the other side of the cave entrance, and placed 2 wooden carts to prevent rain or snow from damaging the carts. Then, she left a large piece of land to grow things, either vegetables or flowers, whatever she wanted to grow. Plant 2 jade acorn trees next to Ruashi and Wangshu's room. When she is free, she can make a swing for herself. Su Qing smiled and fantasized about her yard. If she had extra water magic stones, she could even build a small pond to raise fish. Oh my god, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Aww. Su Qing, I'm back. A cheerful cry came from afar. Su Qing raised her eyes, and saw a huge white wolf walking towards her. It's Ruashi. Huh? Su Qing stood up. Wangshu, Shui and Lucky were back too. Aww. Su Qing. Wangshu let go, and gently placed the sack on the ground. Did you bring it back? Squeak. Of course, the rat led the way himself. The tree rat put his hands on his hips, indicating that such a small matter would not go wrong. Opening the sack, Su Qing raised her eyebrows and took out 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 raspberries. She remembered that she only told the little guys to bring plants, but since Wangshu and the others wanted to eat them, Su Qing naturally had no objection. Squeak. That. The tree mouse rubbed his hands. It was thinking about you, Su Qing, who didn't get to eat any. Are you going to eat these 7 raspberries today? Su Qing reached out and grabbed the plant that was pressed on the side. The treasure box can't hold such big raspberries. They may go bad in a few days. Eat them today. Squeak. Then eat them today. The tree mouse nodded, no objection. The roots of the pulled out raspberries were still covered with soil. It can be seen that the leaves are a little wilted after a long time. Anyway, it was just a trial. Su Qing took the machete and walked around the cleared land, and randomly picked a place to plant. Aww! Su Qing is delicious. My sister is right next to me now. Ruashi can't wait to rub Su Qing, touch her mouth with her paws, and want Su Qing to take out the sweet honey. Ruashi is. Su Qing watched the white wolf touch his mouth with his paws, then stopped to look at her, and then continued to touch. Hungry again? No way. Didn't he eat a lot of white nectar in the forest? Wait, tree honey. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, and found that Ruashi was anxious and looked at Wangshu from time to time. Oh, she understood. Could it be that Ruashi wanted to share the tree honey with Wangshu and the others? After a moment of hesitation, Su Qing waved to Ruashi. Ruashi, come with me to get the things I brought back today. Aww! The giant wolf's eyes lit up. It didn't run away. It was indeed because of Bai Heng's tree honey. Chapter 61. Letting Ruashi wait outside the cave, Su Qing took out all 5 bottles of white nectar and put them into a hemp bag. Dagger, purple cone, jade acorn. She picked some fruits and threw them into the bag, and then walked a few steps to the wooden frame she had placed on the wall. The stacked wooden plates made a dull sound of collision as her fingertips moved back and forth. Comparing them left and right, Su Qing not only stuffed the 2 large wooden plates specially made for Wangshu and Ruashi into the bag, but also picked 5 other plates that felt smoother to the touch. Awwa! Su Qing Ruashi came. When she saw Su Qing coming out of the cave, Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she lowered her head to grab the bulging bag. Be careful, the bottle of tree honey can't stand being dropped. Ruashi was willing to help, and Su Qing certainly wouldn't refuse its kindness. She didn't let go until the wolf's mouth held the bag tightly. Awwa! Woo! Ruashi responded vaguely. Although she wanted to fly over and give her sister a taste of the sweet honey, she still obediently shortened her pace after Su Qing's instructions. Walking to Wangshu's side, Su Qing held the sack, and gently put it on the ground after Ruashi let go. 2 large wooden plates were taken out and arranged one by one on the ground. Ouch! What is this? Wangshu tilted his head and raised his paw. The brown wooden plate was larger than the yellow, furry giant paw, but not much. Looking from top to bottom, only the outer circle was exposed. Put the paw down. Su Qing moved Wangshu's paw away. At this time, a circle of plates had been placed on the ground. The previous bowls were too small for you, so I made 2 new ones, although. Su Qing lowered her head to compare the size of the wooden plate and Wangshu, and coughed. Although this one is not very big now, it should be better. Awwa! Thank you, Su Qing. Wangshu rubbed Su Qing, and carefully used his claws to gently push a wooden plate in front of him. Su Qing gave it to me. I like it very much. Wangshu narrowed his eyes happily. Clang! Clang! Ruashi pressed the edge of the wooden plate from time to time, and kept looking at Su Qing with her watery eyes. Su Qing, hurry up, my sister has closed her eyes. You must let her taste it before she goes to bed. Thinking of this, Ruashi pressed the wooden plate twice again. Hint.jpg. After arranging the fruits and other things, Su Qing finally took the bottle from the bag. Ruashi sat down in a flash. The tree mouse glanced over suspiciously. What's going on? Such a big reaction. Do. With a slight sound, a fragrance wafted out. Delicious. This is the first reaction of all animals when they smell it. Ruashi patted her sister excitedly, pointing at the yellow liquid slowly flowing out of the transparent bottle and yelling. Oh, sister, let me tell you, this is the good stuff that Ruashi and Su Qing found in that place. It tastes so good, so sweet. I have been holding it in since yesterday, and finally I can share it with my sister. Ruashi shook her head and talked about the location, the taste, and the great decision that Su Qing and herself decided to bring it back for everyone to eat together. She spoke fluently and non-stop. Su Qing suppressed her smile and quietly acted as her temporary service staff by pouring honey from the white hung tree into the bowls in front of the little guys. Stop laughing, Su Qing. Washu gently raised his tail and swept it across Su Qing's legs, then turned his head back. His sister was still excitedly telling the story. Ruashi is awesome, Washu encouraged her. The white wolf raised his head proudly. Crack. The tree mouse bit open the jade acorn, picked out the flesh with its claws, rolled it in the bright yellow liquid, and stuffed it into its mouth. With bulging cheeks, the tree mouse squinted his eyes happily to taste it. Squeaky and delicious. Crackling. The bird wanted more. Without opening his eyes, the tree mouse felt a peeled fruit, rubbed it on the plate for a few times, and then raised his claws. Soon, a force came, and the claws were empty. Well, since the bird doesn't have convenient hands, the mouse will be kind enough to serve it this time. The tree mouse chewed happily and thought. Su Qing also tried the combination of fruit and tree honey. It was okay. As usual, she opened the light screen. Qi Yang sent her a message a few minutes ago. It was the plant that could produce oil that she talked about yesterday. After eating the fruit in a few bites, Su Qing and the 4 children said something and walked towards the cave. Su Qing, I'm ready to trade now. The next second, Qi Yang's message popped up. Qi Yang, trade now, sister. I give you the oil chestnut. Oh, it's called oil chestnut. Pulling the rope of the wall lamp, soft light came on. Su Qing walked into the utility room with a wall lamp and quickly found the things that had been agreed. The white light came on and then faded away. Su Qing picked up the plant on the ground, and a cool feeling ran up to her fingertips. The wall lamp was set aside. The stem of the oil chestnut is straight, and the outer skin is dark green and very smooth. The thickest part of the stem can barely be closed with one hand, and the diameter is about half the length of the index finger. Every few dozen centimeters, a darker node can be seen. On both sides of the node, branches and leaves extend out. Under the several green stems sandwiched between the leaves, 5 or 6 brown round fruits are squeezed together. Su Qing put aside the leaves and found that the surface of the oil chestnut fruit was uneven, with countless meridians rising and falling. It looks very similar to a walnut, but... Su Qing took her hand back. The skin of the oil chestnut fruit is soft. She moved closer again. A familiar smell was faint. Su Qing sniffed the fingers that had pinched the fruit just now. The same smell. She took off the fruit she had just pinched and looked at it carefully. On the brown wrinkled skin, a drop of clear yellowish liquid trembled slightly. Oil chestnut, like sunlight, and often grows in dry and open places. I can't believe it. Is such a plant really useful? The fruit is unpalatable, and its juice is difficult to clean. You know, even in the desert when food is scarce, few animals will eat it. When the time comes, find a bottle to hold it. Su Qing turned off the light screen, found an empty can to throw the fruit in her hand, and then grabbed the oil chestnut and the wall lamp and walked towards the number 1 planting room. The number 25 magic field was already full, and Su Qing found a place after walking around. Quickly bury the roots of the oil chestnuts and compact the soil to prevent them from falling down. Lack of wood magic stone. Su Qing sighed. It would be nice if there were more random events that could get the magic stone. After finishing all this, Su Qing put all the things outside back into the cave. Then he looked around the light screen for a while and fell asleep. Because the treasure map had not been refreshed yet, and there was nothing else important, Su Qing rarely stayed in bed and didn't get up until noon. Yawning, Su Qing looked around and there was no trace of Shui and Lucky in the cave. After a simple breakfast, Su Qing stretched and decided to try the old soap-making method she bought last night. Of course, because the time interval between the steps is relatively long, she is determined not to finish it immediately today, so she will use the rest of the time to weed and adjust her garden. If you ask the person who posted a thread on the forum selling the old soap-making method, he will give you several options. The cheapest is to just buy the method, which can be exchanged for a few fruits or a small amount of food, but if you buy it together with the ingredients, you will need a lot of things to exchange it. In fact, finished soaps are also sold there, but Su Qing thought about it and chose to pay for knowledge. After all, she can make it in the future. According to the old soap-making method, making soap requires shells, straw and lard, that is, quicklime, wood ash and oil. Su Qing definitely doesn't have lard. In fact, the person who said he didn't have it either, so he used other oils instead. And now she already has the most difficult oil, and she can also get wood ash. The remaining shells. Su Qing reached out and scooped up a handful of shells stacked on the wooden table. They were all small scallops, white in color, occasionally with a light purple, which was very beautiful. I opened the light screen and found the chat record last night. To make soap, first, you need to put the shells in the charcoal fire. Su Qing lit the fire quickly, adding firewood and leaves until the wood inside completely turned into black charcoal, covered with a layer of almost transparent flames. At this time, she threw the shells in according to the other party's instructions. Crackle. There was a sound, and the originally white and beautiful shells gradually turned yellow. Until they were all yellow when turned over, Su Qing completely extinguished the fire and picked out the shells one by one with 2 wooden sticks. Then he took out a wooden bowl dug deep in the ground, crushed it with a stone, and pounded it into a gray powder. After a long time, the powder in the wooden bowl was fine, with only a few large particles occasionally. This was the quicklime she wanted. Su Qing looked up and continued to look at the light screen. Next, she had to get the ash. This was much easier. After cleaning up the charcoal and other things, Su Qing took out the golden straw in the corner and then lit it with a lighter. Sparks spread rapidly. Soon, the grass stalks turned black. Su Qing didn't mind the dirt and put the wood ash into the basin. According to the other party, wood ash can provide alkaline substances for soap and promote saponification reaction. Slowly pour water into the basin and stir it with a wooden stick. The next step is to filter the alkaline water with gauze. Su Qing blinked her eyes. She didn't have gauze. Maybe a coat can be used as a substitute. It's also made of gauze. Quickly taking out the coat, Su Qing took out another basin. The basin was made of wood, but strangely, the surface was extremely smooth and evenly symmetrical on both sides, and it didn't look like it was made by humans. Anyway, she guessed that the seller got the synthetic magic book of the wooden basin. But it didn't matter to her. She bought, and the other party sold. As long as the transaction was successful, it was fine. Cover the empty wooden basin with a coat, and then Su Qing carefully poured it down. The filtered alkaline water was very black. Su Qing poured in shell powder, stirred it evenly, and filtered it again. Then, Su Qing threw the coat into another basin and let it stand overnight. Okay, then I find a corner to put it. Boil oil. Oh, I don't need this. I have it ready. There is still a small amount of salt for backup. I changed it yesterday. Alas, I have to wait a day before I can continue. Then add oil and salt tomorrow. Stir evenly until it becomes a grayish-white sticky paste, then pour it into a container to set, leave it for 3 days, and cut it into pieces. Su Qing clapped her hands. So, the steps that can be done today are finished, then continue to work on the land in front of her cave. Just right, after the soap is made, the garden is preliminarily cleaned up, and the opportunity to use the treasure map should be reset. She can set out to find other materials for the shotgun and bullets. Chapter 62. After removing all the grass from the circled area, the first step of the garden construction task was almost completed. 2 wooden carts were placed on the other side of the cave entrance. After Su Qing cleared the weeds, she used a machete to draw a circle on the ground to clear the space for the wooden shed in advance. The next day, Su Qing marked out a large piece of land in front of the wooden shed and designated it as a vegetable garden. In the case of the scarcity of wood magic stones, she also had to find other ways to grow crops. After browsing a lot of forums, coupled with her childhood memories of her grandmother's farming, Su Qing roughly understood what she should do. First, loosen the soil of the land you had marked out. Then Su Qing planned to carry out the step of adding base fertilizer. From the forum, She learned that base fertilizer is organic matter, including organic fertilizer, decomposed compost and manure. Although she didn't quite understand it after reading it, she felt that she understood the word. Decomposed? Alas, decomposed, the dead branches and leaves that rot in nature. Su Qing, I understand. Other things are hard to find, but leaves and branches are so easy to find in the wild. After spending some time, Su Qing easily brought back a pile of dried leaves, straw and branches. The machete chopped and chopped, mixing the brown and green materials by feel, and then covered the materials layer by layer with soil, compacted, and then covered with a thick layer of soil. With the experimental idea of completely abandoning the magic stone planting, Su Qing piled 5 rows in the vegetable garden. Each row looked like an extended pyramid, with tilted sides, clearly distinguished from the ground. After finishing the vegetable plot, Su Qing turned around and walked to the side of the randomly buried raspberries. Of the 5 raspberries she brought back, only 3 were still standing firmly on the ground, and the remaining 2 were bent and lying on the ground, with yellowed branches and leaves, obviously dead. Carefully digging out the soil, Su Qing planted the 3 living raspberries in the first row of the vegetable plot. Alas! Speaking of raspberries, Su Qing suddenly remembered that she seemed to have planted 2 in magic field number 25 before. Entering planting room number 1, she saw that there were indeed 2 very healthy raspberries planted. The light screen showed that 6 days had passed in the 20-day growth cycle. I remember that when she brought them back, she only kept the root section, but now the 2 raspberries have grown to be almost as tall as her. New buds have sprouted on the stems, and under the influence of the wood magic stone, they will soon grow green leaves and produce fruits. After all, the growth cycle shown is 20 days. They dug out the soil together, and because the magic field indoors was not very deep, the raspberry roots were densely entangled, which looked a bit scary. After planting the 2 raspberries in the first row of the vegetable garden, Su Qing hurriedly brought soil from under the waterfall back to fill the magic field. In one day, Su Qing's vegetable garden was freshly baked. 5 raspberries were planted in the first row. Thinking of the magnificent landscape of raspberries in the forest, she also thoughtfully knocked long wooden sticks on both sides for climbing. The second row was planted with snow vegetables, bell peppers, and long sawgrass that she found outside the white hung tree forest. After all, these things are not very important, but they are also vegetarian dishes, so it is a bit wasteful to use wood magic stones, but it is just right to plant them outside. In the third row, Su Qing transplanted 4 purple cones that were growing vigorously under the waterfall. Speaking of which, the purple cones in the cave and under the waterfall are now completely different in size. To use a metaphor, one is a fist and the other is a basketball. This also made Su Qing more certain that there must be something outside that day that caused the enlargement. The covered things will not change, just like the plants she planted in the cave. If she took them back to the same kind outside, the difference between them was like that between a giant and a child. For the 4th row, Su Qing plans to go to the cotton field tomorrow and dig up a few cotton plants. If there is any emergency in the future, they can be used for emergency. For the last row, after struggling, Su Qing transplanted the water bamboos beside the waterfall. Yes, the water bamboos naturally became much larger. But she made such a decision considering the problem of water source. Autumn, winter. She should be in spring at this time, and the next season will be summer. Su Qing dare not say that her guess is 100% correct, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Summer is originally a hot weather. What if it is really extremely hot? Can the water source really stay dry under extremely hot conditions? She didn't know, and no one would know. So all Su Qing could do was to make a bold guess, and try to make up for her shortcomings. If the water source really dried up at that time, the collected water soap could help her live longer. In the evening, Su Qing took out the soap that was not finished yesterday, added oil and salt to the basin that had been standing for a day, and stirred it evenly until the basin was full of gray-white sticky paste. Su Qing skipped the step of pouring the utensils, covered the basin with a wooden board and put it back in the corner. There were not many containers for things, so there was no need to take them out to shape them for the sake of beauty. It was troublesome. When it's solidified, just dig a piece when you need it. On the 3rd day, go to the white cotton field and bring back a lot of white cotton and 5 white cotton plants. Finally, the treasure map can be used again. Su Qing got up excitedly early in the morning, took a lot of things, and then went out to find Ruashi. Ruashi, are you ready? Opening the door, the snow-white giant wolf squatted in front of the door. Awoo. Su Qing is ready, Ruashi nodded, and she was already looking forward to what she would find today. Have you had breakfast? Su Qing took out a fist-sized purple cone from her pocket to fill her stomach, threw the peel into the vegetable garden, and asked, "If you haven't eaten, Ruoshi, go fill your stomach first and then we set off." Ruoshi nodded proudly. It has already thought of this. Woo! Yesterday, Su Qing told it that she was going out, and she went out to eat early today. Okay. Okay, let's go. Su Qing climbed up neatly and handed the wood extractor to the tree mouse, who ran over. Lucky, transport 2 trucks of wood today, just like before. Holding the cold cylinder, the tree mouse's body sank, but soon regained its balance. Squeak! Squeak! Su Qing went with peace of mind. Leave everything to the mouse. Then, Lucky, Washu and Shui, see you in the evening. Su Qing smiled and waved goodbye to the 3 little ones. Su Qing had gradually adapted to the process of flying into the sky. After stabilizing herself, she quickly took out the treasure map. But she did not use it. Instead, she clicked on the red dot and asked Ruoshi to move towards the Baihing tree forest. If she remembered correctly, the location of the red dot was not far from the 5-kilometer boundary of the cabin. In order to expand the search range of the treasure map this time, she had to go to a location 10 kilometers away from the cabin to avoid overlapping search ranges. Gradually, the arrow gradually overlapped with the red dot. Keep flying. Su Qing said, Ruoshi, we are going to go further today. If we get there, I will stop you. Woo, woo. Ruoshi's response was blown to pieces by the wind. Su Qing lay on the wolf's back, lowered her head slightly, and looked down. Besides the dizziness, there was also an inexplicable palpitation. She was still a little scared. But after adapting, Su Qing stared at the ground moving backwards in a daze. The woods, the river, the plains in the woods, the lake, the brown giant sleeping on the rocks in the open area, the huge group of butterflies dancing in colorful colors. All kinds of strange plants and animals passed by one. It was really dangerous. Su Qing looked away with lingering fear, still thinking about the giant animal in her mind. Fortunately, it was far away from the cabin, and the flying animals should not be able to reach it for a while. However, she had to synthesize the hunting rifle as soon as possible. Only then could she feel at ease. I don't know how long they flew, but the arrow representing them on the map has exceeded the red light spot. Okay, Ruoshi, Su Qing gestured, and now the arrow is about 2 red dots away from the cabin. Let's find a place to land. Ah, woo. Okay, Su Qing. Responding subconsciously, a cool breeze blew into her mouth. Ruoshi quickly closed her mouth and concentrated on finding a landing point. They landed on an open plain. The vegetation was sparse, and everywhere was reddish-brown land. Su Qing stood up, her eyebrows slightly frowned. She saw, in the distance, a mountain towering into the clouds. Holding the treasure map, Su Qing drove away irrelevant reverie and began to concentrate on pure carbon. On the golden paper, around the blue arrow, red dots of different sizes appeared. Su Qing's eyes lit up. There was pure carbon nearby. Without hesitation, she clicked on the largest red dot. The screen popped up. Do you want to keep the resources here and mark them permanently, yes or no? Click. Yes. The other dots gradually dissipated, leaving only this red dot near the arrow. Ruoshi. Su Qing patted the white wolf, who was looking around. Let's go. Fly forward a distance. Ouch. Okay, Su Qing. Ruoshi retracted her gaze at the new place and flapped her wings to fly. On the map, the red light spot she kept was in front of the arrow and did not overlap. While paying attention to the surroundings, she stared at the treasure map. When the arrow and the red light spot overlapped, Su Qing and Ruoshi came to a river. Su Qing jumped down with a sack in her hand. The river was turbulent, rushing downstream, but the water was very clear. Where would the pure carbon be? Su Qing walked slowly downstream. The last time the cannon fruit was outside the Baihing forest, it was discovered by accident. Where should she go to find pure carbon this time? As she walked, the water flowed slowly, and the riverbanks on both sides were uneven. She also saw many piles of stones, mostly red and gray. She picked up a stone to identify. When she saw the words on the screen, Su Qing widened her eyes in surprise. A palm-sized piece of black volcanic rock, formed by a volcanic eruption. How did you come to such a dangerous place? Oh wait. Fortunately this black volcanic rock is very old, probably, well, anyway, there are tens of millions of them that you can't compare to. You should understand what this means, right? You are lucky, there is a long-extinguished extinct volcano nearby. Volcano? Su Qing murmured, and cast her eyes on the towering mountain beside her in confusion. Extinct volcano? Chapter 63. Awa? What's the rage? Ruashi made a short sound, but Su Qing seemed to be absorbed in something and did not respond. Awa? Su Qing, push Su Qing. Ruashi stretched out the tone to act coquettishly. Take care of it, Ruashi. I'm sorry. Su Qing lowered her eyebrows and apologized to Ruashi, who was ignored. I was really too scared. What are you afraid of, Awa? Ruashi will protect Su Qing. Ruashi stopped and tilted her head curiously. Su Qing raised her hands and hugged the giant wolf's neck, burying herself in the fluffy, soft fur. Ruashi, do you know about volcanoes? When a volcano erupts, it will spew out magma and volcanic ash. These can easily destroy and fill our home. Will it destroy the homes of Ruashi's sister, Lucky, Shui, and Su Qing? Ruashi's eyes widened. She had never expected that this volcano would be so terrible. The giant wolf bared its teeth ferociously and looked around. Where is that volcano? Let Ruashi fight it first. See if it dares to destroy Ruashi's home. As soon as she saw Ruashi's expression, Su Qing knew that the little guy had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, Okay, volcanoes are not animals, but... Ruashi, you can think of it as a natural disaster, the kind that cannot be resisted and can only be avoided. What? Ruashi blinked her eyes after hearing the new word. Natural disaster? Can only be avoided? Yes. Su Qing gently patted the white wolf and walked towards the mountain. Just like a cold wave, we have no way to prevent it from coming, so we can only find other ways to avoid the cold, and volcanoes are like that. Well, Ruashi moved her tail unhappily and followed Su Qing. If a natural disaster comes, Ruashi will take Su Qing and her sister to run together. But don't worry, this volcano is a dead volcano. It shouldn't have any impact on us. Seeing the white wolf visibly silent and depressed, Su Qing encouraged. Ruashi rubbed Su Qing in response. During the conversation, they had unknowingly walked to the foot of the mountain. Sparse green plants grew in clusters on the mountain walls, forming a great contrast with the exposed reddish-brown cross-section. A large number of rocks were piled on the ground, gathering into two torrents that spread out from the dark cave. Su Qing walked to the front of the cave of this extinct volcano. She stepped on the rising steps and stood at the entrance of the cave to look inside. The spring sunshine was warm, but it was not enough to illuminate the deep cave on the mountain. She could only peek at the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave was not spacious, and it seemed that it could only accommodate two people. Around the entrance of the cave, the reddish-brown cave wall was bumpy, as if something was originally inlaid. Su Qing moved her body, looked around in the sunlight, and then pointed her finger at a place. It was a silver-gray sharp corner, which flickered when the light shone on it. The wet soil stuck to her hands, but she didn't care about it, and continued to dig at the exposed sharp corner. Gradually, the sharp corner revealed more parts buried under the soil. This is a stone. Or a piece of ore. Su Qing took a deep breath and took out a cylinder from the hemp bag, a metal extractor. She was sure in her heart, after all, the iron block she exchanged from Miss Yangjin was of this color. Iron block, silver gray ore, an important material for many magic books. Sure enough, Su Qing pulled the iron block that fell on the ground to her feet, her eyes scorching as she swept from the bumpy cave wall to the pile of stones outside. She also had a guess about the cave at the foot of the mountain. It was a mine. Correspondingly, there was a reasonable explanation for why the red dot on the treasure map was the largest and brightest. After all, it was a mine, with ore veins, so it was reasonable to find a large amount of pure carbon. Even the white crystal needed for the wall lamp might be found here. But she didn't bring the wall lamp today, so she didn't dare go deeper into the cave. Su Qing looked at the dark depths and decided to look for pure carbon on the periphery, and also look for another missing material, pyrite. Well, they are all ores. What if there is pyrite here? Anyway, it's just a matter of looking for it. Just take a closer look at the light screen. The metal extractor kept moving, and Su Qing looked at the constantly refreshing light screen, frowning with some disappointment. Iron block. Iron block. Silver block. Iron block. Copper block. A large number of iron blocks and copper blocks filled the screen, and occasionally one could see rare. Silver block. Gold block. Mixed in. Putting the silver and gold blocks into the sack, Su Qing slowly moved her eyes to the mine. Is it really only inside? Should we extract all the stones outside and identify them first, or should we make a quick decision and go back to get the wall lamp and go into the mine? Su Qing looked up at the sky. The sun was shining, and the sky was clear. The sun was hanging high overhead, looking neutral. Looking down, her shadow gathered into a round shadow and shrank at her feet. If it was Blue Star, It should be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-Ching's fingertips unconsciously tapped her thigh. Awoo! Su-Ching, another piece. Ruashi moved the ore at her feet and shouted excitedly. After all, Su-Ching had just taken a lot of this color and put it in the bag, so she must like it very much. Su-Ching looked over and saw that the golden ore was extracted and became square, standing up at the feet of the snow-white wolf and falling to the ground. It's a gold nugget. Awoo! Su-Ching gives it to you. Seeing Su-Ching looking over, Ruashi kicked the gold nugget. Unfortunately, the gold nugget was square in shape. After receiving the force, it flipped over and hit the ground with a bang, and it couldn't roll up at all. Ruashi tilted her head, a little confused. Su-Ching was amused by the cute look of the white wolf, so she didn't hesitate and went to pick up the gold nugget. Thank you, Ruashi. Awoo was praised. Hee. Ruashi shook her head left and right, and jumped happily on the spot. Pursing her lips, hiding the smile at the corner of her mouth, Su-Ching lowered her head and walked to the pile of stones that had not been extracted to continue. In fact, although these ore piles lead straight to the mountain, not every big rock can be used to extract ore. Many boulders look big and colorful, but they do not react after being selected by the metal extractor, and no ore can be extracted at all. Iron block. Copper block. Pure carbon. Su-Ching, surprise, finally found it. He took a step forward and picked up the pure carbon that he had finally found. The extracted pure carbon was only the size of a palm, much smaller than the iron block and the copper block. She carefully looked at the pure carbon in her palm. From the side, it was diamond-shaped, white, transparent, and like a chubby shuttle. Putting the pure carbon she found into a hemp bag, Su-Ching was encouraged by the first piece and had more confidence in the next search. Not only pure carbon, Su-Ching also found pyrite. Compared with the beautiful pure carbon, pyrite is much darker. The extracted pyrite is square and dark gold. Only when it is rotated in the sun can the slightly shiny surface be seen. She found the pyrite by walking along the pile of stones to the side of the mountain. At that time, the dark golden square was naturally integrated into the huge yellow stone, and she didn't notice it at all. If Ruashi hadn't kicked a corner of the stone, and the cube-shaped pyrite was exposed, she might have to wait a long time to find it. Thanking Ruashi, Su-Ching quickly glanced at the giant wolf looking around, and a smile appeared in her eyes. The light gradually dimmed. Su-Ching was counting today's harvest: 5 pieces of pure carbon, 3 pieces of pyrite, 4 silver pieces, and 5 gold pieces. As for why they didn't put some iron and copper in it, because the sack couldn't hold any more. Ruashi. Su-Ching waved. The giant wolf ran over and squatted beside him. Try to see if it's heavy, Su-Ching said as she quietly lifted it. Her face twisted instantly. She couldn't lift it. Ouch. Okay, Su-Ching. Ruashi opened her mouth and carefully held the bag. But she lifted it, but... Su-Ching watched the bulging bag slowly slip out of Ruashi's mouth and finally fall to the ground. Ruashi opened her mouth. Su-Ching. Ruashi didn't mean it. Touching Ruashi's head, Su-Ching opened the bag and took out a silver nugget. Try again. It's okay, we take it slowly. Awoo. Su-Ching is so nice. Su-Ching didn't blame it. Ruashi rubbed Su-Ching with tears in her eyes. After repeating the experiment, Ruashi could lift a hemp bag containing 5 pieces of pure carbon, 3 pieces of pyrite, 2 pieces of silver, and 1 piece of gold. If she put it down again, the bag would slide down uncontrollably. She put the remaining metal blocks that were extracted to the edge of the mine. After packing up everything, Su-Ching climbed onto the giant wolf's back. Ruashi, let's go home. Ah. Woo. Biting the sack tightly, Ruashi responded vaguely. With her wings flapping, she flew into the sky skillfully. The arrow on the treasure map led the way ahead. Su-Ching hugged Ruashi tightly. After finding the remaining synthetic materials, she felt much more relaxed. However, Su-Ching recalled the mine, and doubts came to her mind. You know, the edge of the mine she saw during the day was full of pits and holes on the wall, which looked like the original or had been dug away. But the letter said at the beginning that it was a single player, and no one has found a second person in the same world until now. Could it be that there are survivors ahead of them? Ha ha ha. Su-Ching was silent. Actually, it is not impossible. Squeak. Su-Ching is back. Ha ha. Don't run away early. While she was thinking about all sorts of things, a familiar voice suddenly came from afar. Gradually, Ruashi brought her to the ground. The yellow giant wolf, the tree mouse, and the white bird all surrounded her. Washu licked her, and then licked Ruashi. Lucky seemed to have seen something, and this time he was not curious about what was in the bag, but jumped into her arms first and rubbed her chin with his head. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and got out of her unreasonable thoughts. Touching the snow on her shoulders, patting the tree mouse in her arms, and finally comforting Wan Shu, who was looking at her worriedly. "I'm fine, I just thought of something." Su Qing tapped the tree mouse's nose. "Have you completed your mission today?" "Huh, I'm glad you're fine." Squeak. The tree mouse breathed a sigh of relief, and when he saw Su Qing asking, he immediately patted his chest proudly. Squeak. "Of course, with the mouse leading us, how could we not complete it? Okay, we have reached the edge of a volcano today, the kind that spews fire." "What? Isn't that dangerous?" "Oh, Washu, don't worry, it's a dead volcano." "Ruashi, take the bag with you." "What? Okay, Su Qing, Ruashi is here." "Well, where were we talking about?" "Yes, we also found a mine with a lot of ores." Chapter 64. "Okay, Ruashi, give it to me." They walked all the way to the cave, and today's story was just finished. Ruashi nodded, and lowered her head, until the bottom of the bag touched the ground before she opened her mouth. "Great." After the usual praise, Su Qing separated from the little ones, and went into the utility room. 15 iron blocks, 9 copper blocks, 5 wood blocks, 4 pure charcoal blocks, and 5 cannon fruits. It was exactly the number of materials written in the hunting rifle synthesis magic book. It took about 2 months from the time Winter got the magic book and treasure map to the time he finished collecting them. "Finally, I can synthesize a shotgun." Su Qing clenched her fists. Ever since she fired the last bullet in the old shotgun she exchanged with Miss Yangjin, she has been feeling a little uneasy. After all, in this world of the end of the world, having a long-range weapon, like a gun in hand, really increases your sense of security. Besides, after synthesizing a shotgun, it will be safer to enter the mine to explore next. At the same time, she contacted the magic book and materials, and started to synthesize the shotgun. In the white light, Su Qing was like an outsider, watching herself making a gun with her bare hands. With her fingertips, the iron and copper blocks deformed like plasticine. She didn't really understand it anyway. After a while, the shape of the gun gradually took shape in her hands. "Hand, did you see it? Just like that, this way and then that way, the gun was obtained." "Brain, although I saw the whole process, I couldn't do it." "Hand, I'm a novice." "Brain, question mark. Come on, do it again after you finish." The light dissipated. Su Qing looked at the newly synthesized hunting rifle, and compared it with the old hunting rifle she had exchanged for before. The gun in her hand was mainly silver, with a slender barrel and small golden patterns on it. It looked quite fancy, and very beautiful. After scanning up and down, left and right, Su Qing found the thing she cared about most on the left side of the handle, which was a circular pattern. With her index finger pressed, the familiar blue light jumped onto the wall. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the synthetic shotgun had the same light spot assistance function as the old shotgun. Otherwise, she, an ordinary person who had never practiced with a gun, would not be able to aim with her eyes alone. Click on the light screen to initiate the appraisal. The description of the shotgun pops up. "Shotgun, solid and durable. A very cool weapon. I like it a little." No more. Su Qing opened her mouth, a little disappointed. After all, the old shotgun exchanged from Miss Yangjin also comes with the one shot and penetrate effect. Even if it is a probability trigger, it is better to have a special effect than nothing. After synthesizing the shotgun, Su Qing took out another cannon fruit, a piece of pyrite, and a piece of iron. According to the magic book, these 3 materials can be synthesized into 3 bullets. Another exciting synthesis, the white light dissipated, and Su Qing picked up the bullet in her palm. Unlike the shotgun, which was mainly silver and gold, the bullet was golden in color, with a circle of small silver rings in the center, which was reversed. Identifying the bullet, as expected, there was no special effect. It seems that there are differences between shotguns. 6 more bullets were synthesized. Su Qing packed up her things, and walked out of the utility room with a shotgun and 9 bullets. Since then, there are only 2 cannon fruits left, only 1 piece of pure carbon brought back today, and all the pyrite is used up. The materials are scarce again. Putting the shotgun and bullets on the wooden table, Su Qing lit a fire and decided to make a simple dinner today. Squeak. Su Qing mouse took some fruit to eat. The tree mouse pulled out its tail, turned around and found Su Qing making a fire, and quickly waved its claws and pointed in the direction of the utility room. "What's wrong with Lucky? Do you need my help?" Following the little guy's claws, the utility room came into view. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, smiled knowingly, and asked back. The tree mouse shook his head. The mouse just took a few fruits, and there was no need for Su Qing's help. Okay, then Lucky, go by yourself. Since Lucky said that she didn't need help, she naturally believed it. Su Qing retracted her gaze, and continued to stare at the light screen. Su Qing, I found a cave today. The cave wall at the entrance and exit is bumpy. It can be seen that there were stones. The strange thing is that those traces do not look like they fell off naturally, but more like they were pried away by humans. After thinking it over, Su Qing shared the mind scene she saw during the day and her doubts. Lin Kun, ? Oh my god, isn't it a single player? Xiao Wu, yes. Could it be that the light inside is not good and you saw it wrong? There have been many collisions between animals, but no one has yet discovered that other people are in the same world. Yu Yang, is it possible that it is because everyone is too far away? Lin Kun, hush, shut up. Wrong? Su Qing shook her head slightly. She could still see the cave entrance clearly, so she was not mistaken. After thinking for a while, he typed another line of words. Su Qing, the entrance of the cave can still be seen clearly. I don't doubt whether it is standalone or not. At least no one has found other survivors near us, right? Su Qing, my idea is it possible that we are not the first owner of the cabin? Xiao Wu, ? Lin Kun, ? A row of question marks. Su Qing touched her nose. Is her idea strange? He Luan, his. A little scary. It means that a group of people have come in before we knew it? No one in the forum has said anything about it. Besides, if a large number of people are missing, the authorities will definitely find out, right? Yangxin, there is another possibility. There are more survivors from our blue planet in Doomsday. Xiao Wu, shock. Lin Kun, shock. Another row of exclamation marks. Yangxin, indeed, don't you feel it? For example, describing some items that are used up. Xiao Yi, I thought Doomsday was deliberately stingy. There are only so many things. Hee. Yangxin, compared to the possibility that there are other survivors around our cabin, I hope that another possibility is true. How good it is to be alone. Su Qing nodded. It is indeed good to be alone. If there are really other survivors nearby, it will be annoying to deal with them. After all, you can't choose the people around you, you can only passively accept them. Who can say that the neighbors will never feel disgusted? In the Doomsday without laws, there is almost no one who can be trusted unconditionally except relatives and friends. At least she thinks so. Wu Lin, standalone should be true, but whether there are the previous group of people on Blue Star or other worlds, I can't be sure. Maybe Doomsday deliberately set it up like this in pursuit of truth. Su Qing held her chin and browsed. Some people thought she was right, and some thought that standalone was fake. Everyone has their own opinions. Forget it. Let's go to bed early and explore the mine tomorrow. Maybe there will be more clues in it. Quack. Good night, Su Qing. Bird nodded, with a tree rat lying on his back, and walked towards the bedroom. Lucky is asleep? Su Qing lowered her voice deliberately, as she looked at the tree mouse's big tail hanging on the ground. The bird continued to nod, and was about to send it to the room to sleep. It's not easy for you to fly with Lucky on your back, so put Lucky on the mat that Wanshu and Ruashi had put before. The tree hole is still a little far from the ground, Su Qing instructed. Gaga bird thought so too. Seeing that Su Qing had finished speaking, the bird took a step, and continued to move towards the bedroom. He poked the charred potatoes in the fire with a dagger, and they were already soft. So Su Qing pulled out the potatoes, blowing on them while biting them. Maybe when she has some free time, she can let Ruashi carry her around. No. Su Qing's eyebrows moved. She could let Xue fly around. You know, the gap between humans and animals is still a bit big. Thinking of this, Su Qing's eyebrows relaxed. In this way, the doubt about whether there are other survivors around will be solved, right? After eating, go to sleep, explore the mine tomorrow, and see if there are any good things. So can I ask for help today? Su Qing got up early to intercept Xue who was going out, and said her request, looking at the white bird with some trepidation. Huh? Looking for other creatures similar to Su Qing, the bird tilted its head and looked at Su Qing. Tall, thin, with soft and warm skin, without hair. The bird blinked, and the bird had remembered it. Squeak, squeak. Stupid bird. Su Qing must be missing her tribe. The tree mouse, who was awakened by the noise, listened for a while and couldn't help but interrupt. But soon, a trace of worry appeared in the eyes of the tree mouse. If Su Qing is found, will she go back? Can you? After a long time without a response, Su Qing asked again. The bird nodded, spread its wings, and patted its chest. Don't worry, Su Qing will take care of the bird. Just go around the hut, Su Qing added. She just needs to make sure there are no other survivors nearby. If there are particularly large animals, you can also come back. The 3 words "say to me" were stuck in her throat. Su Qing paused. Damn, she couldn't understand what Shui said. Talk to Washu and Ruashi, and tell them not to go there again. Quack. Okay. The bird recalled that it had never seen a creature like Su Qing in the forest. But since Su Qing wanted to confirm it again, the bird would fly around. Squeak. Take me with you. Seeing Su Qing leave the bedroom, the tree mouse ran to the side of the white bird. Quack. You accompany Wanshu. The bird refused the tree mouse's request. Yes, 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 squeak. The tree mouse sighed. Squeak. Then you should come back earlier. The white bird nodded in agreement. Su Qing packed up everything and called Ruashi, who had filled her stomach, and was waiting outside. They rushed to the extinct volcano again. After landing smoothly, Su Qing grabbed the rope across her chest, and moved the hunting rifle that was originally on her back to the front. For safety reasons, when she set off, she tied the hunting rifle with a rope and hung it diagonally on her body, like a shoulder bag. Ouch! Su Qing and Ruashi couldn't get in. Ruashi cried out pitifully when her chin hit the mountain. Su Qing took out a rope and a wall lamp from the sack and hung the wall lamp around her waist. Hearing the voice, she raised her head. Ruashi, wait for me outside. Instantly, Balang lowered his head unhappily. Damn it, Ruashi can't go in with Su Qing. Ruashi, can you help me pick out the ore? Su Qing lowered her voice and decided to divert Ruashi's attention. I haven't carefully selected many of the ores I extracted yesterday. Please, Ruashi, help me sort the ores by color and shape, okay? Awuh! Leave it to Ruashi. Ruashi raised her head and chest and promised to complete Su Qing's task. So cute. Su Qing curved her eyes and turned to enter the mine. Will she find anything else in the mine? Chapter 65. The mine was much cooler than she thought. Su Qing shook her body and could not help but hug her arms. The wall lamp hanging on her waist swayed with her movements, and the light around her also swayed. However, the wall lamp was a magical product, so Su Qing's vision was always bright. The mine tunnel was not narrow, but it was not spacious either. As long as she stretched out her hand, she could touch the cave wall. How to say it? Su Qing's eyes swept across the pitted cave walls on both sides. She had walked for a distance, about 5 or 6 minutes, but the walls on both sides were still covered with large and small pits, and the ore inside had undoubtedly been dug out. Huh? After walking a little further, Su Qing was surprised and frowned slightly at the fork in the road ahead. Slightly speeding up, Su Qing walked to the fork in the road and looked around with the light from the wall lamp. In her sight, the mine tunnel on the left became narrower and narrower, sinking straight into the darkness in the distance. However, the good news is that there are fewer holes on the cave wall. With just a casual glance, she saw several exposed ores. Moving her eyes to the mine cave on the right, it was also only wide enough for one person to pass through, but after only a few meters, the mine tunnel turned a corner and led to an unknown place. It seems that it would be better to choose the left side. Su Qing rolled her eyes and chose the mine tunnel on the left. As she saw at the fork in the road, the mine tunnel became narrower and narrower. At the end, even if you walk normally without paying attention, your arms will bump into the protruding ore. When dodging, the clothes will inevitably be stained with wet mud. Su Qing sighed. It was uncomfortable. Continued to move forward in silence. Suddenly, Su Qing stopped. There was no other reason. A few steps away from her, the road was cut off, and it was a cliff. No. It can't be considered a cliff. When Su Qing walked to the edge of the cliff, her vision suddenly became clear. There was actually a very wide lowland below. The steep and inclined broken surface connected the upper and lower parts. Su Qing looked around and found a way down on the right-hand side. Several oval pits were arranged on the slope like stairs. She stepped out with her right foot until she stepped firmly on it. Then Su Qing held the machete inserted into the soil tightly and carefully reached the next pit. Slowly moving to the ground in a big shape, Su Qing put the hunting rifle back to the front and looked around vigilantly. It was just as she looked closely that Su Qing's eyes widened. Ore. Countless piles of ore. She trotted to the nearest pile of ore and picked up a golden stone to identify it. Gold nugget. Su Qing tightened her grip on the gold nugget and looked at the surrounding piles of ore that were clearly divided. In the places illuminated by the light, the colors of all the stone piles were similar, and their shapes were almost the same. She didn't quite believe that they were originally like this. Perhaps she could look for any traces of people nearby. Having made up her mind, Su Qing grabbed her hunting rifle and moved between the mines. While walking, Su Qing took the opportunity to identify some ores she had never seen before. Sky blue stone. Fire melt stone. Crunch. Su Qing, who was obsessed with identifying stones, was suddenly startled and hurriedly raised her foot. On the reddish-brown soil, the transparent unknown substance broke into several pieces, and was deeply embedded in the soil after being stepped on. Crouching down, the bottom of the wall lamp at her waist seemed to have touched the soil. Su Qing placed it diagonally, and the unknown substance reflected brilliant light. Without disdain, Su Qing picked up a large piece. Transparent, tasteless, and not too thick. Ordinary glass fragments, transparent, fragile. Glass. Su Qing put it back where it was. She believed that other survivors had been here before. After searching hard, Su Qing successfully found her target. A small shed hidden in the corner. It was simply made of wood and tattered cloth, and the black mat inside could barely be seen as some kind of animal fur. There were also some bowls, plates, and the like placed on the side. There were still a few charred pieces of wood left in the open space in front of the shed. Su Qing could imagine. Before her, the owner of the shed was curled up on a soft mat, and the fire in front of the shed made crackling noises. Covering her nose, Su Qing walked to the back of the shed and glanced inside casually. You don't know until you see it. As soon as she saw it, she stopped immediately. Without hesitation, Su Qing took out the machete and reached inside to reach the box in the middle. After discovering this small shed, her doubts grew. Was there really a survivor before her? Is the Doomsday really a standalone version? If so, does her coming mean that the owner of the shed has been killed? The box slid on the ground, making a teeth-grinding sound. Su Qing pulled it to an empty space, turned the box with mixed feelings, and planned to knock off the lock to see what was inside. After turning around, she found that the box was not locked. Su Qing was stunned and patted her head. She was confused. If it was an ordinary box, who would lock it in the Doomsday? If it was a treasure chest, she would knock off the lock the moment she got it and take a look. Caw. The box was opened. Cough, cough, cough. A lot of dust flew up as the lid was opened. Su Qing fanned her hands quickly and squinted her eyes to look inside. Su Qing picked up a place with her fingertips. After shaking it a few times, the dust fell down. It seems. A backpack? There is a rope tied around the top of the black bag. I don't know where the connection is. Two curved ropes extend naturally from the top, which is where two hands pass through. It has a good design concept. Su Qing couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw the cute bow on the back. Although she didn't know why the previous owner put it in the box, she still habitually initiated an appraisal. Magic bag, small, can hold 50 kilograms of heavy objects. A magical product, the person who carries it will not feel any weight. It is really the best companion for traveling. Please note, do not put in items that exceed the weight, the magic bag will be damaged. Su Qing, ? Looking down, she looked at the light, soft and thin cloth bag in her hand. Sorry, she does not understand your magic world. This thing can hold 50 kg, the person carrying it will not feel heavy. Su Qing took a deep breath. If she remembered correctly, 1 gene equals 500 grams equals 0.5 kilograms. For example, she weighed 105 gene the last time she weighed herself. In other words, such an ordinary cloth bag can almost hold her? Oh my god, Su Qing carefully put it into the sack. This is just a small magic bag. How much weight can the big magic bag above hold? Continue to look into the box. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat again. The snow-white paper came into view. Could it be a magic book? He tilted his head slightly. It was so thick that there must be more than one page in it. Su Qing counted them, 5 in total. Her heart was pounding as she turned over the folded paper on the top. On the left page were 3 words, Magic Book. I got it. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Without even looking at the right page, she clicked on the light screen to identify it. She couldn't wait to know what kind of magic book this was. Magic bag, small, can hold 50 kilograms of weight. A magical product, the bearer will not feel any weight. It is really the best companion for traveling. Please note that you should not put in items that exceed the weight, or the magic bag will be damaged. The same introduction, she had just read it a minute ago. Damn, the magic book for synthesizing the magic bag. Then she has another industrial chain. Su Qing's mouth curled up immediately, and she couldn't hide her smile. She moved her eyes to the right page of the magic book. Synthesis materials: 10 non-attribute magic stones, 6 sky blue stones, 100 devil silk. For robes, there are still 8 non-attribute magic stones left at home. Sky blue stone seems to have just been identified. It should be possible to collect. Rope is simple. As for this devil's thread, Su Qing frowned. New unknown material? Draw the second one. Initiate identification. Torch. Ordinary torch can burn longer. If the wood and fire type of the synthetic material are different, maybe the torch will change. Ordinary torch? This is not very attractive to her, but it's okay. After all, she can't always carry the wall lamp in and out of the mine. Opening the magic book, 3 horizontal lines connected together on the top of the right page form an inverted triangle. As abstract as ever. Anyway, Su Qing couldn't tell that an inverted triangle was a torch. Synthetic materials: any wood X5. Any fire X1, huh? Su Qing suddenly realized something. What is a fire? Unfortunately, the light screen is a dead object, and the magic book is the same. No one can answer her question. She can only explore it herself. Without a clue, Su Qing didn't bother and continued to identify. Glass, common, transparent, fragile. The amount of materials required will vary depending on the size. The corresponding magic book is indeed the same as the description of the appraisal, and no specific quantity is given at all. Synthetic materials: silica. Fire molten stone. Just like this, there are only raw materials. Su Qing guessed that it should be after she gave the size that the specific quantity will be displayed. Unexpectedly, the last 2 magic books are weapons. To be precise, the 2 magic books are combined into the same weapon. Crossbow. This is the answer given by the light screen, and it has a special effect that she has been thinking about. Cloud-breaking crossbow. Gorgeous appearance. Can fire 10 arrows in a row. Lucky, it is a powerful weapon with a range of 100 meters. Fire 9 arrows in a row. The next arrow will ignore the target and trigger the one-shot hit effect 100%. Crossbow arrow. Sharp. It means that cloud-breaking crossbow has a big guarantee. Su Qing happily opened the magic book. 10 shots will hit 1 arrow. Rounding it up to the nearest shot is equal to 1 shot hit. The synthetic materials of the cloud-breaking crossbow were more than she thought. There were 6 in total. Synthetic materials: gold magic stone X1, devil silk X15, wood X15, iron block X6, copper block X3, gold block X1. In contrast, the synthetic materials of the crossbow arrows were much fewer, only 3. Synthetic materials: iron block X10, pure carbon X5, silk thread X13. Oh my goodness, devil silk again. Su Qing shook her head. But does this crossbow arrow need so many iron blocks and pure carbon? Arrows still need silk thread? After closing the magic book and thinking for a while, Su Qing took out the magic bag. She had been here for a long time. It was time to pack up the ore and go back. The ore pile in front of her was almost sorted, and Su Qing picked a few pieces of the material she found according to the magic book she just got and threw them into the magic bag. Ore of all sizes disappeared as soon as they were put into the bag. 1, 2, 3. At first there was no change, until the number gradually increased, and the bag began to slowly expand. Finally, she could clearly feel resistance when she stuffed it in. Su Qing understood that the magic bag should have reached its critical point. If she continued to put it down, the magic bag would be damaged. After loading, Su Qing tentatively lifted the bulging cloth bag. It's really not heavy. The magical product is really great. After carrying the magic bag, Su Qing walked to the box and didn't know what to do with it for a while. Huh? There's something else? While thinking, Su Qing suddenly found that there seemed to be something in the corner of the box. It was a sticky, black mass. Frowning, Su Qing was a little afraid to pick it up. Let's examine it and put it in the box. It should be something very important. New text popped up on the screen. Golden magic stone. Sufficient energy can strengthen weapons. It makes sense to have a golden magic stone in the mine. Hiss. Did you find the senior here and make a temporary residence here to synthesize the things in the magic book? Su Qing looked back at the sorted ore, and then at the dilapidated shed. Strange, the senior who had so many magic books didn't even come back to get the magic books. Su Qing's heart sank. She believed that the end of the world was a standalone game. All the information was loaded together, and she could only conclude that the senior had unfortunately passed away. But what kind of situation would lead to the death of a survivor with so many magic books? Grabbing the soil on the ground, she completely wrapped the sticky golden magic stone. After thinking again and again, Su Qing threw it into the sack. Pain.jpg, why did a magic stone turn into a sticky, black stone? Following the way she came, Su Qing got out of the mine. Awuh! Su Qing, look! The white wolf that had been resting in the shadows suddenly jumped out and pointed excitedly at the ores piled up in the open space. Su Qing looked over and was about to talk to Ruashi. Suddenly, a mechanical sound that had not been heard for a long time appeared out of nowhere. Ding! The Doomsday version 3.1 is being updated, adding a seasonal fixed event. Endless life. Something seems to have changed in the forest. Survivors, follow the aurora in the sky. If you want to take root in this world, how can you miss the changes in the forest? Only by understanding it enough and making full use of it can you live. Endless life on this land. Ah! Ding! Random events have been loaded and updated. Chapter 66. Seasonal fixed event? Su Qing murmured, endless life? Following the aurora in the sky? This report came too abruptly, and she only had time to write down a few special words. And this time, it was a fixed event, not a random event. It also contained the word season. Su Qing frowned slightly. Just from the literal meaning, would this endless life event always exist in spring? Awuh? What happened to Su Qing? Seeing Su Qing talking peacefully, but suddenly she became silent, Ruashi waited quietly for a while, and finally couldn't help asking. It's okay. Su Qing came back to her senses, smiled at the giant wolf. Let's go home, Ruashi. Since Su Qing said it was okay, then it must be okay. Ruashi nodded, lowered her body, and waited obediently for Su Qing to get on her back. When they hurried back to the cave, the sun was gradually slanting, and it would soon set. Su Qing took the wall lamp and went into the utility room. Taking out the magic bag she just got today, Su Qing took out the things bit by bit. Magic Book X5, Sky Blue Stone X6, Fire Melting Stone X8, Pure Carbon X5, Iron Block. This is what she got today. Oh, there is also a gold magic stone. Thinking of this, Su Qing looked at the sack beside her hesitantly. The magic book was solemnly placed in the treasure chest, and the ore was sorted and piled in the corner. Su Qing walked out with the sack. When she reached the water source, Su Qing immersed the bag in the water. Rolling down the bag layer by layer, the thick bag gradually became a round basin shape, and the magic stone surrounded by mud turned left and right with the water flow. Su Qing shook her wrist. The dark red mud gradually dispersed with the water flow, revealing the black spherical object inside. After using branches, soap and other items, the golden magic stone finally revealed its original appearance. Su Qing stroked the gray stone and stared at the golden lines on the stone surface. According to the magic stones she collected and the information exposed on the forum, there are 8 types of magic stones: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, electricity, light, and magic stones without attributes. Among them, the gold magic stone has golden lines, wood is green, water is blue, fire red, and earth yellow. The electric magic stone is purple, light white, and the magic stone without attributes has no lines. The water magic stone is the first magic stone she found. Coincidentally, the 3 pieces she got all have the ability to purify water. According to the forum, some water magic stones can produce water. Su Qing was very envious, but she had no chance to get them. It seems that the attributeless magic stone is only used when the hut is upgraded. No, Su Qing suddenly thought of the magic bag she just got today. The corresponding magic book says that the attributeless magic stone is written. Perhaps only magical products like magic bags need attributeless magic stones. Just like the fireplace needs the fire magic stone, and the cloud-breaking crossbow needs the gold magic stone. The earth magic stone can improve the quality of the soil. So far, she has not seen any comments that it has other abilities. The wood magic stone can speed up plant growth. Su Qing thought about it carefully. Someone seemed to have mentioned something about change before, but it was deleted quickly, and she couldn't remember it. The description given by the light screen for the gold magic stone found in the mine today was can strengthen weapons. As for the fire magic stone, the light magic stone, and the electric magic stone, there didn't seem to be any specific descriptions of their functions. The light screen also gave a very vague sentence. Alas, thinking about it this way, she seemed to have obtained every kind of magic stone? Su Qing blinked. Except for the wood magic stone, which was obtained through trading, the others were obtained through various coincidences. Ahem, Su Qing suddenly thought of Lucky, who brought her several magic stones. I don't know if she was too obvious, but the little guy often brought back some surprises when he went out with Shui later. It was either the magic stone or some magical plants. Su Qing felt like she was playing the traveling frog in another world. No, it should be traveling tree mouse. Gaga. Su Qing is back. The familiar cry sounded, and Su Qing shook off her reverie. Turning around, she saw the giant wolf squatting quietly beside her, with a snow-white and magical bird standing on its head. It was Washu and Shui. Washu Shui. Su Qing smiled and greeted them. Shui, did you find any creatures similar to me when you went out today? The bird shook its head and flew around. As before, there was no Su Qing's tribe in the forest. Huh? Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Good that there is none. It seems that Su Qing is not sad. The bird tilted its head. After it couldn't find the way home, it didn't want to move for a long time. Did Shui find other large animals? After confirming that there was nothing unusual around, Su Qing touched Wang Shu, who was drinking water, with his head down. Because Wang Shu's location was considered upstream, even though she had just washed things, Su Qing did not stop Wang Shu from drinking water. Large animals. The bird recalled the scene it saw when flying during the day, nodded hesitantly, and shook its head. What does this mean? Is it bigger than Wang Shu and Ruashi? Su Qing decided to ask in a different way. About the same. The bird looked up and down at the giant wolf drinking water quietly, without nodding or shaking its head. Oh, they should be about the same size. Su Qing understood, and asked about the distance. Then which is farther from the cabin than from us to the old monkey? If it is closer, just nod your head, Shui. The white bird did not move. Oh, it is far, that's okay. Su Qing stood up, holding the golden magic stone, and shook the sack a few times with her other hand, and the folded part fell down and returned to its original state, but it was a little wrinkled. You guys drink some water, I go back and dry the sack first. The sack was washed today, and it's drying fast in the good weather. It's not that she's in a hurry to use it, after all, she just found a magic bag, and she doesn't need the sack for the time being. Wang Shu looked up and whimpered softly. The giant wolf's mouth was sparkling with water stains. Su Qing touched the obedient Wang Shu and walked towards the cave with the things. The small wooden box containing soap was still placed by the water, and she would come back to get it later. The sack dripped with water, leaving dark marks on the white stone road. Su Qing observed the vegetable garden with great interest. She was lucky. Except for a few plants with yellow leaves, which looked malnourished, the others were quite normal. This cheered up Su Qing, who had always killed everything she raised. It seems that the guides on the forum are still useful. The clothes hanger with the sack placed between the vegetable garden and the wooden shed was actually just 3 pieces of wood tied together, barely forming the shape of a clothes drying rack. After carefully hanging the sack symmetrically on it, Su Qing turned around and looked at the garden. The white stone road extends from the steps at the entrance of the cave until it stops more than 1 meter beyond the edge of Wang Shu and Ruashi's room. However, it can be so far because the stones are large, and she deliberately expanded the distance between the stones. The vegetable garden is lush and green, and the leaves of those plants are a little yellow. When she goes online to learn from the experience, she will surely be able to solve it. If it doesn't work, she will find a few more plants to plant. The carport that was promised before, because she went out to look for ore in the middle, only the beginning was built. Now that the mine has been found, and the ore is sufficient for the time being, she plans to take some time to build it completely. As for exploring another mine tunnel, Su Qing's eyes flashed with hesitation. If there is enough ore, let's put it aside for now. Devil silk, magic stone without attributes, and fire of unknown meaning. Newly appeared, the lack of materials is really a headache. And Su Qing looked up at the sky, the so-called endless life fixed event. I don't know what this fixed event will bring. Chapter 67. Although she has been paying close attention online and offline, Su Qing still has no news about the aurora, even after several days. The days passed step by step. But one day after Su Qing temporarily stopped paying attention to the aurora, a green glow appeared out of nowhere in the clear blue sky. Su Qing stood on the steps of the cave, filling her stomach while observing the glow. From her perspective, the glow and the sky did not seem to be on the same layer, but in an upper and lower relationship. The green glow was like a stream, winding towards the forest, leaving a gorgeous tail. This scene was very similar to the water magic stone that was born in front of the waterfall in Su Qing's memory. There were light spots that gathered into a glow, making the surrounding area look like a fairyland. It was beautiful. Ruashi stared at the particularly obvious glow in a daze, and involuntarily stretched out her claws to grab at the air. Washu blinked and looked up. The gorgeous and beautiful light also deeply attracted the giant wolf. After admiring it for a while, Su Qing turned around and walked back to the cave. She had to go, but before that, she had to prepare things. Squeak! Treasures, treasures. The tree mouse held its tail in fascination, its golden eyes narrowed, and a gleam of light flashed across it. Shotgun, hidden arrows, machete, dagger. After thinking about it, Su Qing took 2 more bottles of healing potions to prevent accidents. Even though a lot of things were stuffed in it, the magic bag still looked flat. Su Qing jumped lightly, and she didn't feel a lot of weight. Ruashi? Su Qing crawled out of the cave and closed the door. Awah! What's wrong with Su Qing? Su Qing pulled the corner of her mouth. Ruashi, you should look back at me. Do you see the light in the sky? The white wolf's ears stood up and turned to look over curiously. In fact, it was not just Ruashi. Su Qing met 3 other pairs of fiery eyes. Let's follow and see what the source is. Awah! Go, go, go. Ruashi shook her head. Follow, follow. Squeak! The mouse leads the way. The mouse quickly climbed onto the back of the white bird and stretched out his claws to indicate that he would lead the way. Such a magical scene must bring a treasure. The mouse shook his tail slightly. He didn't have to get the treasure, but he had to join in the fun. Besides, the mouse looked at the excited giant wolf and Su Qing. If Su Qing needed it, the mouse would definitely help. Let's go, everyone follow the aurora. Su Qing hugged Ruashi's neck and looked towards the direction where the sunset fell on the forest, with a hint of hope in her eyes. I hope there is a magic stone. Shuttling through the lush forest, until the rays of light hanging above gradually drooped and slid into the treetops in front. Su Qing confirmed that they had reached the source. Under her instructions, the giant wolf approached lightly and silently. Su Qing gently pushed aside the tall bushes and glanced inside. Dozens of white animals surrounded them, with lush and fluffy hair as white as snow. From a distance, they looked like large clouds. At this time, the group of animals were looking around nervously, and from time to time, they shouted fiercely in 2 directions, revealing the brown horns in the center of their heads. Their calls were even stranger, sounding like chimia. In terms of appearance, they were somewhat similar to the Aries of Blue Star, but that was just a similarity. These unique-looking animals were undoubtedly new and unfamiliar species. Looking in the direction of the threat from the strange species, Su Qing raised her eyebrows. To her left, a golden beast lay lazily. Its body was agile, its lines were smooth, and its slender tail hit the ground from time to time, making a crisp paw-paw sound. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the beast is not weak. Although the other party does not look as big as Ruashi and Wang Shu, it is definitely a giant beast. Su Qing's face became more serious. Looking to the other side, 5 gray-brown birds landed on a corpse. Rubbing her eyes, Su Qing looked at the familiar white fur of the corpse in disbelief, and then looked at the animals closely packed together in the center. After repeated comparisons, the corpse under the claws of the big bird is indeed of the same species as the strange animal in the center. So they had fought once, but why was there no corpse beside the golden beast, and the surviving beasts in the middle had no particularly obvious wounds? Chimia, the white cloud, suddenly showed a hole, and an extremely strong animal walked out, shouting and showing the horns on its head. Subconsciously, Su Qing looked at the golden beast. Subconsciously, she still regarded it as the biggest threat here. I don't know if the white beast's actions were too soft. The golden beast still lazily nestled there, licking its fur with its tongue. Ah, it seems like he didn't care at all. Su Qing pursed her lips. As expected, the communication immediately failed when the extremely strong white beast saw it, and it jumped up like thunder, stomping its front hooves hard on the ground. As for the other 5 big birds, Su Qing slightly widened her eyes after shifting her gaze, and ate them all. The black claws pierced into the fluffy fur, blood overflowed, and the dark yellow beak penetrated deep into the snow fur and pulled, and the pink meat strips were easily pulled out and swallowed into the stomach. Slurp. A subtle sound sounded in my ears. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and lowered her head. The white wolf tilted its head to look at the big bird, its huge mouth slightly opened, with crystal clear water droplets hanging from it. Ruashi, you look hungry, right? Feeling amused, Su Qing patted the white wolf. Woo! A woo? She was about to make a sound subconsciously, but her mouth was held down, and Ruashi whimpered in confusion. Su Qing shook her head, signaling Ruashi not to make a sound. Chimia, chimia, chimia. Chaotic shouts came from the front. There was also the sound of flapping wings. Su Qing was refreshed. Has it finally started? The white beast screamed and ran, waving the horns on its head straight at the flying bird. But the bird just hovered in the sky, diving for a distance from time to time, and then returning to the sky again. Su Qing found that these birds were very planned. They were systematically consuming the white beast's physical strength. It seemed that they flew back to the sky because of the white beast's resistance, but in fact, if you look closely, the birds that swooped down did not get close at all, and flew back very smoothly. At the same time, there would never be more than 3 birds swooping down, and there would always be a few big birds hovering in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, the white beasts would definitely lose a few companions. Almost at the same time when this thought flashed through her mind, a sharp cry exploded. Su Qing frowned and looked over, and was surprised to find that a big bird grabbed the back of the white beast's neck. The surrounding white beasts were eager to stab it. 2 more big birds flew down from the sky, grabbing the back and buttocks of the white beast respectively. Then, they flew up with the white beast shakily. But it didn't last long. The screaming white beast was released and fell to the ground, with its 4 legs facing the sky. It struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. What? Su Qing was stunned. For the white beasts, the bad news had just begun. The big bird used the same trick again, and killed a few more. At the same time, a golden shadow rushed into the white beasts, and rushed into the forest with one in its mouth. Voila voila. An extremely beautiful beast pushed through the branches and leaves. Aowu. Get out of the way. Ruashi changed her position in an instant, crouched down, and bared her teeth. As if it had not expected so many animals here, the golden beast paused, its eyes fixed on the snow-white giant wolf. Washu slowly raised his feet, intending to take a detour to block the road. But the next second, the golden beast floated over and took a look. Squeak. Where are you from? After silently observing, the tree mouse was sure that he had never seen such an animal before, and asked. The golden giant beast snorted from its nostrils, seemed to be a little disdainful of answering, and swayed its tail a few times, and then dragged the prey in its mouth and planned to leave. Su Qing raised the gun, and the blue light began to aim. Before the blue light was aimed at the neck of the giant beast, Su Qing saw that the golden beast first stood up, and it looked around nervously, and finally set its eyes on her. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, and moved the gun. Then, she saw that the golden beast opened its mouth, licked its bloody mouth very gracefully, and then pushed the white beast with its front paws. The white beast, which had just died not long ago, rolled to Ruashi's feet. Awa! Ruashi tilted her head. Not to mention Ruashi, Su Qing was also a little puzzled. His eyes vaguely glanced at the colorful object held by the strange species, although he didn't know why he felt that thing was dangerous. The golden beast raised his chin. Since you stopped me, I give you this snack. Awa! Sister, it seems to be for us. Ruashi whispered. Wait, the other party hasn't left yet, sister. Washu still stared closely, but it was visibly relaxed. The golden beast snorted, stared at the strange species with his peripheral vision, and left gracefully without losing speed. If it hadn't been unable to find its tribe, it wouldn't have given you snacks. Squeak. Strange outsider. The tree mouse concluded. Logically speaking, such a big creature shouldn't be so good-tempered if it's not full. But the other party is from outside, so it's normal for him to be a little strange. Su Qing turned her head, and should have shot. But the golden beast's action was strange, and it looked at her immediately, as if it understood that her shooting would threaten it. Then the next second, the other party brought out the food it had just hunted, looking friendly. Her original intention to take action was reduced a lot. And it was too close. No one expected that the golden beast would choose to run in their direction. Chimia chimia. The battle in front was almost over. The white beasts were in disarray, and from time to time a few of them broke away from the group and ran away. Coupled with the hunting of the big birds, the field in front was soon empty. Only a few white beasts were still in the center, fighting stubbornly. Squeak! Su Qing baby! The tree mouse stood up excitedly, pointing its claws forward and shaking. Su Qing raised her gun and aimed. Bang! A big bird that rushed to the center fell down helplessly. It fell on the white beast, and then rolled to the side of a square object. Woohoo! Black iron treasure chest. Su Qing continued to aim at the big bird. Because next to the black iron treasure chest, after the last few white beasts ran away, a plant several dozen centimeters high appeared. Dots of fluorescent green light surrounded the edge, which was extremely magical. Su Qing's intuition told her that this was the real reason why the white beasts and the big bird were fighting until now, and refused to leave. Chapter 68. For gunshots, several shadows flashed in the air one after another, accompanied by a dull sound of falling. Unfortunately, the last shot missed, and the big bird ran away. Let's go! Su Qing put away her hunting rifle and patted Ruashi gently. As early as when she shot down the first big bird, Su Qing sensed that Ruashi was excited, and her wings were constantly opening and closing restlessly. Because she was told to be quiet before, even if she saw a bird running away, she could only restrain herself. Now Su Qing ordered to move forward, Ruashi responded happily, squeezed through the bushes, and rushed straight to the fluorescent green plants in the middle. Squeak, squeak. Let's go over and see what kind of treasure it is. The tree mouse narrowed his eyes and gently pulled the feathers on the white bird's back with his claws. Su Qing had already gone to see Jie, and the bird slowly spread its wings, not quite understanding the enthusiasm of this old neighbor. Before they made their first transaction, the bird knew that there was a tree mouse next door who went out early and came back late every day, storing food before going to bed, and still storing food after waking up. It was the same after meeting Su Qing. The tree mouse always wanted to go to the forest and bring back some random things, but Su Qing also liked them. Although he didn't understand, the bird still flew over quickly according to the tree mouse's intention and landed beside the green plants that didn't fit in with the surroundings. Awoo! All the friends went ahead, as if they had forgotten what the golden beast left behind. Wang Shu sighed helplessly, lowered his head and picked it up, and leisurely followed the main group. After approaching, Su Qing found that the aurora that was tilting down from the sky was constantly dissipating. The rays of light lingered around the green plants, turning into spots of light, and then completely disappeared. From the perspective of the bystander, it was as if the rays of light between heaven and earth were absorbed by this strange plant. Su Qing looked curiously at the culprit that caused the chaos here. This was an extremely short plant, not even as high as her calf. Of course, she would give the adjective short because the stem of the plant was particularly short, and she had to squat down to find the green rhizome at the bottom. The stem holds a large white bract in the shape of a water drop. The reason why I didn't say bud is because after looking around, Su Qing couldn't find the boundary between the petals, as if the bract itself was tightly closed. The glow was still contracting. The tree mouse blinked, and its nose twitched a few times, as if it smelled a hint of fragrance. It jumped off the white bird, and its claws couldn't help but stretch out. Lucky! Su Qing quickly stopped it, and the glow in the sky hadn't dissipated yet. To be on the safe side, let's wait until the aurora dissipates before we touch it. She remembered that the last time the water magic stone was used, it was considered successful only after all the light spots disappeared. What if this plant is the same, and it fails to breed after being touched? Then it would be a loss. The brown tree mouse trembled, and looked at her with eyes as big as soybeans in confusion, and then became clear. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Lucky, what did you do just now? The tree mouse pointed at the plant in front of him excitedly. Squeak! The mouse just smelled a super fragrant smell, and then Su Qing was in a trance. Lucky, you just couldn't help yourself because of this plant. The tree mouse nodded vigorously. Interesting, his eyes were erratic. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips, and decided to wait until the glow faded before identifying it. Anyway, judging from the speed of the glow, it would only take a while. She could just see what would come out of the black iron treasure chest in front of her. After making up her mind, Su Qing let go of her hand and touched Lucky's big tail. Everyone stay away from this plant first. When the aurora disappears, you will know what it is. Awoo! Okay, Su Qing. How far should I be away? Ruashi lowered her head, gestured with her paws, and took a tentative step back. Su Qing did not call it. So Ruashi continued to take a step back firmly. Awoo is not enough? Okay, then Ruashi will take a few more steps back. Click. Su Qing put down the machete and opened the treasure chest. Inevitably, she felt a little excited. Let's get some magic books that can be used immediately, or magic stones. She doesn't care about the properties. The blue and white corners were exposed and moved playfully. Su Qing looked inside. There were 2 bags of salt. Picked it up, and the front of the package was painted with blue lake water, and a few distant mountains, and the words Blue Sea Lake Salt were printed on the top. Not bad, one more seasoning. It was a bit disappointing, but Su Qing quickly sorted out her mood and continued to look at the treasure chest. Pressed at the bottom was the familiar snow-white folded paper. Opening the magic book, a few words fell into her eyes. Jumping to the right page, 4 horizontal lines formed a rectangle as abstract as ever. Just below the abstract painting, the synthetic material is written, corresponding material *800. Su Qing had a question mark in her head. Now the abstract is more than just painting, right? Open the light screen and identify. Uniform 4-piece set, including quilt, bed sheet, 2 pillows, soft and comfortable, usually made of soft fur or special plants. Please do not use inappropriate materials for synthesis. Failed materials will not be returned. However, maybe you can try it. Different materials synthesized may have different effects. Different effects. Su Qing touched her chin. Why did it feel like this introduction was secretly encouraging her to try other materials? While thinking, a light sound suddenly appeared in her ears. Pop. Su Qing looked up and saw a flash of light quickly flash in front of her eyes. Following the light, she realized that the aurora was about to disappear. The huge white bud slowly spread out like a flower in the last light that lingered around itself. Hey, where did these petals come from? Su Qing looked at the overlapping and spreading petals. She really couldn't find the gap just now. The white petals trembled slightly, and a light but not negligible fragrance spread out. Smells good? Su Qing had never smelled a similar fragrance before, and for a moment, she couldn't help but praise it. Quack. The bird nodded in agreement. It was really good. The tree mouse swallowed his saliva. When it was just a little bit, I didn't feel it, but now? Why is it so fragrant? I want to eat it so much. Finally, when the light spot completely disappeared, a light green small platform was newly revealed in the petals, and 6 sharp corners poked out from the holes of the small platform. The color was extremely beautiful, and it seemed that there was a stream of light flashing. It looks a bit like a lotus seed pod, and it feels like it will be very crispy when eaten. She was a little hungry just thinking about it, so Su Qing initiated an appraisal. Earth-flowing lotus. A spiritual thing from heaven and earth. Eating lotus seeds will have magical effects. Randomly improve physical fitness. Soon after it matures, the earth-flowing lotus will gradually wither, and the fragrance will quickly dissipate. I don't know how you found it. Wither? Still happy that she had found another magical medicine, Su Qing turned around and saw that the earth-flowing lotus would wither, and she looked up. Sure enough, the petals at the bottom had begun to turn yellow, as if they had lost moisture and curled up dryly. Without hesitation, Su Qing used the dagger to cut off the light green platform. Squeak! Su Qing, the tree mouse came closer eagerly, its golden eyes filled with desire. Don't worry, Lucky, I will give it to you. The tip of the dagger pierced in, and green juice oozed out. Su Qing was careful not to hurt the lotus seeds. This is the ground lotus. While cutting it, Su Qing explained to the 4 little ones, eating lotus seeds can make us healthier. Fortunately, the ground lotus has 6 lotus seeds, otherwise she really doesn't know how to divide them. Squeak, squeak. So that's how it is. Su Qing is so nice. Taking the pointed lotus seeds with his claws, the tree mouse took a deep breath while holding the lotus seeds with tears in his eyes. It smells so good. One for each of you, come, Shui, this is yours, Washu, open your mouth. After Shui pecked the lotus seeds, Su Qing put the lotus seeds in Wangshu's mouth. There were still 3 lotus seeds left in her hand, and Su Qing thought quietly for a while. Suddenly, she remembered that the most lively guy in the past had not come up yet. Looking around, Su Qing found a familiar figure and pulled the corner of her mouth. In the bushes, the white wolf's head was exposed, looking at them eagerly. Ruashi, what are you doing there? Su Qing's face was full of question marks, and she waved at the white wolf. Awuh! Su Qing, you didn't stop Ruashi. Ruashi rushed out and shook her fur. Leaves fell to the ground. Here, this is your portion. Ruashi leaned over. So small, eating this? The white wolf blinked in confusion. Yes, it can make you sick less often. After all, improving health can also be understood as getting sick less often in a sense. The wolf's claws lightly pressed her arm. Now it was Su Qing's turn to be confused. Then, Su Qing felt a force coming. Following the force, her arm was pushed into her arms. Awuh! Su Qing eats, Ruashi is strong. As the strongest wolf in the family, of course Su Qing eats better. Ruashi means, to give me food? The white wolf nodded as a matter of course. I have it. Su Qing's heart was touched, she opened her mouth, and finally uttered only 2 words. Awuh! Su Qing still has it. Ruashi hesitated for a moment, but still insisted on her decision. I still have it, and this is only the best effect for the first time. Open your mouth. After giving it several times, Ruashi just refused to eat it, and Su Qing could only tell a white lie. After all, in her opinion, if it can grow in the forest for the first time, it should be able to grow it for the second time. In addition, she also intended to take the last lotus seed back to try whether it can be artificially planted. As if persuaded, the white wolf slowly opened its mouth and swallowed the lotus seeds. Awuh! It tastes nothing. Smacking her lips, Ruashi glanced at the withered ground lotus with disdain. It's not tasty. Squeak. You're too big. After eating the last bite, the tree mouse licked its paws slowly. It was crispy and delicious. On this side, Su Qing placed her eyes on the ground lotus. Gently tapped the soil with a machete, and grabbed the yellowing stem to apply force. The whole ground lotus was pulled up by the roots. Fuck. Su Qing licked her lips. The entangled root fingertips were entangled with 3 gray stones. If there is a magic stone under every magical plant. Su Qing's heart began to beat. Chapter 69. But before she found a second similar plant, this was just her own beautiful fantasy. Su Qing sighed and began to clean up the scene. After a simple count, including the one given by the golden beast, there were a total of 15 white beasts. After moving all the 15 white beast corpses to the center, Su Qing initiated an identification. After all, we have to know what these white animals are before we can consider how to deal with them. A few lines of words quickly popped up on the light screen. After reading it carefully, Su Qing's eyebrows and eyes relaxed unconsciously. In fact, this is a creature called sacral sheep. It has abundant hair, which looks like clouds from a distance. There is a single horn in the center of its head, which is the characteristic of sacral sheep. Of course, it is hard to say how big these sacral sheep are before the spring changes. Su Qing grabbed the front hoof of a sacral sheep and applied a little force. The front hoof covered with thick white hair split in the middle. It seems that sacral sheep only has 2 toes. Then, Su Qing brushed away the white hair from the bottom, revealing the yellow-white substance at the bottom that was in contact with the ground. The fingertips pinched it, leaving a shallow white mark. It's very hard. Su Qing retracted her fingertips. In addition to the characteristics of the ram, the light screen also specifically pointed out that the meat of the ram is particularly delicious. It seems that they can taste the delicious food. But there are also problems. For example, the magic bag can only carry 50 kilograms of things at a time. With so many rams, they will have to run several times today. In addition, there are not so many treasure chests in the cave to store. Washu Ruashi. While thinking, Su Qing had an idea. One of you wait here first, and the other one takes me back. Take the cart outside the forest, that is, to the other side of the water. Then we will transport these rams back one by one. Kuvu. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. Ruashi's eyes were erratic. Facing the 4 gazes, her 2 front paws shrank together awkwardly to cover her stomach. Awu looked at Ruashi, and saw what she was doing. If you are hungry, you can pick a ram to eat. Su Qing raised her hand to hide the smile on her lips. Don't bite here and there. So who will take me back? Ruashi, come on. The white wolf subconsciously wanted to get up, but was held down by the wolf claws on his head. Awu? Sister? Ruashi was stunned and asked with some confusion. Awu. Let me do it, you eat first. After all, I still have to rely on you later. Washu gently licked the hair on his sister's head, and gently explained the reason. Awu. So that's how it is, Ruashi happily responded and shook her head. Alas, as the strongest member of the family, it should indeed take on the heavy responsibility. My sister is right. I need it to fill my stomach. I will have to rely on it later. Then I leave it to Washu. Su Qing watched Ruashi and Wanshu talking quietly. When Wanshu came to her side and lay down, she knew that the little guys had already discussed it. Awu. Washu rubbed Su Qing, and his dark pupils reflected the busy figure of the girl turning around. In fact, it also wanted to help Su Qing, but Su Qing always looked for Ruashi. As for the reason, Washu turned his head and glanced at his empty back, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. On this side, Su Qing had already used the light screen to cut up the huge ram carcass and put it into the magic bag. She didn't stop stuffing until the magic bag was bulging. Su Qing climbed up Wangshu's back and pointed at the cut ram. Ruashi, help me take a look while I'm filling my stomach. Awu. Su Qing, go ahead. Ruashi agreed to Su Qing's order. Let's go. The tree mouse huddled tightly in her arms. Su Qing said goodbye to Ruashi and leaned over to hug Wanshu tightly. Ruashi watched her sister and Su Qing go into the bushes, and then they disappeared completely. Alas, everyone is gone. Gugu. Ruashi lowered her head and retracted her claws. She should fill her stomach. Thinking of her sister's words, Ruashi moved forward a few steps and moved the sacral sheep that Su Qing pointed at in front of her. Of course, this was also because only half of the body of the sacral sheep was left, and it was empty from the waist to the back, which was obviously taken away. Compared with other sacral sheep, it was too obvious and easy to distinguish. He lowered his head carelessly, his nose twitching. Awu, Ruashi slightly opened her eyes. It seemed to smell good. Bite, bite, bite. The more she sniffed, the faster the string of words in her mind rolled. Ruashi opened her mouth and easily bit off a piece of meat. Ruashi's eyes lit up. It tasted good. After swallowing the meat in her mouth, Ruashi couldn't wait to continue biting it. Su-Ching said it was okay to eat. It won't eat until it fills its stomach. After finishing it like a whirlwind, feeling her half-full stomach, Ruashi hesitated and took another ram. I'm not full yet. Just eat, just eat. Just eat half of it. Tearing a hole, Ruashi took a bite of the meat, shook her head happily and swallowed it, and then continued to bite off another piece. Swish. The sound of branches and leaves being squeezed apart came from behind. Is it back so soon? Ruashi blinked her eyes, quickened her movements, and swallowed the meat in her mouth into her stomach. Su-Ching, who are you? A huge head squeezed out from the bushes, staring at it intently. Ruashi took a fighting stance, and at the same time, a trace of doubt came to her mind. Why does it feel like it has seen the other party before? Don't retreat, come out. Seeing that the other party was about to retreat in the next second, Ruashi stopped struggling and roared fiercely. Originally, she just wanted to come back to see if there were any animals that could be picked up. Looking around, there were no other animals around. Especially the hairless bipedal beast, it seemed that it was not here either. Alas, if there was only one, I think I could beat it. Besides, the beast glanced at the stacked sheep. It only needed to grab one. The beast swallowed its saliva. Thinking of this, the beast walked out confidently. Under the bright sunlight, the animal that came out of the bushes had golden hair, a tiger-like head, but a body as agile and lean as a leopard. It was the golden beast that left before. I'm out. What do you want? The golden beast let out a short scream and paced gracefully and nimbly. There was no response from the other side. The golden beast raised its chin in satisfaction, which meant that it had lost its tribe, otherwise you would have been beaten. Ruashi remembered that you were the beast just now. So, you didn't recognize me at all? The golden beast paused, its hair stood on end, and it was about to rush over and give a few claws in anger. Are you hungry too? Come and eat. Ruashi didn't see that the golden beast was angry at all. Thinking back to the other party coming here again, Ruashi, who knew the reason for the other party's return, greeted him warmly. Give me food. The golden beast's arched back slowly calmed down, and it looked at the white wolf with some doubts. Before it separated from its tribe, it had also encountered a group that looked similar to the other group. Just the color was different. For that group, the golden beast's evaluation was troublesome, stingy. No matter if it was passing by or not, no matter if it caught prey on the other's territory or not, as long as it was seen, the other party would chase it all the way and take away everything. If a fight broke out, the other party would linger like a bug. Thinking of those annoying guys, the golden beast snorted and pressed its claws angrily. Ruashi didn't know that the golden beast had thought so much in such a short time. Facing the question, it nodded happily, and it still remembered that the other party had given it something. The golden beast hesitated. To be honest, it didn't really want to fight with the big guy in front of it. That yellow wolf, and the bipedal beast that inexplicably brought a sense of threat must be in the same group. After it didn't want to fight, it was chased all the way. Really give it to me? The golden beast asked again. Strange, Ruashi had already said it. Maybe the other party is not very strong, so Ruashi had to repeat it so many times. Ruashi sighed, and repeated it helplessly. Alas, poor beast. Ruashi's eyes softened. Eat more, so that you can be as strong as Ruashi. Facing Ruashi's soft gaze, the golden beast felt uncomfortable all over. But the snack. After hesitating for a long time, the golden beast stretched out a foot. Ruashi turned a blind eye and generously pushed the sacral sheep that she had eaten some of over. Seeing this, the golden beast no longer hesitated, and ran over quickly, holding the ram in its mouth and wanted to leave. The sight behind was burning. Eat quickly, Ruashi urged. It was so strange that the golden beast, who had been wandering for a long time, thought about it, and actually lay down not far from the white wolf. Ruashi jumped happily. Hello, my name is Ruashi. What's your name? What's your name? The golden beast moved its ears, and a trace of confusion appeared in its eyes. Do they need to call each other by names? Why are you willing to give me food? Without answering, the golden beast asked an irrelevant question. This question. Ruashi lowered her head, and gave her own answer. Friends? What is that? Getting another strange answer, the golden beast couldn't help but look up. Unexpectedly, it met a pair of eyes directly, without any emotion, just reflecting it. Ah, woo 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 woo. Su Qing said that friends are relationships where people are willing to help each other unconditionally. Ruashi gestured excitedly. It remembered Su Qing's words very well. Moreover, Su Qing said that Ruashi, sister, Shui, Tree Mouse, and Su Qing were more intimate. They were family. The golden beast didn't understand and was shocked. In addition to the tribe. Is there such a relationship between different tribes? But looking at the happy look of the white wolf, the golden beast frowned and didn't say anything to refute. The next second, the golden beast looked in one direction vigilantly, picked up the unfinished ram directly, and rushed to the forest quickly. Where are you going? Subconsciously, Ruashi raised her leg and followed a few steps. She turned her head to look at the ram that Su Qing had ordered to guard, and stepped on the spot anxiously. In the end, she could only watch the figure of the golden beast disappear in front of her eyes. The bushes shook again. Ruashi's eyes widened, thinking that the golden beast had turned back again. Ruashi? Su Qing looked at the white wolf, with a question mark on her head. What's going on? Was Ruashi disappointed to see her? Fortunately, the next second, the white wolf regained its vitality. Su Qing also put aside her doubts, and began to load things into the empty magic bag. Soon, after several rounds, one person and two wolves appeared here again. Su Qing stuffed the treasure box and the last bit of meat into the magic bag, and called Washu and Ruashi, who was looking around for some reason, to leave this place. Clatter. The leaves fell down with a rustling sound. A golden tail fell quietly. Chapter 70. The scenery beside them quickly receded and became blurred. As Wanshu and Ruashi ran, it was not long before their eyes suddenly became bright. There was a swampy stream and green grass. On the other side was a dark brown cart with a white hill piled on it. A snow-white bird landed on it, with two feathers fluttering in the wind, like a mighty guard. Gaga. The white bird turned its head, and then its eyelids drooped, and it actually closed its eyes to rest. Su Qing smiled slightly. Ruashi had already led her across the stream. However, she couldn't help but frown when she saw Shue's slow reaction. She also found that as the weather became clearer, Shue began to show a tired look more and more frequently. However, the first few times she asked, Shue refused the suggestion of resting at home alone. Su Qing didn't react to this at the time, because Shue knew her body better than she did. She thought that if Shue had to stay at home, she would definitely not go out again. The fingertips gently stroked the back of the white bird. The white bird's eyelids trembled slightly, but it did not open its eyes. Su Qing pondered and held Shue in her arms. It seemed that Shue's problem was a bit serious. Perhaps she should force Shue to rest at home. Squeak! How about it? Not a single one was missing. Although the tree mouse had heard the movement behind him a long time ago, he still insisted on checking everything before turning around, winking at Su Qing proudly. But after turning around, the image of the white bird lying listlessly in Su Qing's arms came into his eyes. The tree mouse was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and flew onto Ruashi's back. The little claws gently poked the white bird. No response. The tree mouse took a deep breath, and its hair stood up. It looked at Su Qing in horror. Squeak! What happened to the bird? Something happened. Shue should just be sleepy. Su Qing hurriedly explained after taking Lucky's reaction into consideration, but there was some uncertainty in her words. When we get back, I let Shue drink some healing potion, which is useful for negative effects. It's okay, Chiji, it's okay. The tree mouse breathed a sigh of relief, moved gently, and climbed onto Su Qing's shoulder. Let's go home. Su Qing glanced at the bright sun above her head, and moved all the snow under her shadow. Okay, Su Qing. Washu responded softly, and took a step towards the cart. A furry paw lay across his body. Wanshu looked at his sister in confusion. Didn't you say that Ruashi would have to rely on you from behind? Ruashi pointed at the cart, then at herself, as if to say, leave it to me. Wanshu's heart moved. He did not miss the worry in his sister's eyes. Sister, you are worried about me. But he was also worried about Ruashi, so Washu could not agree to the plan of sending Ruashi back alone. The two wolf heads pressed together, and the voices were low, and I don't know what they were discussing. Damn, I really want to know what they are talking about. Su Qing once again felt the pain of not being able to communicate, so she really felt like a deaf person. After all, there is no other person in this world, and there is no difference between animals who do not speak the same language. Recalling the purple flower that the wolf leader had mentioned, Su Qing sighed. Among the items she had, the treasure map might be what she found, but she couldn't use it for the time being. First, although the purple flower was very useful to her, it was not the most important thing. Second, the wolf leader once said that he had wandered for a long time before coming to this forest. Just from the way Ruashi took her to the volcano, the forest below had never been cut off, so how vast is the world outside? No one can tell Su Qing. Just using the treasure map to try 5 kilometers at a time, how many opportunities would be wasted? It's not worth it, and it's a waste of time. So the idea of looking for purple flowers flashed through Su Qing's mind countless times, but it just turned around and was suppressed. In contrast, finding the material of devil silk that is needed to synthesize the small magic bag and the cloud-breaking crossbow is an urgent matter. The wind blew in her face, and Su Qing shook her head, temporarily putting all her thoughts behind her. After returning home, Su Qing separated the harvested sacred lamb meat from the soft and fluffy fur using a light screen. Then she kept a portion for herself and the 4 little ones, stored a portion in the treasure chest, and exchanged the rest. The sacred lamb meat with the evaluation of delicious aroused the interest of many survivors. But obviously, in the spring when everything is revived, no one would agree to exchange important materials such as magic stones. Therefore, Su Qing's main objects of exchange are still edible plants or plants with other uses. However, the plants that were discovered to have other uses were very rare, and only a few were willing to exchange them. In addition, she also exchanged a lot of miscellaneous items. Su Qing talked to them one by one, and only one magic plant was sold. Looking at the bowl-shaped plant in her hand, Su Qing fiddled with the dark green leaves in a curious way. According to the light screen, this is a plant called xianpan, which grows on the sea and is a favorite snack for many animals. What attracted her attention the most was actually the words written on the introduction. It can produce white granules with a salty and fresh taste. Su Qing searched for a while, and finally found white granules attached to the leaves under the folded leaves in the bowl. After thinking about it, she had a healing potion, and the trader said he had tasted it and confirmed that it was no different from table salt. Su Qing gently rubbed it, and put a few granules into her mouth with her fingertips. It was salty, and it was indeed the taste of salt. Su Qing held the plant with satisfaction, and found a pot to enter the number 1 planting room. Because it is a plant from the sea, it cannot be planted in the magic field. But it is still okay to take a basin, and collect some water, and put it near the magic field. Anyway, I got 5 xianpeng this time, and the wood magic stone has not failed until now. The water, 5 xianpeng floating on the water. Su Qing stared quietly, and finally grabbed a handful of salt, and put it into the water little by little to stir. Considering the unknown concentration of seawater, she didn't dare to put too much. Alas, will the wood magic stone work on plants from the sea? I am worried. There are only 2 bags of salt at home that I opened in the treasure chest before. If I can grow xianpeng, no matter whether the white particles produced are salt or not, it will undoubtedly be salt. There is a substitute. Why not ask if we can exchange some seawater tomorrow? Su Qing laughed and walked out of the number 1 planting room. She also exchanged the meat of the 5 big birds. After all, it was just ordinary meat, non-toxic, and there was no special word to describe it. But she kept a lot of bird feathers. Take out your hands to clean them, dry them, and pile them in a bag. If you need them in the future, you can take them out at any time. Moreover, the feathers of the big birds are also very soft. They can be tied together and used as a duster to sweep dust. Well, there is also a 4-piece set of synthetic magic books. In fact, she not only had white cotton, but also a lot of wool left by rams, so it would not be difficult to collect the number of 800. The sky gradually darkened. That night, Su Qing processed the ram meat, had a good meal with the 4 little ones, and then fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Su Qing and Wan Shu took the magic bag and hunting rifle, and quickly went to the white cotton field. The white cotton was light, and Su Qing didn't know how much she had put in. She only felt that her hands were sore, and the magic bag was slightly bulging. Washu went out to hunt and fill his stomach, and then came back to guard the surroundings for her. When Su Qing thought it was almost time, she stopped picking, and then hurried back to the cave with Washu. As soon as she got home, after saying goodbye to Washu, Su Qing couldn't wait to take a lot of white cotton filled with magic bags and go to the utility room to find a synthesis magic book. However, considering the hygiene problem, she finally chose to synthesize in the bedroom. A white light flashed. In Su Qing's expectant eyes, a large pile of white quilts was piled on the haystack she made. Su Qing walked over and touched the quilt with her fingertips. Inside the thin quilt cover, She gently twisted it, and the soft white cotton was pressed down. She lowered her head and sniffed it. The quilt produced by the magic book did not have any strange smell. The quilt cover was also as white as snow, with no flaws at all. She opened the quilt, and underneath were 2 square snow-white pillows and sheets, which were also soft and clean. It was still early outside, so Su Qing took off the quilt cover, washed the sheets together, and hung them on the simple clothesline outside to dry. The same thing happened with the 2 pillows. They were placed outside to dry. The weather was fine. By the evening, the quilt cover and bed sheet had dried thoroughly, with a familiar smell of sunshine. Su Qing was in a good mood and spread the bed sheet on the bed, then put the quilt cover back on. Her bed instantly looked brand new. At night, Su Qing lay on the bed, resting her face on the soft pillow, browsing the forum. After she felt sleepy, she closed the screen and turned over. The smell of sunshine lingered at the tip of her nose. Slowly, Su Qing closed her eyes. A sweet dream. 5 days later, Su Qing saw the aurora again. Unfortunately, the aurora suddenly disappeared on their way there, and it was only with the help of Lucky that they found the location. Unfortunately, the plant had been bitten off, leaving only the lonely bronze treasure chest on the side. But fortunately, the other party only bit off the top, and the roots were still buried intact in the soil. There were also magic stones inside, 1 less than last time, 2 magic stones, 1 wood magic stone, and 1 attributeless magic stone. The 3 magic stones from last time, 1 wood magic stone, 1 non-attribute magic stone, and 1 earth magic stone. So far, she has 2 water magic stones, 4 wood magic stones, 2 earth magic stones, 2 light magic stones, 10 non-attribute magic stones, 1 electric magic stone, and 1 gold magic stone. Finally, each of the 4 planting rooms can be allocated a wood magic stone. As for the bronze treasure chest, 2 bottles of drinks were opened. Su Qing put them in the treasure chest, and took them out when she wanted to drink. As for the planting of the ground lotus, it was not smooth. When Su Qing put the ground lotus into the magic field number 25, the wood magic stone suddenly burst into light, forming a small aurora that was about to rush towards the ground lotus. Fortunately, she was quick to run away with the ground lotus. Afterwards, Su Qing thought back and guessed that a magical plant like the ground lotus should require a lot of energy. After all, when it was pulled up, there were 3 pieces entangled, and she only had 1 piece in the magic field. If she didn't interrupt it at that time, it was estimated that the wood magic stone would be in trouble. As for why she could get 3 magic stones when she pulled them up outside, she thought it was because the forest was connected to the heaven and earth, and the excess energy formed magic stones. In the cave, magic stones were used to stimulate the growth of plants, and 1 piece was definitely not enough. So she put the ground lotus in the treasure chest, which was considered to be a temporary suspension of the planting plan. After waiting for 3 days, Su Qing took Washu and Ruashi to take turns to find plants to enrich the number 2 and number 3 planting rooms. Su Qing, who kept a close eye on the sky, never found the aurora again. After 7 or 8 days, she focused all her attention on her own affairs. Another morning, Su Qing woke up yawning. When she walked out of the cave, the 4 little ones were ready to go and looked at her. "You go." Su Qing stretched lazily. "I won't go out today. I have to deal with the green bamboo I brought back. By the way, be careful." The 4 little ones go to the forest from time to time. Su Qing has gotten used to it. As usual, Su Qing turned back to the cave, paying attention to the backs of the 4 little ones leaving. On the wooden table, there was a bucket. The long green strip that was obviously cut leaned against the wall of the barrel, and the other end went straight into the liquid inside. Su Qing lowered her head. The colorful liquid covered most of the strip. One was the spear she had cut with green bamboo. The other was the juice squeezed out of the lip grass. She still remembered that a few days ago, the spear accidentally fell into the lip grass liquid. When she took it out, she suddenly had an idea and clicked on the light screen for identification. Weak stun effect, can be exerted through blood and food. This is the description given by the light screen. As the soaking time increases, the effect on the light screen changes from weak to good, and then to the current strong. For something so useful, she must have a few more as backup. This is also the reason why Su Qing doesn't plan to go out recently. Of course, if there is an aurora, she will still go out. Chapter 71. On the other side. The tree mouse stood up, holding the long hair on the white wolf's head tightly with its 2 claws. The wind came towards it, squeezing into its hair forcefully, making it feel chilly. Ruashi ran wantonly, causing it to bump up and down. If it hadn't held Ruashi tightly, The tree mouse felt that it would fall at any time. But the green shadows continued, retreating quickly, and the wind was whistling. The tree mouse slightly opened his eyes, and excitement emerged in his golden pupils. The mouse liked his current life. Ga? Where are we going today? The bird adjusted its movements, keeping its wings almost motionless, soaring with the wind. When it fell behind a little, it flapped its wings a few times and easily caught up with Ruashi. Gee. Today we are going to a farther place, which has not been explored yet. There must be good things there. As soon as it opened its mouth, it swallowed a mouthful of wind, and the tree mouse shook its head, and the sound was drowned in the wind. Ga. Then I will lead the way. The bird did not disagree with the tree mouse's proposal. A few days ago, Suqing seriously suggested that it stay at home to rest. Although the bird knew that it was just not used to the increasingly warm weather, and was used to sleeping in the shade. But it could be overcome. Suqing's worried eyes appeared in front of her, the bird blinked, flapped its wings, and a shadow flashed, and then flew to the front to lead the way. After a difficult discussion, they reached a consensus. The bird can only come out in the slightly cool morning and evening, and once it is noon, it will return to the cave to rest. Squeak! Come on, treasure hunt! Awoo! Treasure hunt! Awoo! Ruashi looked at the road. The excited cries behind her mixed together, and the bird felt helpless. Look, how can the bird feel at ease with these two guys, stepping over the stream, moving forward in a certain direction? Finally, a huge forest became clearer as they approached. This was a place they had never set foot on. The huge old trees were covered with thick mosses, and dark green vines spread wildly in the air, connecting the ancient trees that were far apart. Strangely, the deeper you go into the forest, the darker the color of the land becomes. At the back, it has reached a very dark black color, emitting a strange smell. Awoo! Is there really a treasure here? Ruashi slowed down her pace and looked left and right curiously. The tree mouse scratched its head, and its golden pupils reflected the ancient tree. Squeak! The mouse was not sure either. Ga? What? The bird turned around cautiously and looked to the right and back. The wind blew slightly, and the grass fell slightly, making a rustling sound. Is it an illusion? The bird clearly felt a strange sight just now. Awoo! What happened? Washu, who had been walking at the end of the team, asked. The bird's strange movement caught his attention. The bird still stared at that place. After the wind blew, the grass quickly became quiet. 1 minute, 2 minutes. No more movement. Did the bird feel it wrong? The bird lowered its head slightly, and when Wanshu continued to ask, it still hesitated to express its feelings. Hearing this, Washu looked over cautiously, but found nothing wrong. Awoo! After all, we have never been here before, so your feeling may not be wrong. Next, let's pay more attention to the surroundings, turn around and leave early. Quack! Good idea. After making a decision, the bird flew higher, intending to expand the alert range. After all, according to age, the bird is the elder, and it is right for it to take more care of the children of the tribe. Awoo! Sister, Shui, hurry up. Washu and Shui looked at each other and quickly followed the trace. As they walked around, the feeling of being stared at before never appeared again, which made the bird feel relieved. The tree mouse threw away the fruit on its paw in disappointment. It was poisonous and could not be eaten. Squeak! It seemed that there was no treasure here. They walked around in the forest for a long time. There were old trees everywhere, covered with green moss. The whole forest seemed to be copied. Occasionally, they found fruits, but they could not eat them, not to mention plants that could glow. Ruoshi also sighed, and lowered her head wiltingly. The last few times she followed the tree mouse to look for treasures, she could always see all kinds of plants and animals, and the tree mouse would also tell a lot of things vividly. It was very novel, but today she found nothing. Awoo! Awoo! Since there is no what, like Shui, Washu has been paying close attention to the surroundings. No accidents happened, which made it feel a little relieved. But this forest was too unfamiliar, and after searching for a long time without any results, Washu opened his mouth and wanted to suggest leaving here. Before he finished speaking, dots of green light drifted out from the ancient tree and flew up to the top of his head. Wanshu looked up in shock, but after a while, the light spots gathered together and drifted away like a stream. Squeak! The aurora that Su Qing was talking about. After a few seconds of distress, the tree mouse dug out the relevant memories from his mind and blurted them out. Then, the tree mouse thought of the treasures he found when he first went there, the tender meat and the attractive green fruits. Crunchy, fragrant, Good treasures that are good for it. Thinking of this, the tree mouse was a little greedy. Squeak. Then what about us? Awoo, awoo. Follow, follow. Ruashi jumped excitedly on the spot, her eyes bright, full of excitement and curiosity. Quack. Let's go back to find Suqing first. It's too risky to just follow. The bird landed on Wangshu's head, and its opinion was exactly the opposite. Squeak. But we went too late last time, and all the treasures were gone. If we go back and come back, the tree mouse said hesitantly, it will be too late, right? Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, the scene became extremely quiet. Wangshu looked to the left, and saw his sister fiddling with the branches on the ground in distress. He looked to the right, and met the golden eyes of the tree mouse. The tree mouse blinked at it, and swept the tip of its tail towards his sister. It turned out that it was not the only one who thought so. Wangshu curved his eyes. Squeak. Everyone listen to me. After finding that he had the same idea as Wangshu, the tree mouse cleared his throat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. We can let Ruashi take Suqing with us, and then meet at the destination. The tree mouse put his hands on his hips, so that the child mouse could keep an eye on the treasure first, and not worry about the slow round trip. The white wolf blinked and raised doubts. Awoo? Why did Ruashi go back to pick her up? Awoo? Because you are the fastest. Although Wangshu said this, he didn't think so in his heart. This forest is too unfamiliar. Although the treasure is good, it may attract other animals. It is better for it to stay and face potential dangers than for its sister to face them. Awoo, so that's it. Ruashi is so great in her sister's heart. Ruashi bowed her body excitedly. Awoo. Then Ruashi went to pick up Suqing. Quack. I go back with you. If the aurora disappears later, you can lead the way. The bird stood up and called. Ruashi nodded, flapped her wings, and flew out of the forest with the white bird. After a while, the figures of the wolf and the bird disappeared completely. Wangshu watched quietly until they could no longer be seen. Then he turned his head and lowered his body to let the tree mouse climb onto his body more easily. Next, it was their turn to go far away to see what the treasure was. Following the aurora, they shuttled through the forest. The rosy clouds above their heads were getting lower and lower. Wangshu knew they were almost there. As expected, Wangshu walked lightly and looked ahead quietly. Between the two huge leaning old trees, on the connected branches, the rays of light gathered to form a small patch of rich fluorescence. The tree mouse squinted his eyes, and saw that in the light, it seemed to be a few white flowers. The pure white formed a sharp contrast with the thick green moss around it, so the flowers were small, and could be distinguished. Squeak, the tree mouse's nose moved and looked around. Why did it smell a smell? That mice hate? Squeak. Wangshu, I seem to smell something. Rats are annoying. I feel like it's a big guy. Suspicious, the tree mouse took the initiative to talk to Wangshu. Of course, in order not to alarm other animals that might be around, the tree mouse almost spoke to the yellow wolf. Big guy, Wangshu pondered, vigilantly paying attention to the slightest movement around, and was ready to leave this place at any time. Suqing said that if there is danger that cannot be defeated, their safety is the most important. Rustle. The sound of something rubbing against each other was heard. The wolf and the tree mouse, who were already highly focused, pricked up their ears at the same time and began to look for the source of the sound. A whine behind you. A whine. Hold on tight. Wangshu reminded hurriedly, jumped to the side, and then accelerated away from the original position. Bang. A huge bang sounded. Wangshu turned his head, and a pair of cold yellow vertical eyes were reflected in his pupils. In their original position, there was a tail that gradually became thinner, covered with green scales, emitting colorful light in the sunlight coming through the top of the head. It looked very beautiful. The attack missed, and the green tail quickly pulled away, leaving a winding mark on the ground. The tree mouse looked up in the direction of the tail. It was at this time that it realized that the animal that attacked them had been there all along. The long green strip wrapped around the ancient tree, and a triangular head poked out, looking at them coldly. The scales on the forehead were blue-white, and under the yellow vertical pupils, there were blue-white scales protruding. This turned out to be a huge green snake. Fear struck the tree mouse like thunder, and the mouse felt that his breathing had stagnated in the other party's cold gaze. Squeak. It's a snake. Life is so hard for a rat. The tree rat's eyes were filled with tears, and it screamed while clutching the yellow wolf's fur. Squeak, squeak. Wangshu, let's run. This snake is too big, we two may not be able to defeat it. Wangshu nodded and moved backward slowly, waiting to retreat behind the bushes that could hide behind it, and then speed up to leave here. Squeak. The moment it moved, the green snake on the ancient tree quickly disappeared from sight. Squeak. Run, the tree mouse reminded, hoping that Ruashi could bring Su Qing here earlier. Squeak. Su Qing saved the mouse. Under him, Washu narrowly avoided a blow, and the tree mouse flew into the air and fell on the head of the yellow wolf. He tried to run away several times, but was stopped by the giant snake intentionally or unintentionally. Washu frowned and bit the tail that was whipped again without hesitation. Without greed, after biting it hard, Washu rushed in one direction regardless of the hissing cry of pain behind him. Chapter 72. The scream filled with anger could not hide the pain. Then came the hissing sound of the scales rubbing against the object, and the vibration from the ground behind. No. I will be caught like this. Wanshu narrowly avoided the two streams of liquid. Squeak. When the dark green liquid fell on the plant next to it, it made a tooth-grinding sound, and white steam came out of the leaves. Squeak. It's poisonous. Seeing this scene, the tree mouse felt like his soul was about to fly away, and screamed to remind. Hiss. The giant snake's eyes glowed with light, and it shook its head and hid behind the old tree. Only the annoying hissing sound could be heard. Left, right. Avoiding the venom, Wanshu did not dare to stop. But the sound became louder and louder, and gradually, it could not tell the difference. The other party seemed to be playing a trick on it. Once it caught the sound and ran to the other side, it would not run far before there was constant movement in front. Suddenly, it was dark above its head. Washu raised his eyes, and a large shadow fell down, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. I have to get out of the way. The tree rat on his head began to repeat the direction of the tail's movement. Washu simply stopped looking and paid full attention to his surroundings. After a sharp turn, his feet felt hot and painful, but Washu didn't dare to stay any longer and ran faster. Bang! The huge snake's tail missed again. However, this time the snake's tail didn't retract quickly. The hissing sound came again, and the giant snake came out. The triangular head was lowered, spitting out a bright red snake tongue, almost touching the ground. The snake stared at the blood on the ground without blinking, and a light flashed in its cold eyes. The giant snake stood up, and the blue-white scales under the yellow vertical pupils trembled excitedly. The fishy wind flashed, and the giant snake was no longer there. Whoa. The other party caught up. Ah. Washu ran desperately, and there was no sound behind him for a long time, so he asked, panting. Hearing this, the tree mouse who had been turning his head to look replied uncertainly, Squeak. Squeak. Now there is no, maybe we have. Wanshu quickly hied to the side. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Wanshu's increasingly tired body couldn't help but slow down a bit. A few seconds later, the scream of the tree mouse sounded. What? Wanshu thought a little dully. Hide? Hasn't the sound been heard for a long time? However, out of trust in his family, he still turned slightly in the direction and ran. The next second, the right side of his back was soaked. Sizzle. A familiar sound sounded, and the irritating and unpleasant smell was accompanied by severe pain. Ouch. It hurts. The pain made Washu almost unable to keep running, but the enemy behind him clearly caught up again, and made him dare not stop. Squeak, squeak. Washu, Su Qing, help me, Washu is injured, come quickly. Seeing the rising white mist, the tree mouse cried desperately. It was all its fault, if it hadn't insisted on going treasure hunting. Warm tears fell one by one, blurring the vision in front of it, but the tree mouse didn't dare to wipe the tears, staring at the giant snake behind it that was screaming excitedly. It also had to observe the direction of the giant snake for Wanshu. Even so, the tree mouse blinked uncomfortably, trying to shrink the tears. It's okay. Wanshu comforted himself in the cold wind. But deep down, Wanshu knew that it couldn't run any longer. Does this snake have endless energy? While running, Wanshu couldn't help but have this thought. Hiss? Don't run. Why don't you just become my meal? Watching from the sidelines, the giant snake finally spoke as it saw the speed of the snake in front slowed down visibly. Wanshu ignored it, because everyone was waiting for them. Looking for death, the giant snake, which unexpectedly grew to this size, flashed with anger in its eyes. It no longer had the interest to play around or humiliate others. It rushed forward, intending to wrap around the two snacks that broke in and swallow them in one gulp. Squeak. Washu, don't let it wrap around you. The tree mouse had seen snakes hunting, so when the giant snake stopped spraying venom and whipped with its tail, it immediately warned him. Got it. Wanshu took a deep breath and finally made up his mind, as he glanced at the giant snake rushing towards him. Facing the open mouth and fangs, Washu stared closely until he could clearly smell the fishy smell coming towards him, and then he used all his strength to accelerate his sprint. The snake mouth inevitably closed due to the impact, and paused. Wangshu took advantage of this time to run out for a long time. The shouting behind him seemed to have a little more anger. "Awuh! Lucky, listen to me." There was a faint taste of blood in the throat. Even now, Wangshu was still so gentle. The tree mouse opened his eyes wide. "Awuh! You will find the right opportunity to jump on the tree and hide. I bit it, and it didn't catch me for so long, so it will definitely not notice you in a hurry." After saying a few words, Wangshu felt a sore throat, but she still insisted on telling the method she came up with. "Why?" The tree mouse's eyes were filled with tears. "Why is this happening?" "Awuh, awuh. Be obedient, okay? When Su Qing comes, you can show me the way. Without you, I can run without paying attention and last longer." The tree mouse didn't speak. The mouse's heart aches. "Awuh! Be obedient. Squeak. You must hold on until Su Qing comes." The wolf covet raised from childhood has never been so serious. The tree mouse's mouth seemed to be glued together, and it finally gave a vague warning. Wangshu stared at the roadside, and shouted at the corner again. "Awuh! Jump!" The tree mouse, who had been on the alert for a long time, jumped into the tree and hid without a second thought. The yellow figure quickly disappeared in front of his eyes, and immediately, the hissing sound of the giant snakes crawling flashed in his ears. He ran a long way with gritted teeth, but he couldn't run anymore, so he stopped and turned around. Hiss? Can't run anymore? The giant snake showed its fangs. "Awuh!" Even though he knew he had no strength, Wangshu would never surrender, and he took a fighting stance. But after running for so long, its strength had been exhausted. The giant snake's tail tried to whip it, but it didn't dodge it this time. Bang! After sliding for a distance, Wangshu's body trembled, and he barely stood up. Huh? The giant snake looked up in surprise. It didn't give up even now. Well, it had never encountered such prey before. After hesitating for a while, it whipped a few more times and opened its mouth. It planned to poison the other party with the venom in its fangs, so that it wouldn't be too painful. Is this a bit of kindness? The giant snake bit. Wangshu kicked his legs subconsciously, but couldn't move. The giant snake that just threatened him glanced at him strangely, then opened its mouth and actually retreated a distance and coiled its body. What is it doing? Wangshu opened his mouth, but felt a little dizzy. If only it could fly, it could take Lucky away directly. I want to go home, I want to go home. Wangshu's nose was sour, and he felt that his hind legs had lost consciousness. Awuh, what is this? Lying on the ground, Wangshu slightly opened his eyes. The giant snake still coiled its body, looking at it coldly, as if waiting for it to die. What shocked Wangshu was not this. A touch of gold entered his sight. It had been quiet for a long time, and the tree mouse just covered his mouth and cried. Gaga? A bird poked its head in. Shwe, what did you find? A familiar voice sounded. The tree mouse opened his eyes in shock and stumbled out. On the edge of the treetops, there was a snow-white wolf and a human with a backpack on his back. Lucky, why are you here? Where's Wangshu? Su Qing, who followed Ruashi and Shui out, naturally saw the aurora in the distance. She thought the little ones came back to pick her up, but when she reached the gathering point of the aurora, she didn't see Wangshu and Lucky. She asked Ruashi and Shui, and the two little ones flew up following the smell. In the end, she saw Lucky on the tree. Squeak, squeak. Su Qing, Wangshu, Wangshu. The tree mouse couldn't hold back any longer and cried and pointed forward. Su Qing had a bad thought in her mind. Would something go wrong? Lucky, come down and point the direction. Let's hurry over there, and talk about other things after we get there. After saying this quickly, Su Qing caught the tree mouse that jumped down. Ruashi, fly over with all your strength. Since Wangshu's safety was at stake, Su Qing hugged Ruashi tightly, and did not dare to delay at all. Awuh! Ruashi's eyes flashed with anxiety. After hearing Su Qing's order, she flapped her wings and flew away. The biting wind blew by her side. Not sure if they had reached their destination, Su Qing only heard Ruashi's heart-wrenching howl. Su Qing raised her head. Her heart almost stopped beating. The yellow giant wolf lay motionless in the distance. Tears suddenly overflowed. Su Qing looked to the side helplessly, and saw a giant snake shaking something angrily. The golden shadow moved flexibly. Su Qing sniffed, let Ruashi put her down, and jumped to the ground. She took out all the weapons from her backpack. She still stared at the giant snake and the golden shadow. Ah, It was the golden beast from that day. Su Qing thought numbly. Then who moved her Washu? Awu! I help you. Ruashi couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward. The golden beast paused, and together with Ruashi, they entangled the giant snake tacitly. Su Qing naturally saw it. She felt very calm, stepped forward step by step, and aimed the shotgun at the giant snake. She also soaked the bullets of the shotgun with the lip grass. It has a strong effect. The blue light spot jumped, but the giant snake kept moving. Su Qing moved closer again. Listen to my slogan. Ah! Awu! Leave! The blue light spot overlapped with the giant snake's open mouth. Su Qing shouted, and fired continuously. The golden beast and the white wolf both jumped to the side. Su Qing met a pair of yellow vertical pupils. These eyes were so cold, and its owner was so huge. If it were in the past, she would be afraid. But now, her heart was filled with anger and hatred. The giant snake cried out in pain, twisted and trembled a few times, and was about to attack her angrily. The lip grass is more useful than she thought. Bang! The giant snake fell straight to the ground. Su Qing walked over. The light screen was turned on, and the cutting failed. It seems that living things that are not completely dead cannot be cut. Su Qing waved to Ruashi and took out the machete at the same time. Ruashi, bite off its neck. She pointed to a place under the snake's head and found a place below with the machete. Mainly because she was afraid that the machete could not cut it all at once. Ruashi walked to the side quietly. Unexpectedly, the golden beast also came. When passing by, he hesitated and arched towards her. Su Qing forced a smile. Bite. Both beasts and one person exerted force at the same time. The giant snake's head tilted up and screamed in pain, as if it would wake up in the next second. Caw-caw. A crisp sound rang out. The giant wolf opened its mouth, and the flesh had been broken at the place where it bit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Washu, washu. The giant snake was solved, and Su Qing turned her head stiffly. Her Washu was still lying on the ground. She walked to the side, knelt down, and gently patted the yellow wolf. Washu, wake up, please. Awu! Sister, Ruashi nudged him with her head. Washu didn't move. Woo-woo, what? Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried loudly. If she didn't let the little ones out today, could she have avoided all this? If she stayed in the cave for a little longer, could she have arrived in time? If... Awu! A weak sound came from her arm being licked. Su Qing looked up in disbelief. Washu opened his eyes at some point, and was silently comforting her. Let's go, Ruashi. Let's go back and get the healing potion. Seeing Washu alive again, Su Qing was overjoyed. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Awu? Really? Ruashi widened her eyes, and stood up quickly. Awu. Okay, Washu opened his mouth to say it was useless, but when he came into contact with two pairs of wet eyes, he couldn't bear it and agreed. Can you please help look after Wangshu? Su Qing turned to the golden beast. I can give you meat and treat you. Woo. Ruashi looked at its friend with tears in her eyes. The golden beast nodded silently. It will, Ruashi, go, and parting with your tribe is the cruelest thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Su Qing bowed helplessly, wiped away her tears, and said resolutely, Ruashi, let's go, and rush back as fast as we can. Washu breathed heavily, and his vision became more and more blurred. I really don't want to leave Su Qing and my sister, as well as Shui and Lucky. If only it could fly. If only it was stronger. If only. At the end of his life, Washu laughed happily. Fortunately, it was not his sister who suffered all this. Squeak. Washu. Gaga. Washu. Ah. Goodbye, Sister Wangshu. When Su Qing came back, she looked at Wangshu, who closed his eyes in disbelief. How? How could he leave? The healing potion slipped out of his hand. Bang! The glass fell to the ground and shattered. No, 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 no. It's just a temporary coma. Su Qing took off the magic bag and took out a few bottles of healing potions. The liquid slid down the wolf's mouth. Su Qing pried open the wolf's mouth and drank bottle after bottle. Until she opened the lid of the third bottle, her sleeve was pulled by Ruashi. Awu! Ruashi's tears flowed. Su Qing hugged Ruashi in pain and burst into tears. In the sunset, Su Qing threw away the machete. Looking at the big pit she dug, she remained silent. No matter how unwilling she was to accept the fact, Washu left. After finishing everything, Su Qing came to the bottom of the waterfall and dug out the current big pit. There are the most plants here, and it is close to home. She laid a layer of straw at the bottom, and Su Qing carried Washu, whose hair had been trimmed, into the pit with an inclined board. Then, Su Qing jumped down and took out the magic stone of light that she gave to Washu when he was a child. She found the magic stone in the room and placed it on Wanshu's straw mat. It can be seen that Wanshu cherished it very much. Putting the light magic stone in Wanshu's palm, Su Qing took out another white flower emitting a hazy glow. This is the magical plant wish flower bred by the Aurora today. Wish flower, a spiritual thing of heaven and earth, it is said to grow in the land of life and death and has magical effects. It's a legend, who knows if it has any effect? Ahem, but according to legend, the wish flower seems to satisfy your obsession. Oh, this is the description given by the light screen. Su Qing's obsession now is to bring Wanshu back to life. But is it possible? Silently put the wish flower into Wanshu's mouth. Awah! What is this doing? Ruashi called out in confusion. Wanshu, look, this is your favorite light magic stone, and today's Aurora, we found it. It is a magical plant called wish flower. Su Qing said, tears fell again. I will take good care of Ruashi and them, I swear. So that's it, Ruashi turned around and ran. Su Qing didn't notice Ruashi's actions. She cried for a while, and squatted down to feel the soil. Awah! A vague cry came. Su Qing turned her head, and saw Ruashi holding a bunch of long bones. Ruashi let go, and then imitated Su Qing, throwing bones one by one. Ruashi, what are you doing? Su Qing murmured. Awah! Sister is hungry, so you can eat. Originally, Ruashi wanted to hunt again, but there was no time, so it could only bring these beautiful bones that were hidden. Silence. Su Qing also picked up one. The bones piled up in a small pile next to Washu. Su Qing, Ruashi, Shushu and Shui began to fill the soil. Soon, a mound gradually took shape. Su Qing knocked the wooden sign she had carved into the position in front of the tomb. Wanshu. She pointed to the cave with tears in her eyes. That's home, very close, everyone is here. It was getting dark. Su Qing and the three little ones walked back listlessly. This night was very quiet, even a little lonely. The first ray of sunlight rose in the early morning. The light shone on the wooden sign. Su Qing, Ruashi, Lucky, Shui's family, Wanshu's tomb. The words were very straight. The light shone on the mound again. Under the thick soil layer. Between the inseparable soil. The yellow wolf's closed palms gradually emitted light. And it became stronger and stronger. Until the whole mound was covered with a layer of hazy light. This wonder lasted only for a minute, and the light faded. It was a pity that no one saw this scene. Chapter 73. A slightly cool breeze blew by, and Su Qing opened her eyes, her mind still a little confused. She sat up straight from the corner, and something slipped off her shoulder. Her body reacted before her brain, and she caught it with both hands in time. Squeak! Feeling the free fall and being awakened, the tree mouse grabbed Su Qing's two thumbs, still a little frightened. Su Qing looked around blankly. She was trapped in a corner, and she felt hot, and even woke up because of the heat, because the huge white wolf curled up in front of her, and her fur almost drowned her. Gaw! What happened? A sound suddenly came from the snow-white wolf body. Su Qing's eyes wandered, and she saw it place suddenly. Bulge! Out, shaking and shaking, revealing a pair of calm and sharp eyes. Ah, it's Snow! She remembered. After a quick dinner last night, she was ready to go to bed in the bedroom. At first, she couldn't fall asleep and felt uncomfortable. After that, she slept intermittently. Every time she woke up, she couldn't remember what she dreamed about, and her pillow was wet. Then she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was in a mess. Because she was afraid of disturbing Lucky and Shui, she finally chose to go to the outer room, and then she heard faint sobbing. It was Ruashi's cry. Su Qing said nothing, just put on her clothes, opened the door, and sat quietly next to Ruashi. There was a rustling in the darkness, and the furry thing with warmth jumped into her arms, and 3 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. It turned out that no one was asleep. Su Qing rubbed her eyes, and patted the 3 little ones soothingly. Good morning, she was startled, her voice a little hoarse. I'm going to the river to wash my face. Do you want to come with me? She was heartbroken by Wanshu's departure, but Su Qing didn't want the remaining family members to be forever immersed in sorrow. She knew that gentle child, and Wanshu would not want them to become like this. Therefore, actively inviting family members to act together may be a good way. Awah! Ruashi lay on the ground and responded weakly. Squeak! The tree mouse hid on Su Qing's back, revealing only a pair of eyes. When it heard Su Qing get up and go out at night, it followed quietly behind her, but didn't dare to go forward. It kept thinking, If it hadn't proposed to act separately at that time, with Ruashi there, would they have been able to defeat them together? Or if they all went back to find Suchin together? For some reason, the tree mouse was afraid to look Ruashi in the eye. If Ruashi showed disgust in her eyes, what would the mouse do? If it wasn't so dark at night, if the bird hadn't pushed it? It didn't dare to come out last night. Feeling that everyone had some problems, Suchin took a deep breath and squatted down. Ruashi? She called softly. Ruashi raised her head. What do you think Wanshu likes to eat? Suchin brought up the topic. Shue seemed to be okay, but Lucky and Ruashi were definitely not in the right state. What do you like to eat? Ruashi tilted her head. Well, my sister likes to eat meat. The last time, I had ram. And tree honey. My sister was also very happy. But now my sister is gone. What's the use of this? Do you remember that we buried the light magic stone and other things together yesterday? What? Remember, what's wrong? A big question mark appeared on Ruashi's head. Suchin gently stroked the white wolf. According to us humans, Wanshu just went to another world. But in that world, you may not be able to eat delicious food. Maybe we can collect some delicious food and then send it to Wanshu. What? Another world? Ruashi became excited. Sister went to another world? Then can Ruashi go? Can Suchin go? The tree mouse quietly pricked up his ears. Another world. Seeing the reaction of the white wolf, Suchin quickly patched it up, otherwise the little guys would try to go one day, and it would be broken. Only a world that can be reached by natural death. We will also die naturally in the future. What? Then we will see my sister in the future. Ruashi's eyes were full of longing. In the next few days, let's go collect things, okay? Tree honey, fruit, meat, etc. Suchin forced a smile. Wanshu can live happily there. The white wolf bowed its head slightly. Rarely, she was a little nervous. Ruashi, shall we go together? Suchin blinked her eyes, and the white wolf stood outside, standing under the sun, howling at her. Suchin stood up with the help of the wall. To be honest, she had a sore back from sleeping outside yesterday. As usual, he scooped up the snow with one hand and grabbed Lucky with the other. Ruashi, fill your stomach first. We go to the river to wash our faces, and then eat. After we fill our stomachs, let's go together. What? No problem. Squeak. The mouse also comes to help. Quack. Okay, Suchin. Looking to be in good condition, Suchin watched Ruashi's back disappear as she turned the corner, and then entered the cave. Grabbing her things, she walked to the river. The spring water was still a little cool, but it was not freezing. When it splashed on her face, she felt that her sleepiness was swept away. Today's breakfast was still a purple cone. After eating, Suchin packed up everything she was going to take with her, put it in her magic bag, and then sat on the steps waiting for Ruashi. After a while, the giant white wolf came back briskly. Suchin stood up, her eyes gradually dulled. Why did Ruashi bring back a large piece of meat? The white wolf didn't come over, but squatted outside, looking elsewhere from time to time. Suchin walked down, followed Ruashi's gaze, and suddenly realized. It was the direction of the waterfall, and also the direction of Wanshu's tomb. No wonder it came back so quickly today. Suchin touched Ruashi and walked towards the waterfall first. Ruashi should want to have dinner with Wanshu. Sure enough, as soon as she took a step, the giant wolf followed. The group walked to the mound they built yesterday. Bang. The meat was put down. What? Sister eats meat. Ruashi didn't look at Suchin. It felt that everyone was sad, and everyone became cautious. It was also very sad, didn't want to go out, didn't want to move. However, Ruashi didn't like the way Suchin, Lucky, and Shue were now. It was better before. Ruashi ate the meat slowly, and it only moved this side, leaving the other side for her sister. Seeing this, Suchin bent down and lay on Ruashi. Ruashi felt her ears itchy, but she was curious about what Suchin said. Is that so? After listening, Ruashi lowered her head and thought for a while, then ate all the remaining meat. Suchin said that if she placed the things offered to her sister in front of the grave, her sister would receive them. But in order not to waste food, they still had to finish it after her sister finished eating. Let's go! Suchin watched quietly, and waited until Ruashi burped before speaking. In the next few days, Suchin took Ruashi, Lucky, and Shue to the Baihang forest, picked a lot of fruits, and watched Ruashi hunting together. They set out in the morning and returned in the evening, then carefully prepared delicious food and sat in a row in front of Wanshu's tomb. Everyone ate and chatted as before, as if nothing had happened. On the fifth day, everyone did what they had to do during the day, But for the evening meal, if there was no accident, they would move to the waterfall to eat. After discussing with the 3 children, Su-Ching got up early and packed her things. They were going to the volcano today. First, the bullets for the hunting rifle were a little insufficient. A few days ago, I went to the Baihang forest to find some cannon fruit, but I had to go to the mine to replenish the ore I needed. Secondly, the magic bag and the devil's silk needed by the cloud-breaking crossbow. Su-Ching thought carefully for a long time and decided to search around the volcano. It was known that there was a tent left by the senior in the mine, and she found the magic bag. The magic bag requires the devil's silk, which means that the senior must have discovered it. In addition, there is a gold magic stone in the box, which is also the material of the cloud breaker. Together with the classified ores, it seems that the senior is interested in synthesizing it. However, the magic bag requires 100 devil's silk, but the cloud breaker only needs 15, so it is possible that the senior has synthesized all the remaining silk, or it is not enough to synthesize the cloud breaker. Su-Ching wants to find out whether the senior still has devil's silk left in the mine. Or in the volcanic area, is there any devil's silk? This time, they all went. She and Lucky went into the mine together to explore the mine tunnels that they had not entered before. Ruashi and Shue flew around the volcanic area to see if there was anything similar to silk. Su-Ching used the silk extracted from velvet flowers as an example. Squeak! The tree mouse popped its head out, the wind blew in its face, and it shouted excitedly. Be careful, if you fall, you will have to rely on Shue to catch you. Su-Ching spoke cheerfully, still tying herself to Ruashi, holding her hands tightly. When traveling at high altitudes, be cautious. If you really fall, I will catch you. Knowing that Su-Ching was just a kind reminder, the bird promised seriously. Oh, the old neighbor is really squeaky. The tree mouse shrank back and circled itself with its big tail, feeling very happy. As she had been here more than once, after the volcano became clearer and clearer, Ruashi landed on the ground with ease. Su-Ching untied the rope and jumped off Ruashi's back. The tree mouse nimbly climbed onto her shoulder and stretched out its claws to say goodbye. After all, Su-Ching had already given instructions last night. Then, Lucky and I will enter the mine. Su-Ching pointed at the mine and said, just circle around in the sky. If you really find something, don't be too anxious. Remember the location, and we go together when the time comes. Awoo! Got it, Su-Ching. Ruashi nodded obediently. The bird did the same. Okay, see you later. Su-Ching smiled and waved her hand, tied the wall lamp around her waist, and turned to walk into the mine. Torches have actually been studied for a long time. The so-called fire can actually be burning wood. Thinking of the result of the accidental test, Su-Ching felt helpless. Speaking of it, the burning time of the torch is indeed longer. In general, the shape is like a toilet plug. Although this analogy is a bit weird, the shape is really similar. There is also a wooden lid on the top. As long as it is opened, flames will come out, and when it is closed, the flames will go out. The torch was very convenient, and it had the switch function. But Su-Ching didn't bring it this time, and chose a wall lamp instead. The main reason was that the torch had to be held, and the wall lamp could be hung around the waist, so that it would be easier to shoot in case of an accident. The mine tunnel was quiet and dull. Lucky's breathing could be heard. Su-Ching walked to the fork in the road again. She walked to the right without hesitation. Chapter 74. It had been a while since she left the fork in the road. Su-Ching held a shotgun in both hands, and stared ahead vigilantly. The walls on both sides of the mine tunnel were too close to her, about a fist away. If she moved too much, she would easily get into contact with the cold, sticky mud. But it was precisely because of this that under the light of the wall lamp, the surroundings were in full view, which brought a little sense of security, so Su-Ching focused most of her attention on the road ahead. Lucky's big furry tail swept across her neck from time to time, bringing a slight itch. Su-Ching tilted her head and rubbed the tree mouse squatting on her shoulder. She could clearly feel that the little guy was trembling nervously. Don't be nervous, Lucky. Su-Ching gently comforted. Look, the mine tunnel here is very narrow. It is unlikely that there are big guys. And the range of the wall lamp is very far. If there is really one, believe me, I will shoot it. The tree mouse swallowed, blinked its golden eyes, looked around, and slowly calmed down. That's right. At least there couldn't be a guy as big as Ruashi. The wall lamp swayed with the movement, and the light circle in front also swayed. Not long after, Su-Ching frowned slightly. Not far away, there was another corner. Raising her chin to signal Lucky to look, Su-Ching slowed down. Having been told once before, the tree mouse reacted almost immediately. Grabbing Su Qing's clothes with its 2 claws, the tree mouse leaned forward, with its 2 ears erect, trying to catch the sound. Su Qing had stopped at this time, quietly holding the gun and waiting. Squeak. No sound, no other smell. Soon, the tree mouse gave the answer. It shook its head. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qing smiled. Turning the corner, there was another corridor, and no one knew where it led. It would be best if there was something left by the senior like last time, if we could find Devil's Thread or related clues. The mine was too quiet, and Su Qing was lost in thought. The Doomsday was too big, she had no idea where to start. She also tried to ask Devil Silk on the light screen, but unfortunately, no news came until she turned off the light screen last night. Huh? Su Qing narrowed her eyes and sped up. The familiar break appeared in front of her, just like the end on the left side of the fork in the road. She had reached the end on the right side. Logically speaking, it was a good thing not to continue walking in the narrow mine tunnel, but Su Qing was not very happy. Walking to the edge and looking down, there was indeed a huge flat land below, which seemed to be much larger than the one in front. On the side, Su Qing found the stairs leading down on the slope. Using her hands and feet, Su Qing carefully moved down bit by bit. It was still a little different. Su Qing stood back and looked around, and found that there were not so many ores dug out on the ground, and it was obvious that the ores here had not been carefully classified. Passing through several piles of mixed-color ores, Su Qing walked inside, trying to find any signs of human survival. Unfortunately, it didn't. At the innermost part of the flat land, there was only a vertical cross-section, exposing many minerals. Going forward to observe carefully, not only the soil surface was very flat, but also some of the exposed mineral sections were very smooth, as if they were man-made cuts. Su Qing retracted her gaze and rubbed her fingertips. Such a strange cross-section, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally, but if it was formed after birth, then it can only be done by magic, right? Or, Su Qing thought of the mysterious power that threw them into this world. Doomsday? Is it a scene that Doomsday casually created? Squeak. Su Qing, look. The tree mouse, looking around, fixed his eyes and shouted loudly. Squeak. Su Qing, there's a hole there. Without getting a response, the tree mouse turned around and found Su Qing lowering her head. He immediately patted her with his paws and pointed in that direction. What's wrong, Lucky? Su Qing, who was immersed in this doubt, was interrupted by the little guy's actions. She looked in the direction of her fingertips and found a dark hole behind a small pile of ore. Sorry, Lucky, I was thinking about something just now. He apologized to the little guy first. Su Qing couldn't think clearly and completely put aside the doubts about the end of the world. Squeak. Oh, it's okay. The tree mouse waved his paw, indicating that this was a trivial matter. The real big thing was that the tree mouse looked at the dark hole and turned his head to look at Su Qing. Should we go down? In his sight, Su Qing's eyelashes drooped, staring at the hole intently. Su Qing was thinking. The tree mouse retracted his gaze. Anyway, no matter what, the mouse would accompany Su Qing. If Su Qing went down, the mouse would follow her. If Su Qing couldn't go down, the mouse would certainly not go down. Hoping it was the latter, the tree mouse glanced at the hole. For some reason, it always gave the mouse a sense of threat. In fact, Su Qing was indeed thinking about the hole. The hole was only half a head higher than her. After walking to the front, she could clearly see with the light of the wall lamp that there were 2 earthen stairs inside, one up and one down, leading to 2 directions. She was thinking, should she go up or down? If there is nothing useful, it's fine. You can just walk back and forth a few times. But if there is something to collect in a certain direction, it will take a lot of time. She still needs to come back to collect ore. It is impossible to spend all the time today on exploration. After all, the extinct volcano is not close to the cabin. It's not necessary. It's better to rush back to the cave before nightfall. It's spring now, and the forest has changed. Even giant snakes have appeared. What if a giant bird raids the sky at night? Lucky. Su Qing turned around and asked, do you think we should go up or down? Squeak. The tree mouse's eyes flashed with confusion. Asking a mouse? Then let's go up first. Su Qing just asked casually. After all, she didn't understand Lucky's words. After thinking for a moment, she stepped into the cave. Going down should lead to the underground, so let's go up and see first. It's called a dirt staircase, but it's actually an inclined slope, and then grooves are dug on it, like a staircase. Fortunately, the space above was quite open, and people could walk upright without crawling all the way. After turning a few corners, There was another cave, and the mine tunnel returned to a stable state. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, shook off the dirt and sand on her hands, and accelerated forward. She came in from the entrance on the ground of the extinct volcano. If that was considered the first floor, Su Qing looked left and right. Is this the second floor of the mine? There were much fewer exposed ores on the walls on both sides of the second floor mine tunnel, and the color and shape looked similar. As she walked, Su Qing reached for the wall lamp on her waist with her left hand. She pulled the rope down, and the light went out. Squeak! The tree mouse turned his head. Why did it suddenly get dark? Suddenly, the tree mouse pricked up his ears. There seemed to be some subtle noises mixed in between the regular footsteps. Lucky, it seems that we have found an exit? Su Qing looked at the light in the distance, and pulled the rope to turn on the wall lamp. Squeak! Exit? The tree mouse didn't understand what happened yet. As soon as Su Qing said that, he immediately forgot the vague sound just now. Su Qing pointed ahead. There was a bright light far away from them, outside the range of the wall lamp. She found that the color of the wall lamp was different from that light. It is the exit. Su Qing quickened her pace, and was not far from the light. The entrance of the cave became clearer, and clearer in front of her. There were blue sky, and white clouds outside. Ah! Squeak! Two exclamations sounded almost at the same time. Su Qing turned around and took a few steps back. She thought she was not too far from the ground, and the edge was very slippery. She didn't pay attention and almost slipped out. Just now, she took a random glance and saw clearly that the cave entrance was more than a few meters from the ground. Aren't those stairs so high? Su Qing thought about the slopes, and patted her rapidly beating heart. I must not be so impatient next time. After reflecting in her heart, Su Qing calmed down for a moment and squatted down. It was only after squatting that Su Qing realized that it was not the soil at the edge of the cave entrance that was slippery. On the contrary, the soil here was hard and had more particles. What really made her slip was a black object on the ground that could no longer be seen clearly. It was sticky and had a fishy smell. On the side, there was a pile of long objects that could barely be seen as ropes. In addition, Su Qing also found a metal stake that was deeply embedded in the ground. She touched it lightly with her foot, but it did not move at all. One end of the rope was tied to this metal stake. However, Su Qing glanced at it and frowned. The rope was of uniform thickness. Apart from being dirty, she did not see the line inside break. Undoubtedly, this should be the disposal of the senior. However, at the end tied to the metal stake, the rope was only connected by a thin thread. But looking at the cross-section, it was very clean and neat. It looked like it was cut off by something sharp. Could it be that senior who did it? Su Qing touched her chin. It didn't make sense. You see, it was strange that the exit was in midair. In midair, the mountain was very tilted. There was a rope. The only thing she could think of was that the person used the rope to go down from here. No, this explanation was awkward. Su Qing carefully moved to the edge and stretched her head to look down. What on earth was down there? It's worth having a hole, and even installing a rope here. Squeak! Lucky on his shoulder pointed in a direction, as if he had discovered something. Su Qing looked over, her pupils slightly dilated. Is it true? On the inclined mountain, to the lower right of the hole where they were, a section of the exposed plain could be seen. The question is, how to get down. After discovering that there was really a hole outside, Su Qing's heart suddenly itched. In the Doomsday, no one would make an exit in the air for no reason, and then put a rope, just to deceive the eyes. So, there must be traces of other people there. Su Qing put herself in her shoes. If she had gone to such great lengths, there must be something very important there. How to get there? She fell into deep thought. Ouch. Yes, it would be nice if Ruashi was there. Oh, Su Qing looked up. Why was there a sound in reality? Ouch. Instantly, the sound became clearer. Su Qing looked at Ruashi, and Shui flying over, her eyes sparkling. They came just in time. Ruashi, come and pick me up. Looking down, Su Qing waved her hand. In her opinion, if there was something important in the cave below, it would be worth taking a risk. Chapter 75. Did Su Qing come up? Because the cave was too far from the ground, and the side was too steep, Ruashi had no place to land. She could only hover in the air with her, but close to the cave entrance and her back facing the cave. Ruashi felt her tail being grabbed suddenly, and a pair of warm hands touching her waist. Just as she was about to speak, there was a rustling sound behind her. It was the crisp sound of light touch, the continuous sound of hair sweeping across the ground. Ruashi shrank her claws, feeling frightened by her own imagination. The next second, the body sank. Ruashi, who was in a trance, quickly flapped her wings and gradually moved away from the cave. Boom. Ah! Su-Ching raised her head. She seemed to see something quickly retreating into the shadows of the cave. But when Ruashi calmed down and looked over again, the cave entrance was clearly dark and light, and there was nothing. What? Ruashi, who also heard the sound, turned around and saw nothing. The tree mouse gently pulled the feather in his hand. Squeak. Did you see it? The bird recalled. Ga. Very long, very thin, and black. Very long, very thin. And black? Could it be a snake again? Thinking of this, the fur on the tree mouse's body stood up. Lucky Shui, let's go down. After staring for a while, there was no movement at the cave entrance. Su-Ching called the two little ones and directed Ruashi to land. It was invisible in the cave, but when it was hovering in the air, the entire mountain wall was in sight. The cave is indeed not on the same side as the entrance. Su-Ching looked around, her eyes moving slightly. The mountain wall is steep, with jagged rocks, and you can see protruding spike-like stones from time to time. The almost vertical mountain body reaches the clouds above and connects to the river below. And not far below the cave, there is also a cave. That's it, Ruashi, let's get closer. Su-Ching pointed to the location. The target is much larger than the hole above. Su-Ching carefully held Ruashi, stepped 1 foot into the cave, and slowly moved her body after confirming that it was firmly stepped on. The dry grass brushed against her cheeks, and Su-Ching stood up straight. This hidden cave was about 2 times as long as her arms were outstretched. Changing direction, Su-Ching's fingertips touched the soil. The depth of the cave was about the same as her arms were outstretched. In the innermost corner of the cave, Su-Ching found a small hole. She crawled in. As thin as she was, she could only curl up. If it was a strong guy, it would be much more uncomfortable. What was the senior hiding here? After observing the circle, Su-Ching only found a pile of wood ash, a few rotten fruit peels, and a broken weapon. The good news is that the light screen detected that the weapon was the cloud-breaking crossbow. Together with the magic bag she found before, even if only the seniors combined one each, there would be 115. The bad news. Su-Ching silently threw the remains of the cloud-breaking crossbow to the ground. There was a tent and another mine tunnel in the mine, with wood, tableware, etc., indicating that the seniors had rested there. However, the cave entrance on the mountain wall, and the cave in the cave below also had traces of life, and there were also more weapon remains. That's not right. The mountain wall is so steep. How did he open a new cave on the almost vertical mountain wall? You said it would be safer inside the mine cave overnight. To reach this cave, you have to climb down little by little with the help of the rope at the entrance of the mine cave. Is there something terrible in the mine cave that must be avoided? Su-Ching opened her eyes suddenly. Yes, if there was no terrible creature in the mine cave at the beginning, it would make sense if the senior was forced to move here, and the sound just now, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Su-Ching immediately changed the guess to terrible creature. It was connected with the unknown movement not long ago. As for the hole, it was not necessarily dug out. What if there was a natural hole, and it was discovered by the predecessors, and then slowly expanded to its current size? If there really is an unknown creature, why didn't it attack me after being in the mine for so long? Why not go back to the mine to look for it? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Su-Ching's heart began to pound. Many of the ore she needed had to be collected in the mine, not to mention that she hadn't even seen the underground level yet. Su-Ching didn't want to be attacked suddenly when collecting ores or exploring in the future. Ruashi, Su-Ching was thinking a lot, and soon she made up her mind to go into the mine tunnel again to look for it. Please take me back up there. What? Why did Su-Ching want to go back again? Although she was a little confused, Ruashi still carried Su-Ching obediently and sent her back to the cave entrance. Squeak. Be careful. Quack. Get out of the way. In her sight, Shui and Lucky seemed to have discovered something and shouted at the same time. The white bird's eyes changed immediately, and it flapped its wings. Su-Ching only felt a white shadow flash by. Is there really a strange creature located at the entrance of the cave? It's not hard to guess the reaction of the two little ones. Su-Ching is already standing in the cave with 2 feet, and her hands are on Ruashi. It's not realistic to jump on Ruashi. If she misses, she will be completely finished. In a flash, Su-Ching can only squeeze to the side, stick to the wall, and try not to get close to the shadow. Squeak. I feel dizzy. Finding the right opportunity to jump to the ground, the tree mouse turned around in a daze, and seemed to see two thick lines that kept rotating in confusion. Squeak! The green sticky liquid fell to the ground, and small bubbles swelled up, especially like boiling water. But both the tree mouse and Su Qing avoided this small pool of green liquid. Strange hissing sounds continued to come from the shadows. Su Qing looked around, inevitably a little worried. After pulling the still dizzy Lucky to her side, Su Qing raised her shotgun and planned to go in to help Shui. She pulled the wall lamp with her fingertips. The light dispersed instantly. A pair of open white wings appeared in front of him. Under the wings, 3 black round beads appeared. What is that? Su Qing immediately took aim after seeing this. The monster screamed extremely sharply and kept shrinking inwards, and it didn't even have the desire to fight. The white bird flapped its wings and flew off the ground. Only then did Su Qing see the monster clearly. It was a big black fluffy spider. Hanging in the air, the spider's legs waved. Although Shui didn't attack much, the spider kept screaming as if it had been attacked. Shui, I shoot the moment you let go. Su Qing got much closer. Crack, the bird let go. The claws loosened, and the bird flew further inside, ready to block the road. Bang. The familiar sound passed, and the bird watched Su Qing shoot twice before changing to a vertical grab. Knowing that Su Qing would not shoot again in the short term, it immediately flew down to finish off the enemy. The spider was completely motionless. Squeak. So big, the tree mouse compared the size of itself and the corpse on the ground, looking a little sad. I didn't think mice were small before. Why are they so big now? Ghostface spider, hashtag, a social creature, loves minerals and blood, afraid of light. It is black in color, has long hair, and has a ghost face on its back. It is often called the devil in the dark. However, the silk of the ghostface spider is famous for its flexibility. Oh, it's a baby spider. It's a little sluggish and a little small. Malnourished. It looks like a glutton that has fallen behind. But judging by the color, it should just be due to insufficient blood intake. If you dig open the end of the abdominal cavity, the silk nest where the ghostface spider stores spider silk is right there. Looking at the text on the light screen, Su Qing frowned. Shielding again? Remember the last time the lightning struck Wood was also given a vague description of absorbing lightning by chance, and has a certain effect on hashtag. Wait. It would be better if Su Qing didn't recall it. As soon as she recalled it, she found something wrong. You see, one has a certain effect on hashtag, and the other is hashtag. So lightning struck Wood can kill ghostface spiders, and the light screen said that ghostface spiders live in groups. If it weren't for the words behind the light screen that this ghostface spider was a straggler, she would have immediately fled from here with the spider's corpse. Su Qing took out a machete and a dagger from her magic bag, and after a moment of hesitation, she chose to use the dagger. The dagger pierced into the spider's abdomen as big as a disc, and blue liquid overflowed. After searching for a while, Su Qing finally found the silk nest. The silk nest is a palm-sized black round object with only a small hole on the top. Poked it with a stone, and it immediately dispersed, and the roots could be felt clearly. Once again impressed by the excellent quality of the magic bag and treasure chest that would not change the state of objects, Su Qing threw the silk nest into the magic bag and planned to go back to the first floor to pick up ore. After all, she had seen the mine tunnels on the first floor, and had visited the end of the second floor. She even found the hidden cave outside. The only area she had not explored was the underground area. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. You are lucky to get 5 magic books, magic bags and other things out of thin air. Su Qing took a deep breath and threw the ghostface spider out of the cave. The ghostface spider quickly shrank into a black dot and fell to the water surface, stirring up a splash of water. The turbulent river surface soon returned to calm. Ruashi, go around from the outside to the place where we separated in the morning, and we will meet there. Su Qing touched the wolf's head. After dealing with the ghostface spider, Shui did not leave, and it seemed that she was going to go into the cave with him. Only Ruashi could not go in. Ruashi's lips curved downward, and she was unhappy about her oversized body again. If I could become smaller. No, how could I protect Su Qing if I became smaller? Looking at the claws in confusion, Ruashi slowly returned the same way. If I could freely grow or shrink, Turning her head to take a last look at the empty cave entrance, a fiery light flashed in Ruashi's eyes. Su Qing, who had quickly returned to the first floor, did not hear similar noises again, and was completely relieved. Of course, considering that the light screen said that the ghostface spider was afraid of light, Su Qing deliberately turned off the wall lamp and waited for a while in the middle of the road. After quickly packing the necessary ore, Su Qing took Shui and Lucky outside. There will be a chance to explore the underground area later. The main purpose of coming back today is to replenish and find clues to the Devil's Silk. As a result, except for a silk nest, no clues were found in other places. Su Qing has planned to put it aside for the time being and wait for the treasure map to reset. Of course, if the Ghostface Spider's silk nest is the Devil's Silk, Su Qing also has to put it aside. After all, the light screen and her luring action have already shown that there are no other Ghostface Spiders nearby. Chapter 76. After leaving the mine, the sky had darkened, and gray clouds were piled up in the sky, which made people feel depressed. It looks like it might rain later. But speaking of it, the special weather conditions so far seem to have been reported. The previous rainstorm with negative effects was like this, and the hail in the winter was also like this. But whether she was in the mine or out during this time, she did not hear the Doomsday report. With her right hand on the back of the white wolf lying on the ground, Su Qing took a step and turned over, and soon sat firmly. Lucky, do you want Shui to take you back, or do you want to stay like when you came? After sitting firmly, Su Qing turned her head. The weather doesn't look good, we have to go back early. The tree mouse, who was staring at the dark clouds, was startled when he heard this and jumped up in fear. Su Qing, ? Ruashi, Shui, ? Quack. What's wrong with you? The bird took a comfortable nap. It's much cooler now than at noon. Squeak. Do you feel that this weather and this feeling are like the arrival of the light rainy season? Then after the light rainy season, it will be hot and dry. The more the tree mouse looks at it, the more he feels that his guess is correct. A little rainy season? The bird blinked. Before meeting Su Qing, what did the bird do after wandering into the forest? Seemed to be sleeping. The weather outside? The bird shook its head, really couldn't remember. Okay, the tree mouse regretfully retracted its gesturing hands. Looking to the other side, Su Qing and Ruashi were also confused. Alas, it seems that we can only rely on the mouse. As the most experienced mouse in this family, the tree mouse stared at his clenched claws intently, leading everyone to safely survive those days. It depends on it. Ahem, Su Qing brushed past the dazed Shui, the inexplicably aroused Lucky, and the innocent Ruashi. Lucky, so how are you going to get home? The next second, Su Qing saw the tree mouse pause, then turned around as if nothing had happened, and crawled along Ruashi's tail all the way to her arms. Squeak. Just like when they came here. The tree mouse said the road was too far, and if the bird took it, it would have to go back against the wind, which was not as comfortable as curling up in Su Qing's pocket. That's really tiring, rat. With two paws grasping the edge of the pocket, the tree rat put its head in first, and after its whole body was in, it turned around and coiled its big tail in. Quietly waiting for Lucky to settle down, Su Qing touched Ruashi's head. Let's fly lower today. Although there is no report yet, it would be bad if there is a thunderstorm. No problem. Ruashi moved her right front paw gently, flapped her wings, and flew into the sky. The white bird blinked slowly, shook its feathers, and followed closely behind. After going up to the sky, Su Qing could see more clearly. The clouds were like cotton gathered together, rolling constantly. Most of them were pitch black, like thick ink, and a few were thin clouds, grayish-white. It looked quite scary. The wind was whistling, and before she could say anything, Ruashi accelerated her flight as if she had telepathy. It was obvious that Ruashi was concerned about her, and although she accelerated, she still tried to keep steady. Halfway through the journey, a drizzle of rain floated in the wind. The weather in spring changes quickly. It was sunny at noon, but after the rain, it became a little cold. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. When Su Qing and her group arrived at the door of their house, they were completely soaked. Ruashi fiddled with the magic bag behind Su Qing and followed closely. But it was obvious that the cave entrance could no longer accommodate it. Su Qing first drove Lucky and Shui into the cave. She felt the movement behind her and suddenly became a little angry. Go back to the house quickly. Grabbing a wet ear, she took the lead and walked into the heavy rain. Do you want to catch a cold? They can all enter the cave, but Ruashi can't. The rain kept hitting her body, and her hair was sticky and uncomfortable. Ruashi tilted her head to let Su Qing hold it better, and followed her into the house obediently. It was the only one in its room with her sister. Ruashi lay in the room, and soon a circle of water marks flowed around her. The white wolf glanced at her cautiously, and when he saw her looking over, he moved his eyes away as if he was trying to cover up his mistake. Su Qing's original worry, and the little anger she had in the first place suddenly dissipated and turned into heartache. Ruashi, even though you are so big, it's not good to be in the rain for a long time. Look, your fur is wet. Aww. Ruashi wanted to be like before. It would be best if she could go back to before she got bigger. Ruashi looked towards the cave. At that time, it and her sister were all there, sleeping at home with Su Qing, Shui, and Lucky, and it was warm and cozy. Ruashi turned over and turned upside down. Above, Su Qing leaned out. Ruashi, I go into the house first to get something to wipe your face. Can you wait here immediately? In fact, becoming bigger is not that good. Ruashi shook her ears unhappily and immediately responded to Su Qing. The rain was continuous, like a transparent curtain. Su Qing raised her hand to her forehead, and the rain immediately dripped down the back of her hand. The breathable long sleeves were full of water, sticking to her skin, cool and sticky. Before entering the cave, Su Qing squeezed out as much water as possible from her sleeves, corners of her clothes, and pants. Although rainy days are very comfortable, it is also comfortable to stay at home in this weather. But she doesn't like the house to be damp and full of water. Squeak! The tree mouse curled up against the wall with its left foot on top of its right foot. Trying to reduce the wet area, the tree mouse saw Su Qing wringing out the water. So it can be done this way. The tree mouse grabbed its tail and moved awkwardly to the entrance of the cave. A string of dark footprints bloomed behind it. Lucky, you are out again? Su Qing wrung out the water, lowered her head, and a brown figure leaned against her feet. Then, she saw the tree mouse holding its tail with its paws, water overflowing from its hair, being pushed to the tip of its tail, and dripping onto the steps. Squeak! Su Qing looked at how well the mouse had learned. The tree mouse proudly shook its tail, its wet hair drooping, revealing its pink skin underneath. It felt a lot easier. The tree mouse, in high spirits, shook it even harder, and a whooshing sound of air breaking came from behind. Lucky is awesome. Su Qing's eyes curved, and she grabbed the little guy in his confusion, but we still need to wipe our bodies. Putting Lucky next to the stove so that she can warm herself up by the fire later, Su Qing turned and walked into the utility room. Doomsday is not like Blue Star, where you can buy towels in large sizes. The fur that had been smoked before cannot be touched by water, so Su Qing could only grab a handful of white cotton. Prepare to use this to wipe the two little ones. After starting the fire, Su Qing quickly grabbed the white cotton and wiped the fur. Unexpectedly, the white cotton absorbs water very well. After wiping once, both Lucky and Shui finally stopped dripping with water. You two warm yourself by the fire. I go out and wipe Ruashi's face. Su Qing glanced at Lucky, who was constantly moving. Don't get too close, or you get burnt. The tree mouse smiled awkwardly, moved back, and then stretched out its two paws. The constant flow of heat dispelled the coldness on its body. The bird walked directly to the side of the tree mouse and squatted down. He went into the utility room, put some meat, fruit and white cotton in an empty wooden frame, covered it with a hemp bag, and ran out of the cave quickly. Fortunately, the cave and Ruashi's room were just around the corner, but there was no eaves above to keep out the rain. Awoo! The white wolf heard the noise and moved its ears. It quickly stood up excitedly and circled around her. Okay, don't make the room wet. How can you sleep at night? Su Qing gently twisted the white wolf's ears and met his innocent and wet eyes. I really lost to you. Su Qing smiled helplessly. Come, I wipe it for you. Fingertips were pressed into the soft white cotton until water overflowed with a single movement, and Su Qing continued to change to a clean wipe. Raise your hand. Okay, change another one. Ruashi's eyes followed Su Qing all the time. Awoo, Ruashi liked Su Qing the most. It thought a little dizzy. No, its ears suddenly stood up. Sister is also Ruashi's favorite. But Lucky and Shui are also very good to Ruashi. Alas, Ruashi likes so many people. Su Qing's instructions came to his ears again, and the wolf raised its tail obediently. If only it could go in and stay with everyone. The white wolf, which had been wiped, shook its fur, like a hedgehog, except that its thorns were soft and could fall off at any time. Puff. Su Qing raised her hand to hide the smile on her lips. Somewhat puzzled, Ruashi looked left and right, and suddenly her eyes froze. In the reflection of the puddle, a familiar ugly monster blinked. Awoo! Su Qing, Ruashi pounced on Su Qing, and the wolf, who had reacted, rubbed against her in anger. Okay, poof, sorry Ruashi, I won't laugh anymore. Su Qing's neck was tickled by the hair. Really? Su Qing opened her eyes, and pointed to the sky. I really don't, haha. She rushed into the rain and shouted, "Ruashi, eat something to fill your stomach first. I go study the things I collected a few days ago." Humph! Ruashi lowered her head and bit the wooden frame, pulling it to a dry corner. Su Qing is a bad guy. Delicious, delicious. Ruashi's eyes narrowed into a slit in enjoyment. Well, for the sake of food, Su Qing is not that bad. Just a little bit, a little bit. Even if she is a little bit bad, Ruashi glanced at the cave entrance guiltily. She still liked Su Qing. Su Qing, who was caught in the rain again, stood at the cave entrance and twisted the water. Maybe. She looked up at the corner between the top of the door and the edge of the house next to it, and she could build an eaves to connect them in the future. In this way, on rainy days, it would be more convenient for her, Lucky and Shui to go back and forth between Ruashi's room and the cave. Squeak. Su Qing, do you want to eat? Looking up and seeing Su Qing coming in, the tree mouse ate the jade acorn in his hand in 2 or 3 bites, picked up one and handed it over. No, no. Su Qing waved her hand. She was not hungry yet. You guys eat. I go in and see what I got before. The tree mouse nodded and took back the jade acorn. Quack. One more. The bird pecked the purple cone clean and continued to roast the fire on the other side. After swallowing the flesh, the tree mouse bit the jade acorn in his hand, tore a hole in the purple cone at his feet, and then pushed it to the white bird's beak. In the utility room, Su Qing squatted in front of the treasure chest. Last time, Aurora glanced at Wangshu's wish flower, and there were still 6 left. In addition, under the root of the wish flower, they also found 5 attributeless magic stones. Put the wish flower back into the treasure chest. Su Qing looked at the black iron treasure chest next to it. This was found in the grass next to it. Because I was not in a good mood that day, I put it in the magic bag and brought it back without checking it. Knock off the lock with a machete. Crack. Su Qing opened the lid. Chapter 77. The colorful cover caught my eye. The base color was dark blue, with a red and gold carp in the center, and 2 fins like little hands, placed on the curved words. Su Qing looked from left to right, and there were exactly 6 big words: The Adventures of Little Carp, followed by a small number 1. Isn't this the animation I watched since childhood? Su Qing blinked and turned a few pages, and it really matched the animation in her memory. There were a total of 5 volumes in the black iron treasure box, and each volume was not too thick. Fortunately, these books are all comic books, and they are printed in color. It is quite interesting to take them out and flip through them in your spare time. In addition, the little ones are lively, and sometimes they get bored when they are confined at home. The style of the little carp is beautiful, and the colors are gorgeous. Isn't it just right to use them as bedtime reading? Although Ruashi and the others don't know how to read, she knows. With an idea in mind, Su Qing put the comic book on the closed treasure box next to her, and then continued to flip through it. White radish seeds +1. Corn seeds +1. As soon as the 2 packets of seeds were taken out, Su Qing's eyebrows were filled with joy. She liked to eat both white radish and corn. With seeds, the dishes in the future will be much richer. Now the 4 planting rooms have the wood magic stone. Under the promotion of the wood magic stone, even the most difficult crops have specific values to see. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. And these 2 packets of seeds are not magical plants, such as ground lotus and wish flower. The potatoes in front can be successfully planted, let alone these 2. Su Qing shook the square package, and the rustling sound made her feel happy. 5 comic books, a bag of white radish seeds, and a bag of corn seeds were all the things that were opened in the black iron treasure chest. Su Qing put the 2 bags of seeds away, intending to plant them when they were empty. Reaching out to take the magic bag, the ore was placed in several piles in the corner according to type. Only a black spherical object with a little warmth was left. This is the silk nest peeled out from the belly of the ghost-faced spider. They all have the word ghost in them, and they were found in a mine. It must be devil silk. Su Qing folded her hands and prayed. The dagger carefully scratched the surface of the black ball, and the flesh wall instantly shrank along the cut. Unexpectedly, the surface of the silk nest was stained with the liquid of the ghost-faced spider, but the inside was extremely dry. Except for a ball of clearly distinguishable silk threads, there was nothing else. Devil silk. ## produced by the ghost-faced spider. It is extremely flexible and cannot be cut by ordinary weapons. With another liquid secreted by the ghost-faced spider, the devil silk will be the real devil in the dark. Fortunately, this time it was a baby spider that had been wandering outside and had not eaten for a long time, otherwise who would die and who would live. So, Su Qing used a dagger to poke the silk threads in the silk nest a few times. Under the light of the wall lamp, these silk threads flashed silver light. Does the ghost-faced spider hunt by combining devil's silk and special liquid? That's right. According to the description on the light screen, devil's silk is flexible, and even ordinary weapons can't cut it, so it's naturally difficult to deal with animals that stray into it. If the special liquid has other functions, combined with it, set such a trap in the shadow. Su Qing was somewhat grateful for her luck. Fortunately, she had brought a wall lamp with her when she entered the mine several times before. The light was much more sufficient than a torch. Otherwise, the ghost-faced spider had been hungry for so long and might have attacked long ago. Peeling off the outer wall of the silk nest, the devil's silk was tangled into a ball, and it was difficult to tell how many strands there were. Su Qing walked out and threw the outer wall into the trash can she made, then washed her hands and went into the bedroom. Well, let me see. I found it. Su Qing took out the synthesis magic book from the magic bag with satisfaction. According to the characteristics of the magic book, if the materials are insufficient, the number of existing materials will be displayed. The only thing she had to worry about was controlling the amount of materials, so as not to exceed the amount of materials required by the magic book. After all, if the magic book gave too much, it would really swallow it. It didn't return anything. Anyway, except for the magic book that would be returned when the hut was upgraded and could be reused, she had never seen other materials returned when they were too much. Back in the utility room, Su Qing divided the devil's silk into 3 parts. Synthesis failed. Insufficient synthesis materials. Familiar words popped up. Another scan. Oh, there are 36 devil silks in the first part. There is hope. Su Qing's eyes lit up. You know, a small magic bag needs 100 devil silks, and a cloud-breaking crossbow needs 15, and according to the 36 pieces in one part, it is 108. It is completely possible to synthesize a small magic bag. If you give up the small magic bag and only synthesize the cloud-breaking crossbow, it is also okay, and the remaining devil silks can wait for time. Anyway, we already know that the ghost-faced spider likes to eat ore. The ghost-faced spider can fall behind the team for the first time. Can't it fall behind the team for the second time, as long as we figure out what the 4 blocked words are? Su Qing's intuition tells her that the blocked words that appear in the descriptions of the lightning-struck wood and the ghost-faced spider are definitely very important information. Su Qing suppressed the scattered thoughts in her mind and continued to identify. The second part of the devil silk is 47 strands. The last part of the devil silk is 49 strands. 36 plus 47 plus 49, 132 strands of devil silk. There is no problem in synthesizing the cloud breaker crossbow and the small magic bag. Su Qing immediately decided to synthesize it. As for whether to use the new small magic bag herself or exchange it, she would have to wait until later. After all, she didn't need anything special at the moment. The magic bag was a rare commodity, and she certainly didn't want to simply exchange it. A backpack that could hold 50 kilograms of heavy objects and didn't make the person carrying it feel heavy could save a lot of effort. The most important thing was that she couldn't find another 100 devil silks to synthesize. That is to say, Su Qing only has 2 magic bags at most. Let's see. Su Qing took a deep breath and put all the materials away. Picking up a comic book, Su Qing filled a bag of fruit and walked outside. Squeak. Su Qing, are you going out? The tree mouse, who had already dried himself, saw Su Qing's big and small bags and scratched his head in confusion. The white bird, who was warm and sleepy, raised his eyelids and opened his mouth stupidly and called out. Su Qing shook the comic book in her hand. I just got a treasure. I want to go out and accompany Ruashi for a while. Do you want to come out with me? Treasure? The tree mouse's eyes fell on the book on the white wrist, a completely unfamiliar object. But it had seen so many strange things here at Su Qing's place that it believed the treasure without thinking. That is, the tree mouse glanced at the fire with some embarrassment. It was roasting comfortably. I plan to build a fire outside and surround it with a few stones. I guarantee you will be warm, Lucky. Su Qing didn't miss Lucky's movements. She knew the little guy was afraid of the cold, so she immediately made a promise. Of course, she also wanted Lucky to go out with her. Staying together was one reason. She wanted to tell the little guys about the stories produced by Blue Star was another reason. Would you like to go? Su Qing shook the comic book again, temptingly. Squeak. Here it comes. Still very curious, the tree mouse shrugged his nose, but couldn't smell anything. Where is the treasure of such a thing? The golden eyes sparkled and followed Su Qing's movements. Squeak. Are you going? Before following, the tree mouse suddenly turned his head and poked the white bird. Jie? A bird? The cave was quiet for a few seconds, and the white bird slowly turned its head as if it had just reacted. The tree mouse nodded. Squeak. Go, go. Let's go see the treasure together. The old neighbor's eyes seemed to be shining. The bird sobered up a little and stood up. Since everyone was going, the bird should go too. Su Qing ran into the house quickly. The white wolf, lying on the ground, raised its head, and its eyes suddenly sparkled. Awah! Su Qing, you're here? Ruashi shouted happily. Yes, I'm here. You don't have to get up. Su Qing quickly stopped Ruashi's action. I put down my things and I need to light a fire. Awah! Light a fire? Ruashi recalled, and her body responded before her brain. The white wolf stopped getting up and lay there obediently. Su Qing put the things down with a smile on her lips. Squeak! The mouse came, two shadows flashed by, and Lucky and Shui appeared on the furry back of the white wolf. Wait for me for a moment. The tree mouse carefully stroked the fur on himself, and got double the fur, and immediately felt the coolness dissipated. Hearing this, he just waved his hand, and then whispered to Ruashi. As for the old neighbor next to him, let it sleep. Quickly bringing the things back to Ruashi's room, Su Qing lit a fire near the outside. After the flames burned steadily, she threw in a few jade acorns and potatoes. 2 pairs of eyes, burning, stared at her. Awah! What is Su Qing's baby? Squeak! Can you say it now? Come closer, be careful not to touch the fire. Su Qing pointed at the fire, and put the first part of the adventures of Little Carp on her knees. White Wolf lay down beside him lightly. Lucky stuck out his head. Turned to the first page of the story. The carp with a golden face, a golden belly, and red other parts came into view. Squeak! What is this? The brilliant colors dazzled its eyes, and the tree mouse stared at it intently. The story begins with the little carp bubble. This is the little carp bubble. Su Qing didn't understand what Lucky was saying, but it didn't stop her from introducing it. Carp is an animal that lives in the sea. Awah! Carp, see? Ruashi called out softly. It turns out that this animal looks like this, and it is called carp. But where is the sea? The rain was still going strong, and the sound of water rustled on the ground and the roof. Awah! This is a crab. This is a turtle. Squeak! The story lasted for a long time. The next day, Su Qing was woken up with dark circles under her eyes. On the left was the furry Lucky, and on the right was the energetic Shui. She wanted to enrich the lives of the little ones. However, Su Qing closed her eyes helplessly. Who would have thought that the story of the little carp would attract the little ones all of a sudden? Last night, after finishing the first part, Su Qing told the second part in front of 3 pairs of begging eyes. She came back to sleep because she was really sleepy. The little ones could discuss when to tell the story, but the problem was, she only got 5 comic books. Su Qing had a headache. Chapter 78. Squeak! Su Qing, you woke up? The tree mouse rubbed his paws, a little embarrassed. The story started a few hours ago. Attracted by the story, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. The tree mouse opened his eyes early in the morning, and his mind was full of Bubble and his friends. He was struggling between waking Su Qing up to continue telling the story, and not disturbing her since she was still sleeping. When he came to his senses, he found that he had run to Su Qing's side without knowing when. He lowered his head in confusion. Most of Su Qing's body was covered by something soft, which was said to be called a quilt. Her sleeping face was peaceful, and she looked like she was sleeping very soundly. They pulled Su Qing to tell them stories until very late yesterday. Did they do something wrong? The tree mouse decided to protect Su Qing well. Half an hour passed. The bird flew to the side curiously, and asked in a low voice what it was doing. 1 hour. The tree mouse gently poked Su Qing, and Su Qing, who was lying on the bed, frowned unconsciously, which scared it so much that it immediately kept quiet. Time passed by frame by frame. The sky outside the window was getting brighter and brighter, and Ruashi's energetic voice could be heard. The movements of the tree mouse and the bird became more and more vigorous, until Su Qing was accidentally woken up. Recalling what happened after he woke up, the tree mouse carefully looked at Su Qing's expression. Okay, I'm not angry. Su Qing rubbed the little guy's fluffy tail hard. It's time to get up. By the way, have you eaten? It's good that you're not angry. The tree mouse was visibly relieved. If he wasn't angry, then, in a blink of an eye, the tree mouse put his 2 paws together and looked at Su Qing expectantly. His golden eyes sparkled, his paws swayed up and down, and his tail swayed. Su Qing knew what Lucky was thinking without having to guess. It was nothing more than Bubble's story. Originally, he wanted to share stories and enrich the lives of the 3 little ones, But the children were obsessed with him. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to hear more stories? The tree mouse nodded vigorously. The mouse wanted to listen, it was so interesting. Aww. Ruoshi wanted to listen too, she wanted to listen. Su Qing glanced at the wooden window. Yes, there was another person squatting here waiting for the result. Of course I'm willing to tell you if you want to hear it, but you have to set a time. After hearing the first half of the sentence, there was a burst of joyful shouting inside and outside the house. Su Qing raised her hand and made a gesture to silence. The tree mouse quickly covered his own and the bird's mouths. How about when you're free in the evening? Su Qing asked for everyone's opinion. Take it as a bedtime activity. Bedtime activity? The tree mouse blinked. That's right, Su Qing has her own things to do during the day, and the rainy season is coming, and the mouse has to urge Su Qing to save water. Save water? Oops, I forgot yesterday. The tree mouse jumped up and looked at her with two puzzled eyes. The rainy season won't be too short, don't worry. The tree mouse patted his head and nodded to Su Qing, who was waiting for the result. Aww. And Ruoshi also agrees. What did Ruoshi say? Is it related to what I asked? Does it agree too? Unable to understand Ruoshi's words, and unable to see her movements and expressions, Su Qing could only make the question more specific so that Lucky could show the answer intuitively with movements. In the sight, the tree mouse nodded readily, paused for a few seconds, and nodded again. It seems that everyone agreed. Su Qing smiled and said, then it's settled, but... She coughed a few times a little embarrassedly. Paobu's comic book was found in the box. Su Qing herself was a person who had experienced this, so of course she knew the pain of being addicted to novels, but not being able to see the ending. We only found 5 books this time, and we were already talking about the second book last night. The voice became smaller and smaller. Shui next to her was better, just nodded to show that she knew. Lucky on the other side was different. Su Qing's eyes were erratic. The brown-yellow tree mouse hung its front paws stiffly, and its tail was also straight. If it weren't for the fact that the little guy was just too sad, I'm afraid anyone who saw this would think that he was hopeless. My bad, I thought we could read some comic books to kill time. Su Qing didn't expect Bubble's story to be so powerful. She raised her hand and swore, I look for it on the forum, and if I have a chance I try to find it all, okay? The golden pupils turned slightly. Su Qing seemed to see the white soul whizzing back into the tree mouse's body. Squeak. Originally there were only 5 volumes. The tree mouse covered his heart, and now he has read the second volume. What should the mouse do? It seems that he can only read it slowly. The tree mouse shook his head. The bird groaned, stretched out its wings, and patted its neighbor. Quack. Su Qing said it was found in the box. Why didn't she go find the box? A question mark appeared on the tree mouse's head, followed by a huge exclamation mark. Why didn't the mouse think of it? Squeak. Let's go out and discuss it with Ruoshi. The 2 little guys didn't know what they said, but Lucky suddenly became lively and rushed out of the window together. What is this? Su Qing raised her eyebrows, but she believed that the 3 little guys would not run around, so she just lowered her head to open the light screen, and then posted the need to find comic books such as Bubbles on the light screen. The little ones helped her a lot, but they rarely asked for anything. It was not easy for Lucky and the others to find a book they particularly wanted to read, so Su Qing would not be stingy. Of course, if she wanted to exchange it, she had to pay a reasonable price. After publishing, Su Qing got up from the bed and put on her clothes. She walked out of the bedroom and opened the door. The cool wind with moisture hit her face directly. It was not raining outside now. The sun was hiding between the clouds, but the light was still okay. The sky was blue and clear. The steps, the grass, the vegetable garden were all still marked with water. It was damp, but also much fresher. Su Qing chewed the purple cone and looked around for Lucky, Shui and Ruoshi. I found them. What are they going to do? Lucky stood on Shui's back, and the white wolf squatted there and nodded from time to time. Occasionally, the 3 little ones turned their heads at the same time and focused their eyes on her. Lucky, Shui. Su Qing called the white bird that was about to take off. Are you going out? Squeak. That's right, the rat is going to find the treasure chest. The tree rat nodded. They had already discussed it. They would start looking nearby first, and then the rat and the bird would remember it, and then they would go back and let Ruoshi take Su Qing to move it. It had just rained, so the weather wasn't very hot. And they weren't master and servant, but friends, or even family. Su Qing had no special reason to decide whether Lucky and Shui should stay or go. You guys need to be careful, okay? In the end, She could only tirelessly remind them, if there's danger, don't take risks even if it's the best thing. Quack. The bird will keep an eye on it. The squirrel won't run around. The tree squirrel plucked the feathers in his hand helplessly. It's very calm, okay? At least not now. Lucky, did you remember? Yes, the tree mouse nodded. Su-Ching was good in every way, except that she was too worried about them. Ruoshi, how about you? Have you had breakfast? Looking at the direction where Shui and Lucky disappeared, only she and Ruoshi were left in front of the cave. Ruoshi came over and wrapped Su-Ching in her fur. Awoo! I have eaten. It answered briskly. As usual, Su-Ching was a little confused, and then seemed to guess something, and helped it to smooth its fur. It would be nice if Su-Ching could understand what everyone was saying. Ruoshi rubbed Su-Ching. Why couldn't Su-Ching understand what they were saying? The air was humid, and there were many clouds in the sky. Su-Ching planned to stay at home for fear of getting soaked halfway through the journey. She continued to work on her unfinished bamboo spear. Actually, it's not right to call it a bamboo spear. Su-Ching grabbed a section of bamboo, put the end against the soil, and cut down with a machete at an angle. She just cut a sharp tip at one end of the bamboo. After discovering that the useful devil silk can be obtained from the ghost-faced spider silk nest, and the ghost-faced spider likes to eat ore, Su-Ching planned to set traps in the mine. In spring, there was only one ghost-faced spider that had not sucked blood for a long time, and it was still a miner. She guessed that as a social creature, the ghost-faced spider should arrive at the mine at a certain time. Not spring, but it could be autumn, winter, or other time periods that have not appeared. But it doesn't matter, Su-Ching can wait. Place the sharpened bamboo spears at the bottom of the pit, and then put some ore of excellent quality. Maybe soak the bamboo spears in the juice of the lip grass. Wait, can the ore be soaked? Spiders are good at climbing. If they fall into a pit, they can climb up the wall. Su-Ching stopped. Well, if the ghost-faced spider eats the soaked ore and falls into the pit when it faints? Or are there other traps that can attack when triggered? Awoo! Su-Ching, it's raining again. Feeling cold on her forehead, Ruoshi, who was originally playing with a blade of grass at the edge of the room, raised her head, and found that there were continuous lines falling from her head. The ground was soon wet again. Ah, is it raining? Su-Ching waved to Ruoshi. Don't stay there if it's raining. Move a little further inside. Luckily, I didn't go to the mine today. The furry body was close to me, and Su-Ching turned her attention back to the bamboo. The rain was dripping. With Ruoshi's big stove close to me, Su-Ching didn't feel the cold. Until the orange light shone into the room obliquely. Su-Ching suddenly realized that it was already dusk. Gaga. Squeak. A familiar sound rang out, and Su-Ching rubbed her sore hands and smiled softly. Lucky and Shui also came back. Ruoshi, wake up. Su-Ching gently pushed the white wolf. Amid the crisp sound of rain, Ruoshi fell into a deep sleep. Ah woo! What happened? The eyelids were half lifted, and the wolf's head was about to tilt to the other side again. Squeak! We found 3 treasure chests. As soon as the bird landed, the tree mouse jumped into the room and loudly announced the brilliant achievements of the whole day. 3 treasure chests. The white wolf raised his head and woke up completely. Awesome, isn't it? The tree mouse wagged its tail proudly. How could it not find the treasure when the mouse went out in person? We have dinner later. Don't run out again, okay? The mouse waved his hand and turned back to continue to share with Ruoshi how he found the 3 treasure chests with great enthusiasm. After having dinner with the tree mouse and Shui, Su-Ching got up and walked into the utility room under the expectant gaze of the 2 little ones. It's time for a bedtime story. Taking out the 3rd volume of the Adventures of Little Carp, Su-Ching's eyes stopped on the 6 white flowers. By the way, how did Guamping introduce the wish flower? It is said that the wish flower seems to satisfy obsessions. How about giving it a try? Although Guamping said. Seems, what if it comes true? Thinking, Su-Ching put 4 wish flowers on the wooden tray. She suddenly thought that after spring, it should be summer, right? It seems that the water tank in the planting room should be filled up. The waterfall is so big, who knows if it will dry up. Doomsday. Su-Ching sighed. She should make more preparations. Chapter 79. After gathering everything and entering Ruoshi's room, Su-Ching shared the effects of the wish flower with the 3 little ones. Ruoshi and Lucky's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to swallow the wish flowers. 4 wish flowers, 1 for each of them. The wish flower tasted tasteless at first, but it was slightly sweet after chewing, and it was not bad. When she first ate it, Su-Ching also expected that she might be part of the extremely small probability. In fact, she was not. After eating the wish flower, in the morning of the first 3 days, Ruashi and Lucky would come to her with great interest, spinning around and asking her to find the difference. On the 4th day, both Ruashi and Lucky had completely forgotten about the wish flower. Su-Ching opened the door, and it was finally sunny today. It had rained for 8 consecutive days, and although there was no negative effect, she still did not go out. After all, it was better not to get sick. As for the healing potion and the herb, whose effect was not so clear, she thought it was better to use it when necessary. For example, unavoidable injury or poisoning, Su-Ching stretched herself. She could still deal with bamboo a few days before the rain, but there was nothing to do later, so she stayed at home to rest and study food comfortably. Su-Ching was very open-minded, thinking that it was a short vacation for a few days. Now that it was no longer raining, she should continue to work. The main task at present was to explore the lower level of the mine and set up her traps. As for why it was not on the first or second level, Su-Ching recalled it carefully, and combined with the narrow corridors on the first and second levels, she thought that the ghost-faced spider could only live underground. Otherwise, how could it not be discovered if there was only one person going to the mine tunnel, and the ghost-faced spider could not be invisible? What? It was Ruashi's voice. Su-Ching raised her eyebrows, as if she was a little surprised. What's going on? Subconsciously, Su-Ching began to look for Ruashi. Strangely, she didn't see the white wolf in her sight. Lucky and Shui were also not in the cave. The 2 little ones didn't know what they were thinking. They set out in the morning a few days ago, and returned in the evening. It was a rainy day, and the weather was cool. Su-Ching saw that the 2 little ones were not injured, so she didn't say anything more. Ruashi, where are you? Hearing the sound, Su-Ching did not hesitate and called out loudly. Ruashi is here. As she responded, a snow-white wolf head appeared in the corner of the room. Su-Ching narrowed her eyes, if she was not mistaken. Was the corner of Ruashi's mouth a little red? Walking down the steps briskly, Su-Ching touched Ruashi, who was rubbing against her. Sweeping the blood on the wolf's mouth, why today? Damn it! The golden tail was like a cat toy, swinging up and down. Suddenly seeing a beast with its back to her, Su-Ching's heart instantly rose, and she subconsciously touched her waist while retreating. Then, she found out with embarrassment that she didn't bring a hunting rifle at all. Ouch! What happened to Su-Ching? Why did Su-Ching react so strongly? Ruashi also turned around and turned her head left and right. Was there another beast nearby? Ruashi seemed to know this beast. Su-Ching calmed down and looked at it carefully. She looked at it and felt more and more familiar with it. In her eyes, the giant beast turned over, with its 4 legs facing the sky, revealing its soft belly. The sunlight shone on it, making its fur look more and more like silk. Ah! The golden beast glanced over and nodded one of its front paws downwards, as if to greet her. After seeing the whole picture, Su-Ching was completely relieved. She recognized it. Wasn't it the golden beast that helped her that day? Friend? Su-Ching gently touched Ruashi with her elbow and whispered. Friend, golden beast, Ruashi nodded, but they used to meet in the forest. During that time, the golden beast took it to play and hunt together, and generously let it bring things back to share. But it was the first time that he came to my house on his own initiative. In the morning, he was a little surprised to find that the golden beast came to him. Welcome, Su-Ching wanted to say hello, but she didn't know how to address him. I don't know how to address him. Can you give me a piece of your hair? Hair? The golden beast yawned, and the sunlight that finally came out made his whole body weak. He stretched out a claw lazily. Here, pull it out yourself. Basking in the sun, the golden beast squinted his eyes, actually paying close attention to the movements of the 2-legged beast. This was not the first time it had paid attention to the biped. Ever since it stole a bite of food that day, it was indeed somewhat curious about this messy tribe. Unexpectedly, the white bird inside would be so vigilant and always find its traces. But the strange thing was that the white bird did not report it to the biped, who made the decision, but directly told the stupid wolf. After the stupid wolf knew about it, the golden beast snorted and stuck to it. However, although the white wolf was a little stupid, it was very good to it. The golden beast thought of his relationship with the white wolf, and swept the ground with his tail happily. Since he wanted to be its friend so much, it should just admit it reluctantly. After the first hunt together, the golden beast stood on the side, watching the white wolf talking non-stop, and thought a little proudly. After becoming friends, they went out to play together, went out to hunt together. The golden beast also quietly observed this strange tribe. The white wolf has a name, Ruashi, which was given by the two-legged beast, meaning like the sun. The golden beast likes the sun. The white wolf's sister also has a name, and she was the second one in the tribe to discover it. But after Ruashi explained, she also treated it as a junior, and often looked at it with strange eyes. Oh, it actually tolerates itself. The golden beast was thinking, and heard the exclamation of the two-legged beast. So you are Jin Yin, like the sun. Find the way? Jin Yin, can you find the way? Like the sun, yes, I really like it. The golden beast turned to the two-legged beast, and quietly put its tail in the other's hand. As for recognizing the way, the golden beast thought carefully, as long as they have passed by a place, they will not forget it, so it should be considered as knowing it, right? Su Qing looked at Jin Yin and nodded, and suddenly felt the back of her hand covered with fur. Looking down, the golden tail stayed on her hand, and when she saw her looking over, it moved like a cat. This is, Su Qing raised her eyes, and met the golden beast's eyes. Because of Ruashi, he loves her too? You are so cute, can I touch you? Su Qing asked softly, with curved eyebrows. Ah, Jin Yin proudly raised his chin towards the white wolf behind him. It did it on purpose. Who told the stupid wolf to always tell it how much the biped and sister loved it, and its ears are about to be calloused? The white wolf grinned foolishly. Ah! Jin Yin was stunned for a moment, and his ears trembled. Biped, a white bird, a gray ground mouse, tree mouse. Squeak! Who is the mouse? This is my friend's family. Ah! It also misses its tribesmen a little. Jin Yin rubbed the biped. Well, for the sake of my friend Ruashi, let her touch it enough before leaving. Jin Yin, stay for dinner? Ruashi's friend came to help them not long ago. Su Qing immediately gave up the original plan to go to the mine and decided to treat Jin Yin well. Awah! Yes, yes, Su Qing has so many delicious food. Ruashi swallowed her saliva, thinking of barbecue and sweet tree honey. Is it so delicious? Jin Yin sat up curiously. Maybe we can go on the road after dinner? Awah! Okay. Soon, Jin Yin made a decision. Okay. Su Qing smiled and said, then I go get ready. Please wait for a moment. Just as she was about to turn around, the corner of Su Qing's clothes was pulled. Hey! Is there anything else? Jin Yin stood up, stretched, and then ran in a certain direction. Su Qing was a little confused, but Ruashi didn't react, so she waited at ease. After a while, the golden giant beast came back with a bitten beast in its mouth. The beast's white fur was lush and fluffy, and there was a brown horn in the center of its head. Isn't this a ram? Su Qing blinked. She remembered that a few of them ran away that day, right? Where did Jin Yin catch them? Or did they find another group? Ah! Here you are. Jin Yin let go and patted the ram with his paws. Ruashi said that you all like to eat it. Since I'm leaving here, let's treat it as a parting gift. Speaking of which, the word gift, Jin Yin looked at the drooling white wolf, and it was Ruashi who said it to him. So good. Su Qing couldn't help but curl her lips, her eyes sparkling as she thanked him. Thank you for the ram. Just like it, Jin Yin straightened his back. Awah! I tell you, the barbecue made by Su Qing is super delicious. As soon as the two-legged beast left, Jin Yin felt heavy, and Bai Lang began to talk non-stop. Awah! Jin Yin was a little helpless, but did not interrupt Bai Lang. Although she didn't know why Jin Yin suddenly visited, Su Qing was preparing lunch very seriously. Sakroyang used the light screen to cut, took out a large wooden plate to put some raw meat, and then roasted some raspberries, purple cones, tree honey, mashed potatoes. Squeak! The rat is back. So early today. Su Qing listened to the movements of her hands, and was a little surprised. She thought Lucky and Shui would come home at dusk as usual. Squeak! What a nice smell. After greeting the golden beast that he had seen before, the tree rat rushed into the cave, and saw Su Qing cooking. You're back? Su Qing carefully peeled the boiled potatoes, and after peeling them, she couldn't wait to throw the hot potatoes into the bowl. The tree rat sniffed, intoxicated, and nodded in response. Wait a minute, Ruashi's friend is here today. Su Qing put the bowl aside, turned the barbecue over and continued to grill. You have met before, right? Squeak! The tree mouse's hair stood up, and his eyes became erratic. Su Qing was just asking casually, but she didn't expect the little guys to have met in private. I'm just asking, but you should pay attention to safety when you first get along with animals you don't know. It's okay, the tree mouse patted his chest, and the mouse was scared to death. I thought Su Qing was going to teach the mouse a lesson. Today's lunch is particularly rich. Su Qing smiled as she watched the four beasts eat until their bellies were full. Awah! Su Qing's cooking is delicious, right? Ruoshi touched her head to her friend next to her, with a proud expression. Jin Yen lay comfortably, not wanting to pay attention to this guy, but seeing Su Qing looking over, she still politely affirmed. "Aww. It's delicious. This is the best meal I've had since I left the tribe. I always remember it even if I leave here." "Aww. Are you leaving here?" Ruoshi widened her eyes. "Ah. I came here today to say goodbye to you." Jin Yan's eyes were soft, and he nuzzled the white wolf. "You are the first and only friend I met since I came to this forest." "Ah woo." The white wolf fell to the ground with his heart in his hands. Su Qing took everything in. "Jin Yan, are you leaving?" Unexpectedly, she guessed it right. The golden beast nodded slowly, confirming the guess. Su Qing pondered for a moment. She didn't know why Jin Yan left, but it must be something very important. "Please stay a little longer, okay? I get something that might help you." "Oh!" Jin Yan tilted his head. The tree rat shook his tail. Would that thing really work? But they didn't see any effect after eating it. Su Qing returned to the cave and picked a big one from the last 2 wish flowers. After all, if it wasn't for Jin Yan that day, the giant snake might have swallowed Wangshu long ago. "This is a wish flower." Su Qing returned to the golden beast and handed over the white flower that was shaking in the wind. "It is said that wishes may come true. Although I don't know why you left, please eat it." Jin Yan blinked, and only white spots remained in his pupils. The voice of the 2-legged beast continued in his ears. "After you finish what you want to do, if you miss Ruoshi one day, come here. Our home is always open to you." After saying goodbye, they left the cave far away. The golden beast stood by the river and looked in that direction for a long time. "Are you coming back?" Chapter 80. "Aww." The white wolf sat on the grass with its back turned, whimpering very quietly. Alas, Su Qing sighed silently. Ever since Jin Lu left with the wish flower in his mouth, Ruoshi has become like this. Su Qing also tried to comfort her, but although Ruoshi responded to every word, her eyes were still fixed on the direction where Jin Lu left. After thinking about it, she left to give Ruoshi some space to adjust her mood. The wooden plates were stacked up beside her. Su Qing picked them up from the bottom and walked downstream. There was no detergent in the Doomsday, so it was easy to handle fruit and other things. Just rinse it with water a few times. The trouble was the wooden plate stained with oil. Since the barbecue was loved by the little ones, she would cook it from time to time. Not to mention that she got the oil chestnuts from Qiyang, and she liked to use oil to study cuisine in her spare time. And today, to entertain Ruoshi's good friends, Su Qing put all the dishes she had tried and found delicious on the table, and after the meal, there were quite a few shiny plates. Squeak, hiccup. "Su Qing, you want to burp too full?" The tree mouse touched his bulging belly and couldn't help burping. "Come." Lucky didn't say anything. Su Qing didn't notice the little guy running behind her. Just when she was going back to the cave to get something, "Lucky, stay here." The sight suddenly rose. The tree mouse moved his feet, and it was already in the air. When it touched the ground again, it was placed on a gray stone. The stone surface was cold. The tree mouse shook its body and tucked its tail under. Walking into the utility room, Su Qing found the bulging sack in the corner with a clear goal. After getting the magic bag, the other 2 sacks gradually became useless, so she simply used them to carry some things. Her fingertips touched the vine skin that tied the bag mouth. She didn't tie a knot, and gently pulled it, and the bag mouth spread out. The gray-white fine particles rushed into the sky, and they were very clear under the light. Su Qing gently fanned her right hand, and the gray-white gas quickly dissipated, and no one knew where it fell. Su Qing picked up the wooden bowl beside her that was specially used to hold the things in the sack, and inserted it into it. The mouth of the bowl was easily immersed in the gray-white particles. Actually, it is not right to say that it is particles. These dry plants are burned to ashes, which can be dispersed with a light sip. This was taught by her grandmother. She still remembers the days when she lived with her grandmother clearly. In her memory, her grandmother often used plant ash to wash dishes. After eating, her grandmother soaked the pots and bowls completely with water, then grabbed a handful of plant ash and wiped them a few times, and the oil disappeared quickly. Well, it's a little too full. With a little effort, the wooden bowl reappeared on the ash and was filled, and the gray-white hills rustled and dropped ash below. Su Qing shook it gently until the surface of the wooden bowl was stable before she walked out with it. Walking down the steps and walking on the winding gravel road, Su Qing looked at the results of her work in the past few months. First, the carport near the cave entrance. Su Qing specially collected golden straw and spread it on the roof, which looked particularly beautiful in the sun. The brown wood is the main body of the carport, solid and neat. The two wooden carts were placed quietly inside with their handrails facing outward and the bodies facing inward. Going forward, her clothes were drying on the clothesline, and there were 3 pots of firefly grass next to them, round like the earth. The 5 elements of plants in the vegetable garden were growing vigorously, with green leaves, red, yellow and all kinds of colors, colorful and beautiful, which made people happy. Su Qing glanced at the raspberry vines climbing up the fence. When the next spring comes, they can enjoy watermelon-sized raspberries without going out. A round pit appeared in front of us, and a passage was dug out on the outside. If we follow this end outward, we will definitely see that the passage stops a few meters away from the water source. Su Qing walked out of the fence with the ash, which she dug out a few days ago when the rain stopped. When there was a lot of rain, there was still a lot of water inside, but now there is not much water left. I am afraid it has all seeped into the ground. Autumn, winter and now spring, if nothing unexpected happens, the next season will be summer. The water tanks in the 4 planting rooms at home are already full, but because there are only 2 water magic stones, they can only be used alternately. So Su Qing thought of digging a water hole. Drinking is unlikely, but it can be used to wash hands in an emergency. This is to consider the situation in summer, when something unexpected happens, and cannot leave the cave. The white wolf still looks at the direction where Jin Yan left, but he can no longer hear the whimpering. Su Qing frowned and called softly, "Ruashi?" No response. "Ruashi?" Su Qing took the bowl and took a few steps towards the white wolf. Still no response. What happened? Even when she was upset at the beginning, Ruashi always answered questions. Feeling a little worried, Su Qing quickened her pace and walked around the white wolf to the front. At this sight, Su Qing's hands trembled and she almost lost her grip on the bowl. The white wolf rested his chin on his 2 overlapping paws, his eyes were closed, and there were crystal drops of water on his black nose. His fingertips were extended, his breathing was steady, and he was sleeping soundly. Gaga. The shoulder sank, and Shui fell to the left, making a sound. Su Qing shook her head, signaling Shui to be quiet. The empty hand gently touched Ruashi's head, but did not wake her up, letting Ruashi, who had just separated from her friends, fall asleep. Squeak. Su Qing, you are finally back. Hearing the sound, the tree mouse supported itself with its paws, and changed its direction little by little. It was really bored to death. Hands on hips, cheeks puffed up. Thank you for your hard work, Lucky, you are awesome, you have been watching for me for so long. Su Qing lowered her voice, and put the wooden bowl of ash aside. Although it was the same trick to coax children, Su Qing knew that the little guys liked it. Sure enough, the brown-yellow tree mouse's tail swished away, and then slowly swung behind it. The tip of its tail was bright red, as bright as the little guy's golden eyes. Squeak. Oh, Su Qing, really? The tree mouse held his cheeks with both hands, but it didn't last long. The bird retracted its head into its wings. The old neighbor was really unbearable to watch. Are you bored? After initially coaxing Lucky, Su Qing changed the subject. Do you want to go back to the house and read comic books? You all know where I put them. Speaking of this, Su Qing was amazed. There were only 5 comic books. It was raining these few days, and she rarely went out. After she finished her own work, she saw Ruashi, the tree mouse and Shui huddled together, with the comic books leaning against the stone and open. Ruashi lay in front of the comic books with snow on her head, and Lucky stood on Ruashi's paws, pointing her paws at the comic books from time to time, and kept squeaking. After a while, Ruashi would nod her head and make noises like she was asking a question. Shui would occasionally make noises as well. It was as if they were really reading a comic book. At that time, Su Qing was like she had discovered a new world. She found a shelter and observed secretly. After a discussion, the 3 little ones calmed down and returned their attention to the comic book. Then, Su Qing saw Lucky stretch out his paw, carefully separated the pages, and turned them over. Oh my god, Su Qing is still shocked when she recalls it now, and there is a mixture of surprise in her shock. Comic book. Lucky's eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed. I've read it several times, and Mouse almost memorized it. Quack. Did we forget to tell Su Qing about the box? The bird reminded him at the right time. That's right. The tree mouse blinked. They came back today to ask Ruashi and Su Qing to move the box together. How could they forget? The tree mouse shifted his eyes guiltily, and it was time for dinner when he came back. The food was so delicious, so next time Mouse will restrain himself and talk first, then eat. Squeak. Su Qing. The tree mouse tugged at Su Qing's trouser leg. mainly because it was too full to climb. Huh? Su Qing stopped washing dishes and turned around. What's wrong, Lucky? The claw pointed to the distance. Su Qing looked along the claw. The nearest thing was the water, and the farther away was the flat land, bushes, forest. Staring at the front, 1 second, 2 seconds. What do you mean? Lucky, we can't communicate in the same language. Squeak. Treasure box, treasure box. Doesn't Su Qing like boxes very much? The tree mouse tried to remind her, but Su Qing didn't seem to understand at all. Alas, the tree mouse patted his forehead with his paw. He pulled Su Qing and wanted to lead her into the cave, using the box in the utility room as a reminder. Hey, wait. Su Qing stopped. Lucky, can you wait for me for a while? I washed the bowl first. He quickly washed it with wood ash and swung it a few times. Su Qing stacked the bowls again. Let's go, Lucky. Where are you taking me? Squeak. Then Su Qing, follow me. The tree mouse walked a few steps and then turned back. Seeing Su Qing following closely, after several times, he finally put his mind at ease and focused on leading the way. Lucky, this is. Su Qing looked at the utility room getting closer and closer, a little confused. Put the bowl away first, and heard Lucky's excited cry. Su Qing looked up. The tree mouse stood on a black iron treasure chest, slapping the chest with its claws. A question mark appeared in Su Qing's head. Squeak. The chest. The tree mouse pointed outside, and then continued to point at the chest. The meaning is clear. Su Qing was silent, and looked at the tree mouse. The little guy's golden eyes were firm and bright. Lucky. Su Qing's heart began to beat. You mean, you found the treasure chest? The tree mouse nodded with satisfaction. Su Qing finally guessed it. Damn! Su Qing's mouth slowly curled up. So happy, this feeling of a treasure chest falling from the sky. But obviously, there was something more exciting to come. The little guy stretched out his paw, looked at it for a while, and slowly raised 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 fingers. 6? Su Qing was surprised. Did Lucky raid the treasure chest nest? 6 were found at once? The tree mouse recalled and nodded hesitantly. The mouse did remember several. The tree mouse stared at his fingertips in a daze. It should be 6. Su Qing picked up Lucky and Shui and spun around happily. Lucky and Shui, you are great. You helped me a lot. You know, magic books can be found in treasure chests. According to the black iron treasure chest that Lucky just pointed to, at least one of the 6 treasure chests is black iron level. A kiss on the left, a kiss on the right. Squeak. When the tree mouse was put down, the world was spinning. It covered its kissed cheeks, and felt like it was about to fly away. Pia. The tree mouse was lying on the treasure chest in a big letter shape. Su Qing, the tree mouse thought dizzily. Su Qing is really too enthusiastic. Squeak. Chapter 81. However, Ruashi had just fallen asleep, and Su Qing discussed with the 2 little ones, and decided to wait until Ruashi woke up before setting off. Anyway, there is a small magic bag, and Ruashi should not take much time to fly with it. Quack. Then call the bird when we set off later. With its beak open, the bird pecked at its itchy wings and decided to take a nap inside. Squeak. Take a nap? Does the mouse want to take a nap too? Lying on the treasure chest, thinking for a while, the tree mouse stretched out its claws, indicating that there was another one here. The brown figure slowly climbed up, swaying, and about to fall down in the next second. Suddenly, the tree mouse widened his eyes. The left side was pressed against the warm feathers, and the right side was supported by a soft white hand. It was lifted up. Squeak. It's okay, I'm not dizzy anymore. The tree mouse blinked and reminded. It was a little embarrassing, but Su Qing and Shui came to help him at the same time. Just thinking about it, the tree mouse felt his eyes moisten a little. Then I let go. Su Qing pinched it gently, and there was solid underneath the smooth fur. Compared to when they first met, Lucky was indeed a bit more solid. The tree mouse nodded quickly like pounding garlic. However, after she let go, Shui did not leave immediately, but squatted down beside Lucky, twisting her head back. Su Qing guessed that Shui was probably worried that Lucky would faint again, so she offered to take Lucky away. This was indeed the case. Su Qing watched the tree mouse quickly climb onto the white bird's back, grabbing 2 tufts of short feathers, and then whispering something in Shui's ear. After following for a few steps, Su Qing saw Shui turn around and fly into the bedroom, so she retreated back to the utility room. Well, let her think about it. How to set up the trap in the mine. First, she had to enter the underground layer of the mine to observe the terrain. Su Qing had browsed through thousands of floors of discussions about traps in the forum, and there were several traps that she was more interested in. The first one was the cave trap she had thought of before. To put it simply, it was to dig a big pit and make some camouflage on the surface. She would arrange the bamboo spears she had sharpened at the bottom of the pit, and perhaps she could find or exchange some plants with poisonous juice, and pour them on the surface of the bamboo after the arrangement was completed. The second type is a snare trap. Su Qing is not sure if this method is effective, but the poster on the forum said that he caught a wild boar using this method, and she did find a wild boar meat trading link initiated by the same name in the trading area. For the snare trap, she needs a strong enough rope or wire. Of course, the latter is definitely not available. According to the other party, the rope or wire should be made into a noose, which should be large enough to wrap around the legs, but not too large, otherwise the prey can easily escape. Then, the trigger is also important. Grabbing the vine skin stacked on the side, Su Qing grabbed both ends and pulled it straight. The vine skin made a short squeak sound and immediately straightened. However, the vine skin did not last too long. After a minute, it was visibly torn apart, leaving only the fibers. In fact, it is not necessary to kill the ghost-faced spider. Su Qing stuffed the broken vine skin into her pocket. If the weather is not too bad, she only needs to trap the ghost-faced spider and leave the rest of the work. In addition, the ghost-faced spider's characteristic of living in groups is also very troublesome. If only some of the ghost-faced spiders left the main group like before. Oh! Su Qing's eyes lit up. Could she artificially separate them? After thinking for a long time, Su Qing came up with a rough idea. That is to imitate a certain fish cage and make a hole so that the ghost-faced spiders can get in easily but have difficulty getting out. Squeak! Su Qing, let's go! After waking up, the tree mouse was refreshed and found that Ruashi had also woken up, so he couldn't wait to set off. But after searching outside, Su Qing was not found. Recalling that they had separated in the utility room before going to bed, the tree mouse looked here and found her. Hey, the tree mouse tilted his head. Why did Su Qing lower her head and not respond? He jumped forward and pulled hard. Squeak, squeak. Su Qing, the tree mouse took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The sharp cry woke Su Qing, who was immersed in her imagination. Rubbing her ears, Su Qing looked at the little guy in confusion. The tree mouse put his left paw on his waist, leaned against the treasure chest, and patted the wall of the chest with his right paw. Oh, Su Qing remembered. She smiled embarrassedly. You guys got up so soon? Is Ruashi awake too? Standing up with her arms, Su Qing stumbled and almost knelt down again. Tree mouse? ? Her legs were numb from kneeling for so long. Su Qing was so excited to stand up all of a sudden, she grimaced, picked up her magic bag and shotgun and moved out. Let's go, Lucky hiss. When they moved outside, the squatting white wolf stood up straight, and it was indeed awake. Aww! The words of greeting were stuck in her throat. Ruashi looked at Su Qing in a strange posture, and tilted her head in confusion. Wait a minute. Su Qing raised her hand to hold Ruashi, who was sniffing. I'm fine, Ruashi, my legs are just numb. Numbness in legs? The palm of her forehead was warm. Ruashi rubbed it, and stopped sniffing. But when they set off, Su Qing clearly felt that Ruashi's speed had slowed down and became more stable. This child. Su Qing raised the corner of her mouth quietly, and immersed herself in the soft white fur. Ruashi and Wang Shu were often wiped when they were young, and they developed a good habit of cleaning themselves when they grew up, so she didn't smell any other strange smells. The first treasure chest was between the waist-high grass. It was a bronze treasure chest, and Su Qing knocked the lock cleanly. A plastic raincoat, and a can of sesame paste. The transparent raincoat was ankle-length, and could completely wrap her in it. As for the other can of sesame paste, Su Qing took a look and saw that it was a Lubiju brand. Yes, there is one more seasoning at home, which can be dipped in hot pot, barbecue, etc. Put sesame paste, raincoat and bronze treasure chest into the magic bag. The cloth bag bulged visibly. It might not be too late to bring all the treasure chests back today. Su Qing looked up at the sky, which was much dimmer. So take the things in the treasure chests, and try to gather the remaining treasure chests together, and then go back and forth. Next location. Su Qing waved her hand and ordered. Squeak. Let's go. The second location was in a tree hole. I don't know if the crooked old tree was struck by lightning and caught fire, and it was burned hollow inside. The wooden treasure chest was placed right in the middle. Opening it quickly, Su Qing got 2 bottles of milk and a wooden comb. Taking out the bronze treasure chest and placing it next to the wooden treasure chest, Su Qing went to the next place. Bronze treasure chest +1. Opening the box, toothbrush +1, toothpaste +1, scissors +1. The fourth treasure chest was a black iron treasure chest, which Su Qing found between the branches of an ancient tree. Opening the lid of the box, a snow-white paper came into view. Su Qing rubbed her eyes, opened them, and saw the snow-white folded paper again. Pick it up. Oh wow, 2. Medium-sized glass cup synthesis magic book. Full-length mirror synthesis magic book. Looking again, synthesis material, glass X5. Synthesis material, glass X160 glass, Su Qing repeated silently. The villain in her heart put his hands on his hips and laughed. She has glass. One of the 5 magic books found in the mine is the synthesis magic book of glass. Although it is marked with the word ordinary, it is completely enough to synthesize glass cups and full-length mirrors. Clicking on the light screen, Su Qing checked the introduction. Medium-sized glass, 300 milliliters capacity. Please do not place it on the edge of a high place, otherwise you will get a piece of debris. Full-length mirror, 1.9 meters high, and you will get a high-definition mirror. Please choose an open place to place it. The 5th treasure chest is also made of black iron. Su Qing opened a pair of sandals and a box of golden beef instant noodles. The sandals were gestured at her feet. They were a little bigger than her feet, so she could keep them. There are a total of 24 bags of instant noodles and golden soup beef. Su Qing stuffed them all into the magic bag. Squeak. Continue to the next one. The tree mouse stood by and watched the 5 openings, but it never opened the book it expected. It had completely lost hope. Quack. Even if there is no last one, as long as we keep looking, we will find it one day. The bird was not discouraged. It had flown for a long time, trying to find its own tribe. Although it has not found it yet, the bird has a new family. Moreover, the bird took a deep look at the closed black treasure chest. Based on such a long period of observation, it has also roughly divided these boxes. When Su Qing saw the second wooden box, her expression was not much. The green box in the first place, a little happy. The black box in front of it, joy. The box of the same color as it, great joy. As for the remaining color, it has only seen it a few times. I remember that Su Qing was very happy when she found it. The bird thought of the last one, and looked into the distance with determined eyes. There must be something good in there. After touching the magic bag, Su Qing placed her palm on the back of the white wolf, and planned to continue. Just when her right leg was halfway raised, a sound that had not been heard for a long time appeared out of nowhere. Ding! Doomsday version 4.0. Xia Yin. Loading. Ding. Xia Yin. Loaded. After the afterglow of spring faded, 3 suns appeared in the sky. Be careful. Don't expose yourself to the scorching sun for a long time. Su Qing's right leg froze in midair. She looked at the sky in confusion. Unlike the previous times, in autumn and winter, when she heard the broadcast, the external environment changed immediately. But this broadcast was different. The sky was clear above her head, the sun had already set in the west, and the rosy sunset was like fog in the sky. It seemed that there was no change. Alas! Su Qing sighed, although she had guessed it before. But summer finally arrived. Chapter 82. Let's go. Su Qing took a deep breath to the last place. So far, the information given in the Doomsday report has not been wrong. Although there is no change now, it may change in a while. It is better to take the things in the treasure chest as soon as possible, and then observe the differences of the new version after returning to the cave. Following Su Qing's movements, looking up at the sky but finding nothing, the tree mouse scratched his head, a little confused. But it didn't think too much. After all, Su Qing would never hurt them. Moreover, it knew from a long time ago that Su Qing was very powerful and had a lot of treasures. It was normal for it to discover things that it hadn't discovered. As soon as the voice fell, the team set off immediately. After flying for a long time, Shui and Lucky landed on a protruding platform in the middle of the cliff. Su Qing raised her head slightly, and a dazzling silver light was constantly shaking in the distance. Could it be? Realizing a certain possibility, Su Qing moved forward and shouted into the wind. Ruashi? Awu! Ruashi understood, flapped her snow-white wings fiercely, and flew forward. After getting closer, Ruashi's movements became much slower, and Su Qing stood up. The silver treasure chest was indeed good. The platform where the silver treasure chest was placed was not big, just enough to accommodate the treasure chest, leaving a circle of space on the edge. But the ground next to the treasure chest was too hard for Lucky to stand, let alone her. How to get the treasure chest into the magic bag, Su Qing frowned. Let's not talk about whether this platform in the air above the cliff is safe, whether it will collapse if she stands on it. The problem is that there is no place to stand. Ruashi, can you come closer? Su Qing planned to knock open the silver treasure chest to see what was inside first, and if that didn't work, she would take the things away first. Closer? Ruashi looked at the cold chest wall that was almost touching her nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh wait! A light bulb appeared on the white wolf's head, flashing. It had an idea. Just turn your back to it like last time, woo, and the wings won't be restricted. As soon as she said it, thinking that Su Qing was still on her body, Ruashi began to move carefully, very slowly. The scene in front of her changed. Su Qing glanced down vaguely. It was very high. Fortunately, she was not afraid of heights. Squeak. Okay, stop. Although he didn't know what Su Qing and Ruashi were going to do, the tree mouse stretched out its claws and moved 2 fingers closer to pull. Well, the tree mouse gestured with satisfaction. The distance was just right. Ruashi stopped moving, but Su Qing didn't let go. Now she had her back to the silver treasure chest. The platform couldn't accommodate her. Was she going to change direction at high altitude? Bang. Bang bang. What sound? Su Qing frowned. Squeak squeak squeak. It was Lucky's voice, very energetic, should be fine. Squeak. Just as she made a judgment, Lucky screamed again, and Su Qing was so scared that she immediately hugged Ruashi and reached for the shotgun behind her with her other hand. Ruashi, fly out for a distance first, then turn around. Ouch! Fly out? Why did you suddenly want to fly out? Is there any danger nearby? Ruashi shook her head left and right in confusion, and there was nothing around. But Su Qing's order still had to be followed. The white giant wolf flapped its wings, and the airflow blew the snow feathers up. In midair, the white wolf changed direction very smoothly. Su Qing, who thought it was an accident, waited for Ruashi to stabilize herself again, and then raised her hunting rifle to look for the target. The silver treasure chest was away, and Lucky held the edge of the treasure chest tightly, with the hair on his head blown messy and all blown back. The snow was much better, and when she looked over, the white bird was falling slowly. Squeak! What happened? The tree mouse's golden eyes were dull and silent, and it obviously hadn't reacted yet. The bird didn't speak, it didn't find any other creatures. Ahem. Su Qing let go of the shotgun and moved it back behind her. She thought Lucky was screaming so miserably because he was attacked. She moved her eyes to the open treasure chest, thinking that the few bangs just now were because the 2 little ones were breaking the lock. What did you find inside? Su Qing changed the subject. The silver treasure chest should have some good things. The tree mouse gets angry when talking about the treasure chest. Grabbing the white paper inside, the tree mouse waved it excitedly, and squeaked to Su Qing. Magic book? Su Qing was delighted, but she naturally noticed the little guy's anger. Lucky, give me the magic book first. We have to go home quickly. Glancing at the sunset above her head, Su Qing frowned secretly. Why did she feel that a long time had passed? Go home. The tree mouse's cheeks bulged. There are no little carps in this box either. Squeak squeak. I take these things, you take those 2 stones. The tree mouse stamped his feet in frustration, and pointed to the 2 stones in the corner of the box. The white bird jumped down, and the space suddenly became crowded. The tree mouse was squeezed to the side, and tried to stretch its right claw holding the paper out of the box. Although this was not the little carp it wanted, Su Qing liked it. Quack. Come up. Grabbing the stone, the bird crouched down. Su Qing took the magic book from Lucky, a total of 3 copies. Without looking closely, Su Qing threw it into the magic bag. As for the stones in Shue's claws, they were, as expected, 2 magic stones. Turning them over, one was completely gray, obviously a magic stone without attributes, and the other. Su Qing looked at the blue lines that appeared in front of her. Ah, it's a water magic stone. Give me some raw water, give me some raw water, give me some raw water. If that doesn't work, purification is also okay. Praying in her heart, Su Qing put the 2 magic stones into her bag and planned to turn back. Rushing home at lightning speed, Su Qing jumped off the ground with a strange look on her face. The clouds were rolling, and the rays of light were endless. It should have been the most beautiful scene. But when it was still dark after so long, it was strange. In addition, the Doomsday had just been announced, so Su Qing reminded the 3 little ones several times not to leave the room easily before she went into the utility room with confidence. Put the raincoat, peanut butter milk, etc. in a place. 5 magic books and 2 magic stones were placed on the ground. Put the medium-sized glass and full-length mirror aside first, and Su-Ching opened the magic book in the silver treasure chest. The first sketch consists of 2 rectangles. The upper rectangle is blank, but the lower one has more than 10 vertical lines inside. I don't understand. Next one. 2 parallel lines. Su-Ching raised her eyebrows and looked at the last one. Oh, she understood this one. It's flat and round on the top, and there's a water pipe connected to the bottom, and there are short lines like water splashes. Isn't this a shower head for showers? Oh, shower head? Su-Ching realized it later and almost jumped up. Doesn't that mean she can take a shower at home in the future? That's not right. The water after washing needs to be drained out. But no matter what, it's all good stuff. Su-Ching calmed her intense heartbeat. If she could find the magic book of shower synthesis today, she would be able to solve all problems one day. Clicking the light screen, Su-Ching began to identify. Wall-mounted solar water heater, a magical product. As long as it is filled with water and placed in the sun, it can provide clean, warm, and suitable hot water. It needs to be used with matching pipes, dear, whether it is placed in the bathroom or used as a hot water kettle, it needs pipes to use it. Of course, I don't recommend the latter method, but if you insist on imitating the survivor who came up with this method, then I can't help it. Hot water bottle. Su-Ching was a little surprised, but it's really possible if it's really as described. What's more interesting is the brackets. Su-Ching thought about it. According to these sentences, a survivor also got the synthesis magic book of the wall-mounted solar water heater, but he didn't use it in the bathroom, but used it as a water heater. And Doomsday even specifically added the survivor's behavior to the description of the magic book. It's getting weirder and weirder. Su-Ching rubbed her fingertips. Small pipes, essential for building a perfect cabin. Although it's a small pipe, it's more than enough to build a cabin. Shower head, 3 water levels, adjustable, made by Doomsday, giving you a comfortable and convenient bathing experience. Solar water heater, pipes, and shower head. Su-Ching scanned the magic book. Most of the materials can be found in the mine, but there are still some unfamiliar words. Put it away. It is difficult to find unfamiliar materials in a short time, not to mention that the new version is still half understood. Put all the magic books into the treasure box, and Su-Ching used the light screen to quickly identify the water magic stone. Water magic stone. Sufficient energy, looking for water. In places with a lot of water, the water magic stone will burst out with extremely bright light. Please note that it must be a lot. As for the range, well, 10 meters. Looking for water, such a useless ability. It was not the raw water ability she had seen on the forum, nor was it the ability to improve water quality that she had the most. Su-Ching put the 2 magic stones into the treasure chest in disappointment. There was a waterfall next to the cave, and there was an unknown depth of pond below. If even these 2 places were dry, then where was the so-called place with a lot of water? A big river? A big river? Or the sea? Besides, there was a big river in the mine. If it really didn't work, she could go there to get water. It couldn't be that they were all dry. Su-Ching laughed dryly, feeling a little uneasy. Forget it. Let's see if other people on the forum have found it. Xiaoku, oh my god, this is the new version of Xia Yin? I haven't experienced the Aurora event for many times. Oh Yang Feng, a few times. I have only seen the Aurora twice, and there was nothing left when I walked there the first time. The second time was closer, but a group of big birds gathered there. There were too many, and I couldn't beat them. I could only watch the glowing plants being eaten up. Oh Yang Feng, I didn't get anything, I just walked. I hate it. Xiaoku, but there is a treasure chest nearby. I haven't snatched any plants, but there are treasure chests nearby that can be opened. So it's still worth a trip. Oh Yang Feng, question mark. Yu Jing, actually that. Most of those animals eat the upper part of the plant and leave. If you dig down, the roots usually have magic stones. Xiaoku, huh? Oh Yang Feng cried. Can I still find it if I go back and look for it now? Yu Jing, the treasure chest should still be there, right? But I don't know about the magic stone. Lin Jun, damn, stop chatting, go out and take a look. The sun is out in the damn sky again. Chapter 83. Sun? Su-Ching was stunned when she saw the new comment. She rubbed her eyes. The screen still had the words "the sun is out again in the damn sky." After Mr. Lin posted a comment, many divers appeared below, with a string of question marks in a neat row. Su-Ching did not close the screen, but stood up and walked outside. As a fellow survivor, she believed that the other party would not be so bored as to make up a lie that would be exposed at the first poke. But witnessing it with her own eyes would be more helpful for her to understand the summer of the end of the world. Just after leaving the utility room, A cry of pain came from outside. Ouch! Something happened? When Su Qing thought of this possibility, she couldn't help but run. The cave door was already wide open, and after running a few steps, Su Qing looked straight at the golden red sun in the distant sky. Above the sky, clouds lingered at the bottom of the sun, and the bright sunlight cast a bright light outside. If she hadn't been certain that the night had not yet passed, she would have thought it was time for the sun to rise from the scene outside. Wait! Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Because the distance was too far, the golden red sun was very blurry, like a block of color with very low pixels. Su Qing took a step outside with some doubt. Why did she always feel that there was a non-overlapping circular outline behind the sun? After staring for a long time, she rubbed her eyes and looked again, and the circular outline just now disappeared again, as if she was just dazzled. Forget it, go see Ruashi first. Unable to figure out what was going on, Su Qing, who was controlled by the sun, finally came back to her senses and raised her legs to go out. Squeak! Su Qing, don't come out. The tree mouse, who heard the footsteps, hurried outside to ensure that Su Qing could see him from the opposite corner. Hiss! There was a burning sensation on his face, followed by pain. Su Qing couldn't help but scream, and after thinking about it, she retreated back to the cave. She knew why Ruashi screamed. Su Qing shrunk herself into the shadows, and then she felt the burning sensation around her dissipate. Looking up, Lucky was also standing cautiously in the shadows. A head poked out. The wolf's snow-white face was covered in bird-black hair, tangled together, one strand on the left and one strand on the right. Who else could it be but Ruashi? Ruashi looked for Su Qing with tearful eyes. The two pairs of eyes met. The white wolf looked away guiltily. Ruashi, I'm done for. Su Qing found out that I just stuck my head out to look. Wait a minute, I bring the healing potion. Su Qing stared at Ruashi, who was looking up at the sky and the ground but not at herself. Don't expose yourself to the sun for now. Squeak! Su Qing, don't worry. The tree mouse put its right paw behind its back with lingering fear. Ruashi's miserable condition had successfully reminded it of the time. That is, it not only failed to stop Ruashi, but was also dragged out. The paw still stung a little, and the tree mouse couldn't stand the itch. It rubbed its fur, and immediately grimaced in pain. Ouch. I'm sorry. Taking Lucky's actions into consideration, Ruashi lowered her head and gently touched the tree mouse. Hi, the tree mouse cheered up and waved his hands, not feeling anything. After all, it has lived in the forest for so long, and Ruashi brought it back when the cold wave was about to come. It is normal not to know that the summer sun is harmful. The tree mouse looked up at the sky and the right paw. The right paw felt a sharp pain, and it used the left paw to support its head as if nothing had happened, and it began to recall the past. Summer. It remembered that there were 4 time periods. Wu Lin, those who have not gone out yet, or those who have already gone out, try to hide in the shade and don't expose yourself to the sun. Wang Ping, that's right, the sun is poisonous. It's just a little hot at first, but soon, you will feel a stinging pain, and then it will become more and more painful. Yin Shu, I really cried. I stretched out my hand to feel it, and a big blister appeared directly, with a red circle around it. Wang Ping, my palm was black. Gui Tianlong, what the hell is the damn Doomsday doing? Yu. It's like this again, the survivors cursed each other and didn't care. Once they cursed, Doomsday blocked it very quickly. Why can't we just kill it? Su Qing quickly scrolled down, hoping to get some useful information. Wu Lin commented again, and Su Qing quickly stopped her fingertips. Wu Lin, is there anyone hiding in other shadows far away from the hut? Can non-hut buildings also isolate the influence of the sun? Finally seeing what she was concerned about, Su Qing slowly moved down. If a shadow is all she needs, then she can artificially create a shadow to allow herself to enter Ruashi's room safely. But if this doesn't work, then she can just run over again. Anyway, this distance is not too far, and it shouldn't be too serious. She hasn't drunk the healing potion yet. She will drink it when she goes out. Bai Yun, I come and talk. The completely unfamiliar name and the incoherent comments caught Su Qing's attention. Bai Yun, hiding in the shade of the tree is indeed effective. I don't feel pain, but it's hot, and I want to drink water. Damn, I'm a little too hot to muster the strength. Typing is too tiring. Hiding in the shade of the tree is indeed effective. I don't feel pain, but it's hot, and I want to drink water, and I'm too hot to muster the strength. Su Qing translated it. Will it be hot outside? Su Qing felt it, but she didn't feel very hot, probably because of the small house. Since hiding in the shadow can avoid being burned, Su Qing stood up and looked around. Pulling out the bed sheet and spreading it out, Su Qing walked out sideways with the magic bag on her back. The slanted shadow under her feet swayed up and down. After entering the room outside, Su Qing put away the bed sheet and stuffed it into the magic bag. Ouch! Su Qing Ruashi was in pain. Ruashi rushed into Su Qing's arms, pointed at her face with her black claws, and raised it to show Su Qing. Hey Ruashi, wait, I'm about to be... Falling to the ground, the white wolf's big head was still pressing on her knees. Su Qing felt like a big truck was pressing on her, and couldn't get up at all. Ouch! Ruashi blinked, and quickly moved back in panic. Looking at Ruashi with resentment, Su Qing rubbed her knees and said, Ruashi, I really can't bear your current weight. Come drink the healing potion. Fortunately, the magic bag was a magical product. Su Qing took out the intact healing potion from it, and waved to Ruashi. Seeing that Su Qing was not angry, but asked it to drink something, Ruashi rubbed her face stickily. Su Qing was the best. A bottle of healing potion quickly disappeared. A hazy white light emerged from the white wolf. Awoo! It's so comfortable. Ruashi shook her fur, and her face and paws didn't hurt anymore. Squeak! And there was a mouse. Su Qing lowered her head, and the brown-yellow tree mouse stretched out its right paw, and a small piece of fur in the middle turned black. Lucky, are you injured too? The tree mouse nodded, and its tail gently tapped the ground. It just remembered that there are indeed 4 stages in summer, and only one of these 4 stages is safe. The intact left paw touched the bottle body, and the tree mouse opened its mouth and aimed at the bottle mouth. White light came out of Lucky's body. Su Qing looked at the empty bottle and continued to touch the magic bag. Fortunately, she took a few more bottles when she came out. By the way, she did remember that the winged moonlight wolf could actively emit white light. Su Qing glanced to the side. The snow-white wolf was belly up, with its wings slightly folded, and was rolling comfortably from side to side. Perhaps there are subtle differences between moonlight wolves. Pop! The cork was pulled out, and Su Qing drank it all in one gulp. The stinging cheek seemed to be plastered in an instant, very cool. Su Qing continued to look down and flip through the light screen. At this time, the post had more than a few comments. The numbers on the upper right kept rolling, representing its popularity. Su Qing, by the way, is there anyone who feels like there is more than one sun like me? After thinking for a long time, Su Qing sent it. Qiyang, shock, I also think that if you look carefully, there is an illusory outline behind the sun, but it disappears in a blink of an eye. Yang Jin, it seems that I am not the only one who has discovered it. I thought I was dazzled. But think about it, when the Doomsday report said 3 suns, it is normal that there is more than one sun in the sky. Liiji, does anyone have a watch? Come out and check the time. It shows 7:50 p.m. here. I won't sleep tonight. I want to see if the sun is still above my head in the early morning. Fang Wenqiu, I come. It's 7:51 p.m. here. Di Yan, 7:51 and 23 seconds p.m. Mei Jingxue, about the same. Su Qing straightened her back. The Doomsday report said there were 3 suns. Don't expose yourself to the scorching sun for a long time. This sentence has been confirmed. But there are no 3 suns. Su Qing quickly glanced outside. The sky is clear, but even with that illusory outline, there are only 2. At worst, she won't sleep, and will catch up on her sleep after midnight. If it was like this all day, it would be too troublesome to go out, and Ruashi was so big. Su Qing had a headache. Where could she find a shadow that could cover Ruashi in all aspects? Time passed by. At 8:30, Su Qing returned to the cave to get some fruits and meat, and divided them among 1 person, 1 mouse, 1 bird, and 1 wolf. The sun did not change. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the golden red sun moved to the sky. Shui fell asleep in a corner inside. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Lucky and Ruashi closed their eyes under her persuasion. Gradually, Su Qing couldn't stand it anymore. She glanced at the golden red sun in disappointment. It should have been late at night, but the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Fang Wenqiu, no change. Could it be that Xia Yan's day and night are reversed? Di Yan, it's possible. Are you still awake? Mei Jingxue, but Doomsday said there are 3 suns, but the problem is that there is only 1 in the sky now, but it's not okay to endure it like this. How about those of us who can take turns to come according to the time? Tang Yizhou, thank you for your hard work, Fist. Liiji, sure, you guys go to sleep first, and come take over my shift later. I must see what's going on. Liiji, 6. Mei Jingxue, it's 3:59 now, I go to sleep first. Li Yiji, okay. 3:59. It's so late, Su Qing stretched. She really couldn't stand it anymore. She closed her eyes, and the dark vision suddenly became brighter red. To make an analogy, she went from an environment with only a night light to 4 super bright LED lights. Of course, the reality is not so exaggerated. But the increase in brightness is a fact. Su Qing opened her eyes. She stared at the sky blankly. Su Qing, there is a change, now there are 2 suns. Chapter 84. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sun became 2. Above the blue sky, 2 extremely dazzling golden and red circles intersected and were gradually pulling apart visibly. She stared at the scene, and her eyes gradually became uncomfortable. I don't know how many minutes. Tears fell from her eyes uncontrollably. And the 2 circles of light in the sky finally became completely independent and lined up side by side in the sky. After watching the whole process, Su Qing lowered her head, closed her eyes, and rubbed the area around her eyes. If this is the case, could the number of suns be related to time? The forum first appeared at around 7:50, and since then it has been 1 sun. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sun split into 2, becoming 2 suns. Su Qing felt much better, and looked at the screen. It turns out that there are still many lurkers. Although it is already early in the morning, the number of messages in this post is still increasing. Li Yitzi, it really became 2 suns, and the time is exactly 4 o'clock. Yiwen, it feels hotter and brighter than before? Is it an illusion? Shui Xiao, 2 suns, normal. I just don't know if 3 suns will kill me, haha. Mei Jingxue, from night to 4 a.m., there is 1 sun, and at 4 a.m. it becomes 2 suns. Since the number of suns will change over time, it is recommended to wait for the next period of time. Wu Lin, Miss Mei is right. We have persisted to the 4th version. Please don't hesitate to share some crucial things about the version. Please believe that more people's survival is beneficial. Wu Lin, it is impossible for each of us to do everything, and there will inevitably be a time when online transactions are needed. The more humans survive, the more items there are to be traded online, both in terms of type and quantity. The Doomsday is independent, and other people's Doomsdays can also become your resources. Su Qing nodded secretly. Indeed, the Doomsday is independent, and the things in other Doomsdays can only be circulated online through people. And from some posts, it can be seen that the huts and environments where each of them woke up at the beginning were not the same. For example, Su Qing, there is a waterfall next to her, but there is a shortage of ore. If she hadn't been lucky enough to meet the 4 little ones, she would never have been able to build a cave so quickly. Similarly, other people may have ore next to them, but lack food sources, or have herbs but lack. If there are no accidents, the places they can reach are limited, and the materials they can collect are also limited. Then, online trading is undoubtedly a good way to use it. But if there are fewer and fewer people, then the potential supplies that can be used by you will naturally decrease. It is precisely because of this that Su Qing shared the letter paper she found in the treasure chest directly on the forum, so that everyone can think and deal with it together. After all, the Doomsday is a single player, and other people can't come. Shangwan Qingdai, if you have anything, Miss Wu, just tell me directly. Chu Wenzhou, oh yes, boss, just tell me directly. Wu Lin, I don't dare to be a boss, I just hope everyone will pay attention to the changes in the sun during the time period and summarize it when the time comes. By the way, don't go out in the next few days. The sun can burn your skin, so before you figure it out, you should be safe. Miss Wu is really kind-hearted. Su Qing sighed as she retreated into the room. She had seen Miss Wu's analysis posts more than once. She couldn't arrange so many people, nor could she go to the trouble of writing a post specifically for analysis. Apart from necessary discussions and transactions, she usually spies on things secretly, an old lurker. Her fingertips slid down. Wu Lin, then I leave it to you all. Li Yiji, hi, it's okay, just take a break at different times. With so many people, it will only take a day or 2. Ah. Su Qing couldn't help yawning. She had been up till the early morning yesterday, until the sun changed, and she really couldn't stand it anymore. Let's sleep for a while. Turning off the light screen, Su Qing took the magic bag. Wow. The rope twitched quickly. Su Qing took out all the remaining fruits and placed them against the wall to prevent the 3 little ones from waking up and getting hungry while she was still sleeping. Fruits of all sizes and varieties were piled up together. Nodding with satisfaction, Su Qing supported herself on the ground and slowly fell down. There was nothing she could do about the dirty clothes, so she had to rest for a while. Turning sideways, Su Qing rested her head on her arms and met the bright eyes in the corner. It was Shui. Huh? Su Qing was a little surprised and waved at Shui. The snow-white and fluffy bird nimbly jumped in front of her. Su Qing pointed behind her and said, I've taken out all the fruits. If you're hungry, just go and eat them, okay? The bird will tell them. The bird stared at Su Qing. The hairless biped could not hide its tiredness, its eyes full of trust. It heard Su Qing whisper not to go out, and saw Su Qing slowly close her eyes. Everyone fell asleep, and it was the bird's turn to keep watch. The white bird flapped its wings, flew over Su Qing, who was breathing smoothly, and landed beside the fruit, its eyes vigilantly scanning the outside. This sleep was not comfortable. When Su Qing woke up, all she could hear was Ruashi's howling. Of course, this was not the main reason for her awakening. She woke up because Su Qing's hand was stiff, and she was hot. Ah! Su Qing moved her right hand, which was under her head when she slept, and it felt so sore. Ouch! What happened to Su Qing? Ruashi jumped left and right anxiously. She didn't understand why Su Qing was screaming in pain, even though she didn't have any wounds. The tree mouse was confused by the question. The mouse didn't know. Ruashi, don't jump anymore. Su Qing moved her right hand directly despite the pain. My hand is just a little stiff. After a while, her right hand finally returned to normal. There were obviously fewer fruits. The three little ones should have eaten them. Picking up a purple ball fruit, Su Qing quickly opened it to fill her empty stomach. While eating, she clicked on the light screen. Unexpectedly, a post titled, New Version Time, appeared in the front row of the forum. Su Qing clicked in. The poster was Miss Wu. Miss Wu, after asking, there are currently 15 kind people who have clocks, watches and other items that can be used to see time and have joined. Every once in a while, a message will be posted here to mark the time, and the current interval is 1 hour. Ms. Wu, I hope you don't post other irrelevant messages. Regarding the changes in the sun, you can post them in another thread. Those who are free can summarize them with me regularly. Scroll down. The latest comment was posted by a survivor named Zheng Durua. Zheng Durua, at 12 o'clock noon, there are still 3 suns. 12 o'clock noon, Su Qing was stunned. She slept for 8 hours? Oh wait, 3 suns? Damn, no wonder it's so hot. This was the first thought in Su Qing's mind. No 3 suns. Su Qing, who had just woken up and whose brain was a little slow, reacted. Almost immediately, she turned her head. The bright sun shone on the earth, and if you look closely, it seems that the air is boiling. Not seeing the sun, Su Qing walked outside and stood at the edge of the shadow. Ah, it really is 3. Oh, this is troublesome. There will be no night, right? It was fine in the room, just dry and hot, but it was a little hot when it was close to the sun. The fur rubbed against my arm. Su Qing touched Ruashi, who was leaning over, and she suddenly thought of Ruashi's eating problem. Oh, what are you going to do? It's so hot, how can you go out to hunt? Are you hungry, Ruashi? Su Qing felt a little distressed. After Ruashi grew up, her appetite naturally increased. Now that the sun is scorching outside, if she really can't go out for 24 hours, how many meals can the food at home last? And Ruashi is a wolf, wouldn't it be unhealthy not to eat meat? Hungry. When she mentioned this, Ruashi looked at Su Qing with tears in her eyes. It also ate a few fruits, but it was not enough to fill it up. And Su Qing, Lucky and Shui still needed to eat, so it only picked a few and stopped. Squeak. Don't worry, it will be fine when the sun gets smaller. After observing the sun for a while, the tree mouse came over to comfort it. Get smaller? Ruashi quickly glanced outside, thinking of the black fur yesterday, and there was some fear in her eyes. Of course, the tree mouse hooked his finger. The white wolf lowered his head. His eyes gradually brightened. The 3 suns were like door gods, even more terrifying than last night. Su Qing didn't want to go out either, and stared at the light screen to kill time. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Time passed bit by bit. Mei Jingxue, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there seems to be 1 less sun. The time is finally updated. Su Qing perked up and saw the second half of the sentence. Fewer? Walking to the edge, there were 2 round suns on the left and right in the sky, and there was indeed no third sun. From evening to 4 o'clock in the morning, there was 1 sun. From 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock, there were 2 suns, and from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there were 3 suns. Su Qing was a little confused. But last night, there was only 1 sun in the sky, and they were sunburned when they went out. So when is the right time to go out? Or does Xia Yin have to equip himself before going out? Chapter 85. Su Qing's mind was full of thoughts. Let's wait until night to confirm whether the changes last night were accidental. Oh, I really want to go out. From last night to now, Su Qing only felt shortness of breath and chest tightness. Although she used something to cover herself before, she was able to run back and forth between the cave and the room outside. But if she stayed away from the hut, Su Qing could not guarantee that she could cover herself in all directions without blind spots, and there was also Ruashi who was very big. Thinking of this, Su Qing subconsciously glanced at the side. The white wolf had its front paws folded, its head resting on its paws, its eyes looking forward, and was looking out. Languidly. From time to time, she heard a subtle cuckoo sound. And the source was Ruashi. Ruashi must be very hungry. Su Qing picked up the bed sheet on the ground, and planned to go back to the cave to get some more food and water. Noticing the burning gaze, she turned around and saw Su Qing's back leaving. Awuh! Ruashi tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Goo-goo. This time the sound was particularly loud. 2 pairs of eyes turned to her. Why are you looking at me? I'm really hungry. The white wolf carefully retracted his limbs, as if this would cover up the sound. Squeak. Wait a little longer. The tree mouse patted the white wolf. It was 2 suns now, and we could go out later. Although she didn't understand why, Ruashi still nodded obediently. Time passed slowly. Su Qing was roasting potatoes in the cave. After sending some fruits and water, she returned to the cave to have her own dinner. At this time, the potatoes in the small stove were burnt and wrinkled, emitting a fragrance. Su Qing picked out a soft one with a knife and tapped it gently, and the black pieces fell to the ground. She endured the heat and tore a hole, and hot steam rose. The potatoes grown by the wood magic stone were very big. After eating one, Su Qing felt a little full. It was just a little choking. Gently tapping the area below the collarbone, Su Qing opened the light screen and browsed the posts. It was past 7 o'clock. By browsing the posts, Su Qing saw the survivor who said he was outside yesterday again. By Yun, family, I finally recovered. I was squatting in the shade yesterday, and my head was dizzy from the heat. I lost some memory after typing. I should have woken up around 9 o'clock. I walked back to the cabin and fell asleep. I didn't wake up until now. Although the sunburned parts of my body are still burning, but now I think back, the area I was burned has not increased. By Yun. Sorry for writing such a long paragraph. What I want to say is that it should be safe outside after 9 o'clock. At least the sun should not burn us. Is that so? Su Qing sat up straight. What was the last time the report was broadcast? Squeak. Awuh, awuh. Returned to find the post. Su Qing desperately scrolled down. ? Before she could think, the shadow of the door opened. Shui and Lucky appeared at her feet. Su Qing opened her mouth. The brown tree mouse grabbed the trouser leg with 2 claws, and turned to walk out. It was impossible to pull Su Qing with such a small amount of strength, but she still stood up obediently, picked up the tree mouse, and walked out of the house. Squeak. Let's go. Seeing Su Qing stopped at the door, the tree mouse immediately patted Su Qing anxiously, and pointed outside. Time is so short. If we wait for those animals to drink water, it will be difficult for the little guy to hunt. It's better to ambush in advance. Lucky. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly, looking at the tree mouse that leaned out and bathed in the sun, but was safe and sound, swallowing the words that she had not said. She stretched out her hand tentatively, and the sun shone on her hand, warm and a little hot, but not to the extent that she would get hurt if exposed to the sun. She looked up, and the golden red sun was hanging on the sky. Ah, a sun. Su Qing blinked. So is 1 sun the normal time to go out? Looking at the light screen, ignoring the various posts with heated discussions, Su Qing found the news she cared about most. Mei Jingxue, 8 o'clock in the evening. She hadn't seen this message. It was the latest one, and it should have been sent not long ago. So far, they have spent all 24 hours a day. If Xia Yin repeats every day, then from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., 1 sun, normal time, you can go out. For p.m. to 8 a.m., 2 suns, 8 p.m. to 4 p.m., 3 suns, for p.m. to 8 p.m., 3 suns become 2 again. Lucky, what did you ask me to do just now? After thinking it through, Su Qing immediately realized that now is precious free time, and it's best not to waste it. After quickly typing a line of words on the light screen to tell other survivors that she had come out safely, Su Qing turned off the light screen. Squeak, squeak. Go hunting with Ruashi, Ruashi. The tree mouse pointed to the room outside. Hearing the call, Ruashi trotted out with the bag in her mouth. Ao woo. Did Wu set off? Although the white wolf's words were vague, the tree mouse quickly understood. Squeak. That's right. The tree mouse turned his head, pointed at the white wolf, and patted his belly. Look, Ruashi, solve the problem of hunger and satiety, understand? Lucky did this. Su Qing naturally couldn't fail to understand. Wait until I take down the gun. Su Qing rubbed the tree mouse, and the short brown and yellow fur suddenly became messy. The tree mouse touched its head with its claws, and its eyes were dim. Su Qing, don't do this, the mouse's fur is messy. Quickly taking the hunting rifle, Su Qing straddled Ruashi's back. The group left this place quickly. In fact, they didn't leave too far. Su Qing lowered her head and secretly glanced at the opposite side from the withered yellow branches and leaves. About 10 meters away, the water was flowing slowly. Of course, this was not the point. Su Qing glanced back and forth at the animals crowded together on the water bank. There were familiar white curly hares, unknown black birds, and yellow spotted animals. Some of them were obviously predators, with very abrupt temperaments, but at this time, they were also drinking water with other animals. They were just very wary of each other. Su Qing turned her head and looked at Lucky beside her. Action? She asked quietly. Ruashi was not here. Because she was too big and her color was too obvious, Ruashi was driven away to block the way. The tree rat shook his head. Although the waterside is very quiet now, the sheep and deer will have to evacuate at any time after the predators drink the water. If we attack now, we might collide with those predators and cause friction out of thin air. It is better to wait until they start to attack, and then we can catch the ones that are not targeted. Su Qing restrained herself and continued to wait. After all, there are several carnivorous animals on the other side, so it's better to be safe. Ah! It sounds like the sound of a wooden door rubbing against the ground and turning slowly. Su Qing instantly perked up and looked over. Brown, white, black. Figures of various colors quickly mixed together and ran in all directions. Squeak! Action now! The tree mouse climbed onto Su Qing's shoulder and commanded. As for the snow, the white bird circled in the sky, looking for an opportunity. Su Qing stood up quickly. As soon as she stood still, an animal that looked like a deer rushed towards her. The two looked at each other, and the animal turned sharply and fell to the ground. Before Su Qing could do anything, a gray figure pounced on her, bit her neck, and dragged her away. Forget it, I'd better pick another one. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared, and Su Qing quickly raised her gun and found another particularly fat one. But the scene was too chaotic, and Su Qing's first shot missed and hit the opponent's back. Fortunately, Shui rushed down to make up a few claws, so that the prey did not escape. Shui, go to Ruashi. The scene was too chaotic. Su Qing didn't dare to get too close, and could only shout to the sky. Ga. Hearing the response, Su Qing slowly retreated, and kept an eye on the movements not far away. The white figure flew up and down, shuttling back and forth. Gradually, the animal that was chosen gradually ran out of the chaotic main battlefield, and began to run towards Ruashi. Su Qing's eyes lit up. But obviously, they were not the only predator that was eyeing this injured prey. Bang! The gun went off. Su Qing felt a little regretful that the shot missed. Back off. The animal, half the size of Ruashi, lowered its head, twitched its ears, and rushed towards the nearest ram. In the sky, the white bird gave the black bird a claw, showing off its bloody claws. Gaga! Get out of the way. Drive the prey forward. Until they saw the white beast hovering around, Ruashi rushed over to eat the food before Su Qing could say anything. Look at the time, the most recent time was 1 a.m. There are still 3 hours left. Fill your stomach first, I know when to go back. Su Qing let the extremely hungry Ruashi fill her stomach first, and then she began to think about what to do next. After Xia Yin came, the time she could go out was reduced to 8 hours. Ruashi needed time to hunt, and it would take time to arrange the mine, and to collect supplies. Su Qing rubbed her temples. It would be nice if there were other places to stay outside. Wait, there won't be a tent left by the senior in the mine. Thinking of this, Su Qing really thought about it, if she stayed in the mine until the next time. One sun. Time. It seems that it is not impossible. Ruashi? Awa! While eating happily, the white wolf tilted his head in confusion. Su Qing smiled and said, I help you put away the remaining meat. Let's go to the mine together tomorrow. Awa! No problem. Chapter 86. When Ruashi was full, Su Qing packed the remaining meat. Then Shui explored in the sky, and taking advantage of the last bit of time, they caught a smaller prey. They flew back like thunder and lightning. Finally, They arrived at the cave before the sun turned into two. Saying goodbye to Ruashi and Lucky, Su Qing took Shui into the cave and left the door ajar. I want to. The wooden door closed, and Ruashi's breath circled and dissipated in the air. The tree mouse lay in the corner, spread out in a big letter shape. Squeak, squeak. Come in and have a rest. Didn't Su Qing say she was going to the mine? That's right, Ruashi nodded. It needs to rest well, so that it can have the strength to fly. The white wolf walked to the side of the tree mouse and curled up. After a simple rest, Su Qing got up from the bed. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After washing the potatoes, put them in the pot and cook them, then put them on a wooden tray to cool. Since there was nothing to do anyway, Su Qing started to cook by feeling. Wash and chop the long sawgrass, bell peppers and snow vegetables. The red and green pieces mixed together looked particularly good. After the fillings were ready, Su Qing walked into the utility room and took out the bottle of clear yellow liquid. This was made from mature oil chestnuts, and it was indeed no different from oil in use. Su Qing called it chestnut oil. Pop. The cork of the bottle was opened, and Su Qing poured some chestnut oil in. Sizzle. The pot had been heated on the stove for a while, so the chestnut oil sizzled as soon as it was poured in. Pour the chopped meat in, and Su Qing stirs it with chopsticks. Add salt, a small amount of chili powder, and other seasonings. Quack. What is Su Qing doing? The bird stretched its neck and stared at the rising white mist in a daze. Are you hungry? Su Qing took out a hand and quickly touched the snow a few times. The soft feathers felt particularly good. The white bird shook its head, and a short white feather rose in front of the two long feathers. With the snow-black eyes, it looks cute. Su Qing covered her heart. Ah, I was touched by its cuteness. Would you like to try some? If you want to eat these, I let them cool before giving them to you. Or would you like to eat the purple cones? The bird lowered its head slightly, letting the bird think about it. Su Qing was not in a hurry. After a few stirs with the chopsticks, the diced potatoes were already cooked, wrapped in brown soup. Maybe I should make a spatula out of wood. Take the small pot off and put it on the ground, peel the potatoes, and then put them in a wooden bowl, and eat them with the stir-fried vegetables. Quack. The bird also wanted to try it. Wing pointed at the wooden bowl in Su Qing's hand. Okay. Su Qing smiled and said, please wait a moment. She gave some to Shui, and some to Lucky and Ruashi outside. Su Qing finished her dinner happily. Considering that she would have to go to the basement, it would take a long time. In addition to the necessary wall lamps, shotguns, ropes and other items, she also brought some fruits and 2 bottles of water. Time ticked by until 8 o'clock in the evening. Shui. Su Qing turned around. The white ball squatting on the ground moved and poked its head out. We are leaving. Shall we go together, or will you rest at home? The white bird jumped forward. Ga. Let's go together. Although it was hot outside, the bird went with Su Qing. It was much better inside the mine, the bird thought a little sleepily. Okay. Su Qing picked up the snow. Then let's go. Out of the cave, Lucky stood on Ruashi's head, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for a while. Maybe because it was summer, even if there was only one sun above the head, it was very hot. The wind blowing when flying has become a magical tool to cool down. Su Qing squinted her eyes, and her ears were filled with the joyful shouts of Lucky and Ruashi that were distorted by the wind. The big river beside the extinct volcano was still surging, flowing forward without stopping. Looking around, there was no suitable shelter in front of the mine, and the size of the mine was not enough to accommodate Ruashi. Awoo! Ruashi looked at Su Qing pitifully, and it was the only one who could not enter. The sun in the sky will last for 8 hours, and it must come out in time around 2 o'clock in the morning to leave enough time to go home. Since they couldn't stay here, Su Qing quickly made a decision. Ruashi, find a place to rest for a while. Su Qing felt a little distressed when facing Bai Lang's eyes. But Ruashi, the mine really can't accommodate you. It would be great if Ruashi could grow bigger or smaller freely. Su Qing touched the little guy comfortingly, and took Lucky and Shui to the underground level. The white wolf looked eagerly until the flickering light disappeared in the mine tunnel. Then he lay down in the shadow on the side, and poked the stone from time to time. If only I could become as small as I was when I was little at certain times, and change back at other times. Ruashi sighed. Su Qing walked in the mine tunnel, and headed straight for the entrance to the underground level. She had also thought about whether the ghost-faced spider was Xia Yin, but after thinking about it, she still thought it was not the case. After all, there is no night in Xia Yin. When it is hottest, there are even 3 suns. Even in normal times, There is only one sun. The sunlight is sufficient. And the description given by the Ghostface Spider light screen includes fear of light. This description, unless the Ghostface Spiders enter the mine directly from underground, Xia Yin, who is well lit, will never see the Ghostface Spiders coming back. So after arriving at the end of the mine, Su Qing chose to move down without hesitation. Moving on the inclined slope, after a long walk, a large semicircular hole appeared in front of him. Su Qing listened quietly for a while. Swish swish. It seems to be the sound of water flowing? Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Is there a hidden river under the mine? Su Qing bent down and crawled through the big hole. With the help of the wall lamp, she looked around. The underground was much more open than she thought. The wall above her head was far away from her. She could see a lot of exposed or with a casual glance. Moreover, the underground of the mine seemed to be full of natural caves. Su Qing walked forward a few steps. The gray-white stone pillars connected the upper and lower cave walls. They flashed under the illumination of the wall lamp and looked very beautiful. It's so strange. Su Qing compared them secretly while walking around. Although she was just an ordinary office worker, if there was a hollow cave under the mine and there was an underground river, wouldn't it collapse? Pa. Su Qing patted her head. Why did she think so much? Aren't there enough strange things in the Doomsday? Flying wolves, white eternal trees that can produce honey, and unreasonable magic books, magic stones, and magic products. She should quickly choose a place and set traps. As for these caves, Su Qing quickly glanced at the dark cave in the distance. She didn't know where it led to, so it was not suitable to explore. After choosing left and right, Su Qing finally chose a few narrow passages. Then, she started digging. The sound of water flowing was endless. She was even more certain that there was an underground river. The soil was sticky, and often the machete would wrap up halfway through prying, so Su Qing had to stop and use stones to push all the soil down. It was very tiring. Quack. What was Su Qing going to do? The bird watched quietly for a while, then turned to the tree mouse next to it. The tree mouse didn't really understand. Squeak. Maybe it was to dig better ore. Oh. The bird suddenly realized, looking for ore? It thought Su Qing was digging a hole. Quack. Then let's help look for it too. Squeak, squeak. Help Su Qing find ore? Okay. The two little ones looked at each other, and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Fang Wenqiu. It's 1 in the morning. Please pay attention to the distance when you go out. Su Qing turned off the light screen. It's 1 in the morning. She put her hands on her hips, and looked at the cave wall around her. It took several hours to finally complete it. With 2 hands climbing on the hole, Su Qing half of her body came out, and then 1 foot was lifted up, and then she rolled out. After standing firm, she symbolically patted her clothes. Although they were a little dirty, it didn't matter. She would dry them in the sun for a while. Taking out the shaved bamboo from the magic bag, Su Qing knocked them into the center one by one. Done. Su Qing subconsciously looked at the light screen, and there were no comments popping up before 2 o'clock. But it was time to go back. She could just load some ores in the remaining time. Squeak. Su Qing, Su Qing. Lucky? Hearing the sound, Su Qing suddenly realized that Lucky and Shui were not nearby. Squeak. The rat is here. Su Qing looked in the direction of the sound. Beside the milky white stone pillar, a white diamond-shaped crystal was moving slowly. The 2 claws, one on the left and one on the right, were tightly clasped, and it looked quite strenuous. Squeak. Another voice came from behind the crystal, a little anxious. He walked over and picked it up, and caught Lucky in the air. Squeak. The tree mouse's golden eyes were still a little confused, and he looked to the side blankly. When he found that it was Su Qing, he immediately put his hands on his waist, and proudly pointed at the crystal he had found. Squeak. How is it? Does it look familiar? The tree rat's tail shook. It remembered very clearly that Su Qing had collected this kind of stone. The diamond-shaped ore was slightly cool to the touch, and the light was bright and flowing on the crystal surface. It looked so familiar. Su Qing pointed to the light screen. White crystal, rare ore. Isn't this one of the synthetic materials for the wall lamp? Seeing the words. White crystal, Su Qing finally remembered. Good job, Lucky. Su Qing praised. Squeak. It's okay. Even though the tree mouse was praised so much that its tail was shaking like crazy, it just waved its hands on the surface. Hee. The tree mouse cleared its throat, pointed in the direction where the bird had left before, and prompted, Squeak. There is also a bird. Shui. After finding Lucky, Su Qing called out to Shui. The sound of flapping wings. A snow-white figure came from the darkness and stopped beside her. Clang. Clang. Two crisp sounds. Huh? Su Qing bent down and teased. Did you two agree on this? How come both of you brought back minerals? Well, let me see. Purple crystal, rare mineral. Purple crystal, rare mineral. Su Qing looked at the two much smaller crystals in front of Shui, then at the white crystal in her hand, and fell into deep thought. The tree mouse blinked. It met the white bird's eyes, which were shaking its feathers. The tree mouse. Wow, how come you chose the same thing as the mouse? Sly neighbor. Chapter 87. I like both Lucky and Snow. Su Qing put the three crystals into the magic bag, but we need to go back now. Come on, Lucky, get on my shoulder. Is it time to go back? The tree mouse looked at the open palm in front of him and gently placed his two paws on it. Squeak. Next time, the mouse will definitely choose a better one, and can't let the neighbor compare with it. The tree mouse's eyes are firm. It has super strong intuition. The tree mouse. Huh? The bird tilted its head. Why did the tree mouse look at the bird like that just now? It feels like the atmosphere is inexplicably heated. With the other hand around the tree mouse's back, Su Qing lifted the little guy up and then put him on her shoulder. The furry tail circled from behind the neck and rested on the neck. Then the warm body kept coming closer and squatted close to the neck. Su Qing pinched the tip of the tail helplessly and greeted the little guy's puzzled gaze. Lucky really likes this seat. Su Qing patted the empty shoulder on the other side. Shui, what about you? Are you going to fly up by yourself or come up? Quack. The bird also wants to come up. Faced with Su Qing's invitation, the white bird did not hesitate, flapped its wings and flew up, then curled up its claws and squatted carefully. Oh, it's done! The bird stretched out a claw without damaging anything. Quack. The bird squatted, okay. Although Su Qing didn't understand, she still responded happily. The way back was already memorized, so she soon passed the flat land where the ore was piled. Su Qing quickly put the necessary ore into the magic bag, and then she continued to move towards the cave entrance without stopping. Awoo! Su Qing, you are out. Su Qing raised her head. The snow-white fur blocked the cave entrance, revealing a big eye and a wolf mouth. At this time, the wolf mouth opened and closed excitedly, making a howling sound. It can be seen that Ruoshi must have been waiting here for a long time. And although Ruoshi is lively, she listens to her very much. In the past few hours, Su Qing can imagine how the little guy wasted time and how he blocked the cave entrance to observe whether they came back. Su Qing quickened her pace, walked out of the cave, and hugged the white wolf. Ruoshi's eyes widened. Woo, this is also this. Could it be that Su Qing also missed Ruoshi in there? When she thought of this, Ruoshi's eyes suddenly became moist. Woo. Su Qing. Ruoshi rubbed the human on her chest stickily. Squeak. The tree mouse stood on the stone and nodded slightly. What a happy and harmonious tribe. Quack. That's right, the bird likes it very much. The white bird beside nodded from the bottom of his heart. This is probably the reason why everyone gathered together. After a lot of sticking, everyone finally set out on the return journey. Su Qing lowered her head and buried herself in the fur. Damn, my face still feels hot. The little guys must be too cute and sincere. Rushing back to the cave, Su Qing jumped off the wolf's back. At this time, an illusory outline had appeared behind the sun in the sky, and it would soon break away, occupying the air on the left and right. Before the sun rose, Su Qing put the meat she had hunted from last night to the early morning on a large wooden plate, and laid it out in a row in the room. Awoo! The white wolf came running after drinking water, with the wet tree mouse and Lucky still standing on its head. When Ruoshi stood in front of her, Su Qing's eyelids jumped, and she urgently stopped the little guy from sticking to her. Awoo! Su Qing? Rejected, Ruoshi's tail drooped on the ground. Look at you, you are soaked all over. Su Qing pinched a strand of hair with her fingertips, and a stream of water fell down along her fingertips. Alas! Before she finished speaking, the white wolf seemed to understand something and shook wildly. Su Qing was splashed with water droplets on her face. Awoo! It's dry now, Ruoshi continued to stick happily. Su Qing sighed. Forget it, why bother with a child? It's Ruoshi. Su Qing. You mean? Said, I went to the basement, there's a lot of dirt on my clothes. The white wolf paused. Oh, let me see, the fur is dirty. Su Qing whispered devilishly, Ruoshi, you washed it in vain. Awoo! The white wolf fell to the ground, his paws covering his heart. Su Qing dealt a fatal blow. Okay, okay, Su Qing poked the lying corpse white wolf. Now before the sun gets too hot, you can wash again. I also need to get some water to wipe my body. Ruashi turned over quickly and licked Su-Ching. Then she ran towards the water again in a hurry. Squeak. Two childish guys. The tree mouse slept on its exclusive plane long before the white wolf fell. Standing on the stone, the tree mouse squeezed its tail with its claws. A mature mouse like it wouldn't. A piece of mud hit its feet. Ruashi ran by like the wind, shaking her head. Tree mouse. Squeak. The tree mouse used all four claws to move quickly. Stop, bastard, Ruashi, who was hit by the mouse and splashed with water. ? Ouch. Lucky, it wants to play with me. Ruashi felt that she was the real one. The water-splashing battle was about to start. The bird shook its feathers and walked slowly on the grass. The mouse is really childish. Su-Ching, who came out with a basin, saw this scene. However, the water battle between Ruashi and Lucky was a complete and overwhelming victory. The soap tree mouse was thrown away and fell into the fur again, and hurriedly grabbed a handful of fur in panic. Awoo! After washing, let's go to the sun for a while. Ruashi turned her head and looked at the tree mouse expectantly. Squeak! I lost to you. The tree mouse patted the white wolf and nodded stiffly. Awoo awoo? Great, can we still tell stories today? Squeak squeak squeak. You just threw mud on me, Ruashi. Don't do that next time. Awoo, awoo. Really? Awoo, Ruashi, I won't do that next time. Squeak squeak. I forgive you this time, and today I tell you the story of another neighbor of the rat. Awoo. Lucky is the best. Su-Ching collected 3 basins of water from upstream and brought them home one by one. Soon after, the sky completely took over, and then it was time for the 2 suns to rule. Lien Shui also chose to stay in the room outside today, so she was the only one in the cave at the moment. Heat up some water and put it aside. Take out the heart of ice and snow obtained in the winter. The dark blue diamond crystals are even cooler in the summer, and even a little bit freezing if you hold them for a long time. I remember that the introduction of the heart of ice and snow says that adding water will make the surrounding environment cooler. Su-Ching raised her eyebrows. Now let's test the effect. Take an empty basin, put the heart of ice and snow in it, and then add unheated water little by little. The water drop fell from midair, and when it touched the dark blue crystal, it turned into a mist-like gas and quickly dissipated. Su-Ching dropped another drop and reached out to touch the gas. Her skin was suddenly enveloped by the coolness, and Su-Ching's hand trembled. What would happen if the amount of water was increased? Su-Ching poured water with great interest, and the water gathered at the bottom of the basin, covering the bottom. There was more water mist above the basin, and although it still dissipated quickly, the change was that the area that felt the coolness expanded. Of course, the water, which was not much to begin with, was consumed quickly. Su-Ching touched the bottom with her finger, and the original water was gone. Since less water produces cool mist, then as long as the water volume is controlled, we can have an air conditioner in the future? Su-Ching yawned as she felt sleepy. She glanced at the screen, and the latest time was 8 o'clock, and she didn't know how long ago it was posted. Hurry up and lower the temperature of the hot water, then wipe it and go to bed. Thinking of this, Su-Ching forced herself to be alert and started to operate. The performance of this piece of ice and snow heart that was opened from the gold treasure chest was really good. It did not melt even when placed in hot water. Of course, she also confirmed that hot water would not melt the crystal, and the effect was good, so she put it in directly. The steam rose, and gradually, a hint of coolness came. Su-Ching stretched out her fingertips, felt the coolness of the mist, and boldly touched the water surface. It has returned to normal water temperature. Inevitably, Su-Ching was a little curious. If she continued to put it in, would the water freeze? But at this moment, for her who was getting more and more sleepy, wiping her body and going to sleep were the most important things. So after a yawn, Su-Ching took out the ice and snow heart, wiped it clean with white cotton, and put it back in the treasure box. Clean yourself up. Soaking the dirty clothes in the extra basin, Su-Ching walked into the bedroom and fell on the soft bedding. In the quiet environment, her eyelids gradually closed. This sleep was very sweet. For a long time. Faintly hearing the cries of the 3 little ones, Su-Ching turned over and her eyelids moved. But sleeping is really comfortable. Half asleep and half awake, Su-Ching thought for a few seconds and decided to continue sleeping. After all, Xia Yin can only go out when the sun is up. Even if he wakes up, he can't go out, so he might as well sleep a little longer. It was quiet outside again. It shouldn't be a big deal. Su Qing thought vaguely. When a sun withdrew from the sky, there was movement outside the cave. Awuh! Will Su Qing be happy? Squeak. Definitely. Quack. This is what Su Qing called a surprise. The sneaky figure quietly pushed open the half-closed door, and walked and stopped. Finally stopped in front of the bed made of golden straw. Looking up, in the white, soft quilt, the sleeping face of the biped was peaceful. Quack. Do you want to wake Su Qing up? Squeak squeak. I don't know, but Su Qing is sleeping soundly. Would it be bad to wake her up? Quack. It seems a bit. The small and dense voices asked and answered in my ears. Who is it? Su Qing subconsciously frowned. Wait, why does it feel so clear? The sound started again. Squeak. Su Qing seemed to have moved just now. How about I go to the bird? Ga. They did move. It seems to be Lucky and Shui. Su Qing's slow thinking began to become active, and she slowly opened her eyes. She woke up. A brown tree mouse, a snow-white bird, and a white dog. Su Qing sat up suddenly. Who am I to rely on? Chapter 88. The white dog tilted its head, quietly walked a few steps away from the bed, and showed its side profile. What about now? Su Qing was silent. She didn't look carefully just now, but now she sees clearly. Why does she feel so much like Ruoshi when she was a child? White hair, small wings, and the eyes are also very similar. But here comes the problem. Although Ruoshi is indeed a younger sister, it is impossible for her to suddenly turn into a living wolf overnight. And the moonlight wolf seems to be a forest wolf mutated by the light magic stone. The only wolf left in the wolf pack before was. Could it be an outsider? But Lucky and Shui didn't react at all. The only answer is that the white dog in front of her is Ruoshi. Su Qing moved forward, looking left and right, amazed. Oh my god, Ruoshi is so cute when she becomes smaller. But then again, how did Ruoshi suddenly become smaller? Why didn't Su Qing say anything? The excitement of becoming smaller slowly faded, and Ruoshi changed to show the other side. So, did Su Qing recognize me? Wait, Ruoshi suddenly thought of a possibility. After she became smaller, Su Qing would not be able to recognize her, right? With eyes wide open, Ruoshi suddenly lost her strength and squatted on the ground. Su Qing can't recognize Ruoshi. If Su Qing can't recognize her, Ruoshi will be driven out of the house. Not only can she not live with everyone, eat sweet tree honey and tender meat, but she may also be driven away by Su Qing. Awoo, Ruoshi doesn't want to be driven away by Su Qing. Ruoshi doesn't want to be separated from everyone. White dog. As if hit hard, tears welled up in her eyes. It was just a small mistake. When Su Qing came back to her senses, she saw the little guy in this state, and quickly got out of bed, and walked over. Ruoshi? Ruoshi raised her drooping ears slightly, and her dark eyes were shining with tears. Awuh! Did Ruoshi hear it right? It looked at Su Qing. The family who accompanied her day and night reached out to her, and looked at her worriedly. Ruoshi, who was frightened by her own imagination, couldn't control herself for a moment. She rushed into Su Qing's arms, and cried loudly. Su Qing only felt that a powerful small truck ran over her, and she sat down on the ground. But the biggest problem is not here. The white dog came over as soon as he was called, which obviously confirmed that it was Ruoshi. But why is Ruoshi crying? Su Qing hugged the little white wolf helplessly, stroking the little guy and comforting him softly, while turning her head to ask for help from the two guys who were watching the fun. Su Qing, come and help, the dull-eyed tree mouse pointed at himself slowly. Me? Su Qing, stare, what do you think? The tree mouse shook itself. Well, it didn't expect it to turn out like this just now. Jumping to the side, the tree mouse poked the sobbing white ball. Squeak. Ruoshi? Awuh. Squeak squeak. In fact, Su Qing did not fail to recognize you. Didn't Su Qing call out your name just now? Awuh. Really? Raising her face, Ruoshi asked with sobs. The originally soft fur was wet with tears, tugging here and there. The tree mouse nodded seriously. Squeak squeak squeak. Yes, think about it. Su Qing can't understand our words, and the only thing she can recognize is your cry, right? But you didn't say anything just now, which means Su Qing recognized you directly. One said seriously, the other listened seriously. That's right. Knowing that Lucky was speaking well of her, Su Qing quickly interrupted, although I don't know why Ruoshi is sad. If you are sad, just talk to me. Lucky and Shui. I almost forgot that I didn't understand. Fortunately, I changed my words quickly. What if the little guy really remembers it, and comes to me to tell me next time? Imagine that scene. Ruashi talked a lot, and I looked blankly. Su Qing was sweating profusely. The tree mouse scratched his head. What is this called? Squeak. Su Qing must have recognized you because of your family. Family? Ruashi slightly widened her eyes. Awuh! Su Qing. The snowball rolled in her arms, and it seemed that Lucky had persuaded her to stop. Su Qing gave him a look of good work. We still have to look at the mouse. The tree mouse put his hands on his hips, and walked out of the bedroom with a proud look. Today is another day to protect the little family. Are you hungry, Ruashi? When the little guy calmed down, Su Qing stopped Ruashi with a firm arm. Shall we eat together? Don't mention it, just weigh it gently. It's still heavy even after it's shrunk. Ruashi, who had already eaten, was about to refuse, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, she instantly quieted down. Since it grew bigger, it has never entered the cave again, let alone eating with everyone in the cave. Holding Ruashi out of the bedroom, as soon as she put the little guy down, she ran to the straw mat and sniffed left and right. This reminded Su Qing of the cold winter, when Ruashi and Wang Shu were still baby wolves, using straw mats as beds and milk powder as food. However, the previous straw mat was too worn out, so she had disposed of it. The current one is made of new straw stalks. Ruashi opened her paws and walked slowly on the straw mat. It still remembered. The original straw mat was gone, and her sister was gone too. Quack! What are you thinking about? The bird saw the loneliness in Ruashi and came over. Ah, I miss my sister a little bit. Actually, I didn't want to answer, but Su Qing said that I could tell Lucky and Shui about my sadness. So the words gurgled in the throat for a few times, but still came out. Ruashi lowered her head after she finished speaking, and gently tapped the straw mat with her paws. Would Shui think that Ruashi always thought too much, covering something? Ruashi raised her eyes. The wings covered the top, and then patted gently, and separated at the touch. It was not heavy, but it was full of weight. Quack. Believe that Wang Shu is always by your side, just like us. The bird retracted its wings and rubbed gently like Ruashi did before. Don't be sad, although you are separated, but the companions who once accompanied you will definitely convey your feelings, not to mention family members. The bird didn't find its tribe, but it always believed that they were somewhere, and hoped that the bird would live well. Ruashi? Ruashi looked over when she heard the voice. Su Qing was waving. Do you want to eat the tree honey? Squeak. If you don't eat it, the mouse will take it all. Ruashi lowered her head, and quickly touched the white bird. Awuh! Eat, Gaga, the bird curved its eyes. Young people should be more energetic. There were only 2 bottles of tree honey left, so Su Qing simply took them all out. Well, to celebrate Ruashi's sudden shrinkage, although I don't know if she can shrink back, haha. The 3 little ones licked happily. At this time, the barbecue was almost cooked, and the thin slices sizzled and exuded an alluring aroma. After being placed on the wooden plate in front of the 3 little ones, Su Qing picked up a slice and blew it gently. Ruashi, do you know how you became smaller? Awuh! Ruashi pondered and shook her head from the bottom of her heart. It really didn't know that it became so small after waking up from a sleep. Is that so? Su Qing held her chin up. It was impossible for them to shrink for no reason. Speaking of the Moonlight Wolf, the thing that impressed her most was the healing ability of white light. She had never seen a wolf pack show its ability to grow or shrink. But if it was for other reasons. Su Qing's brain was working rapidly, and she began to recall. Can it be changed back? Su Qing tapped her knees with her fingertips. This was a small unconscious movement when she was anxious. Change back? Ruashi blinked. Well, let it think. Without time to reply, Ruashi got up and rushed out in a hurry, knocking over the wooden plate in front of her without stopping. The change in front of her interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. Ruashi? Damn! The gradually thick white light made Su Qing open her eyes wide. Finally, the thick white light burst out outside the door and dissipated. A pair of familiar eyes appeared outside the cave, full of confusion. Su Qing, Lucky, and Shui walked to the door. The huge white wolf looked left and right, circling around itself. Ruashi shouted excitedly when she found that she had returned to her original appearance. Awuh! Su Qing and Ruashi can change back. Ruashi raised her paw, and it didn't know it could change back, but Su Qing pointed it out right away. It's really amazing, as expected of Su Qing. Su Qing waved her hand, and the wolf's head was placed in her palm obediently. Ask Ruashi for a hair. Su Qing identified it at the speed of light. Moonlight Wolf, with wish fulfilled. The forest wolf mutant affected by the light magic stone seems to have a new change. Well, maybe you should ask it what wish it made. Wish flower. Su Qing opened her eyes wide. No, you can get it with such a small probability. Ruashi, are you the new generation of European emperor? What did Su Qing know? Ruashi tilted her head curiously. The tree mouse and the bird also looked over curiously. It should be the wish flower that took effect. Remember? The little white flower we shared before. Su Qing explained. Ruashi, did you wish to grow or shrink freely? Wish flower? Little white flower? The white wolf subconsciously held his breath. Wish, oh, it didn't remember it clearly. But it did want to grow or shrink freely. So Ruashi nodded slowly. Su Qing scratched Ruashi's chin. Ruashi, you are so lucky. The probability of the wish flower fulfilling a wish is very small. Our Ruashi is really a little European emperor. Not understanding what European emperor means, Ruashi saw Su Qing laughing and started to laugh foolishly. Squeak. Wish flower, fulfilling a wish. The tree mouse thought about it. That's not right. What about the mouse? Did the mouse fulfill his wish? Thinking of Su Qing just asking Ruashi for fur, she came to a conclusion. The tree mouse gritted his teeth, grabbed his tail, reluctant to let it go. Finally, he carefully plucked a hair from his hand. His trouser legs were pulled wildly. Su Qing lowered her head. The tree mouse cried silently, stood on tiptoe, and handed over the hair he had just plucked. Su Qing, please help the mouse to see if his wish has come true. Squatting down, Su Qing boldly guessed. Lucky, are you giving this to me? Shaking his head wildly, the tree mouse pointed at Ruashi. His paws shrank and enlarged, looking at Su Qing expectantly. Can you understand? Oh. Although the performance was very abstract, Su Qing felt that she understood. Do you also want to see if you can grow bigger or smaller? But the wish flower is based on the wish, right? Well, let me help you see if the wish flower is effective. Yes. The tree mouse looked at Su Qing expectantly while pinching Mau Mau and falling into deep thought. Lucky, the wish flower is not effective. Su Qing did not see other words on the light screen. This is just a small probability. Ah! The tree mouse covered his heart and fell down. Woo-woo, why didn't the mouse's wish come true? Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. Su Qing's face changed. Chapter 89. Ding! Doomsday version 4.1 is being updated, adding a fixed seasonal event. Crack. Keep moving in the direction where the sun overlaps, and you will find the crack. It is said that when the sun returns to the sky, the earth will open a portal to the unknown. What will be there? Is it an endless supply of supplies, a terrifying monster, or a collapsed home? Ding! The fixed seasonal event has been loaded and updated. Su Qing listened quietly. Is it a new seasonal fixed event? Crack, moving in the direction of the sun. Such a vague description. How close or far is it? Besides, Su Qing's expression became complicated. What does collapsed home mean? Inside the crack, could it be the former blue star? Thinking of this possibility, Su Qing's thoughts froze, and she seemed to hear the sound of her heart beating in her ears. Seeing Su Qing's sudden serious expression, Ruashi also felt like she was facing a great enemy. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Ruashi looked around and asked, What happened to Su Qing? Yes, what happened? The tree rat also looked over. Touching the wolf's head gently, Su Qing sighed. Facing 3 pairs of inquiring eyes, she naturally would not hide anything. It's a new fixed event. It looks like it will be underground. I'm thinking, should I take you there? Although the report was an example, Su Qing thought about the nature of Doomsday. If it really had nothing to do with it, she would definitely not point it out. And what if there are other dangers underground? Su Qing was entangled here. If the 3 little ones lose more people. Thinking of this, her breathing stagnated. Su Qing goes, Ruashi goes. Ruashi gently puts her paw on Su Qing's shoulder and says it very seriously. The tree mouse's eyes roll slightly. Something is wrong, Su Qing. Climbing quickly to the other side along the pants, the tree mouse's tail wraps around Su Qing's neck and circles it lightly. Perfect, the tree mouse nodded with satisfaction. In this way, if there is anything wrong with Su Qing, the mouse will know immediately. You? Su Qing smiled helplessly, and at the same time, she thought that it might be better to ask the little ones in person. After all, if the little ones followed secretly, wouldn't it be possible that the result would be worse? Listen to me. Su Qing made up her mind and organized her words. I know that there may be a place where my former home is. It may be very close, or very far away. But I still want to go and see it. Of course, it may not be my former home there. Home. The tree mouse was stunned. What does that mean? Is it Su Qing's home before coming to the forest? As for the white wolf next to him, He was confused. Awu, Ruashi thought dazedly. So is there or not? There is more danger there, so... Before she finished her words, Su-Ching looked at Ruashi, who was in a fighting posture, and was stunned. Squeak, the tree mouse finally understood. So it was Su-Ching who was worried about them. Really, the tree mouse shook his head in disapproval. Ruashi is huge and can fly. The speed of a bird is very fast. It can stay on the bird. But what does Su-Ching have? Soft skin, not sharp claws. The tree mouse patted Su-Ching's cheek. With them around, Su-Ching would be safer. Quack. Don't worry. The bird spread its wings and patted its chest. It would keep an eye on the surroundings. Ruashi, Lucky and Shue's reactions all told her the answer. Su-Ching took a deep breath. Do you want to go with me? Squeak. Awu. Quack. In unison. I understand. Su-Ching closed her eyes and said, then, after we have prepared everything in the next few days, let's go. In the next few days, Su-Ching set up the traps in the underground layer of the mine. She also scanned all the places where the cannon fruit was found outside the buying tree, and brought all the ripe cannon fruit back to the cave to synthesize bullets. After a few days, she saved 60 bullets. Compared to the completely unknown cracks, it was not much, but it gave Su-Ching a strong sense of security. In addition, the new small magic bag she synthesized before had not been taken out yet, so it was just right to take it with her. 2 magic bags, a hunting rifle and 60 bullets, hidden arrows, a machete, a dagger, a wall lamp, a lot of fruit and meat. This was Su-Ching's first trip to the crack. Even though someone on the forum had given relevant tips, she still set a deadline. If she couldn't find the entrance to the crack within 3 days, she would return first. The magic bags filled with food were bulging. Su-Ching carried the 2 magic bags on her back, the hunting rifle on her chest, and then walked out of the cave. Awu! In front of the cave, the white wolf shouted majestically, announcing his departure. Lucky, Shue quietly stayed on Ruashi's head. His expression was solemn. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The 2 suns had merged into one. Su-Ching led the 3 little ones out of the fence and closed the gate. Do you remember the direction where the suns merged just now? Squeak. Remembered it. Hearing this, the tree mouse excitedly pointed in a direction. It had been staring at it. Mounting on Ruashi's back, Su-Ching nodded. Then let's go, and head in this direction. According to the survivors who have gone to explore the forum, you can go to any of the 4 time periods, no matter when the sun overlaps, as long as you remember the direction and keep moving forward, you will inexplicably see the so-called crack. But the strange thing is that all the survivors who found the crack can't explain how they found it, and the distances they describe are not the same. It's like, the crack is approaching you. Even stranger is still behind. All the survivors who said they had found the crack and said they would go down did not make any further comments. Su-Ching is not a pessimist. She is more inclined to believe that under the crack, the forum on the light screen will not be usable. Similar to the ability of shielding, the warm wind blows on the face. Not only does it not make people cool, but it makes people feel more dry. Awu! Su-Ching, is that right? Ruashi shouted excitedly. As if she had discovered something, Su-Ching leaned over. When she saw it clearly, she was completely stunned for a moment. It was a very huge crack. In the center, there was an eye shape, and the thick brown tree roots at the entrance could barely be seen. Further inside, it was pitch black and could not be seen clearly. Outside the eye, 2 main cracks continued to spread in opposite directions, occasionally splitting into tiny meridians, like blood vessels. We should have found it. Su-Ching paused, with mixed feelings. Go down, Ruashi. Ouch. Okay, Su-Ching. After receiving the order, Ruashi descended steadily. The closer she got, the more she could feel the size of the crack. This immobile monster stayed there quietly. In a trance, Su-Ching seemed to feel that it was also looking at her. Jumping off the wolf's back, Su-Ching stepped carefully on the ground under her feet. Unexpectedly, although the black soil under her feet was abnormally dry and separated by small cracks, it was very solid. At least, she didn't see the ground cracking when she stepped on it. Walking to the edge, Su-Ching looked at the roots of the tree and looked at the dark inside. Going down, will there really be a former home? If there is a former home below, then does the Doomsday she is staying in mean that it is also? Blue Star? I was timid when I was close to home. I was expectant, afraid, hesitant. Countless emotions were entangled in my heart. But I couldn't stay there for a lifetime. Let's go down. Shaking her head, Su-Ching made a decision. Ruashi, thank you for taking me for a while. Ruashi blinked. Awu. It's not hard, unknown passage, unknown destination. Considering Ruashi's strong mobility, Su Qing returned to the wolf's back. The wall lamp hung on the waist swayed, illuminating the surroundings. Su Qing looked up. Thick and thin tree roots were exposed on the surface, sometimes protruding rings that could easily be bumped into, sometimes staggered. Roadblocks that required flying through the gaps. But most of the time, the tree roots were still embedded in the black soil. Squeak! There was actually such a place in the forest. Seeing such a scenery for the first time, the tree mouse was shocked all the way. Quack! The bird was the same. The bird tilted its body slightly to perfectly avoid the protruding tree roots in front. I don't know what's at the end. The tree mouse shrank its head. At this moment, only Su Qing's body temperature and the voice of her companions made it feel less scared. Awah! Ruashi tilted her head and slowed down. What's wrong, Ruashi? Su Qing naturally felt the change and stuck her head out. In addition to the wall light, red dots of light suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Instructing the two little ones to slow down, Su Qing raised her shotgun and narrowed her eyes. The red light flickered. Su Qing held her breath and listened carefully. There was the whistling sound of the wind, the rustling sound of something swaying, and the heavy breathing of the three little ones. Awah? Do we still need to move forward? Ruashi asked in a low voice. The tree mouse shook its head and was unwilling to stick its head out. Squeak! The mouse is so small, it's better to wait until it's safe before coming out. The bird was waiting for Su Qing's instructions. So it didn't answer. Su Qing gritted her teeth and said, Go a little further. If there is any change, we will return immediately. Ruashi nodded slightly and flew forward cautiously. However, until the light range of the wall lamp covered those light spots, no accidents happened. As for the red light spots they were worried about, Su Qing looked at the swaying flower buds in front of her with a smile. Under the illumination of the wall lamp, the flowers did not glow. The flower buds were also red when they were not glowing, like a small red pomegranate, but very light. The entrance was a huge eye crack. The exit was much smaller, and there were glowing red flowers growing around it. Su Qing looked at the oval hole in the distance, and patted Ruashi under her. Ruashi, it seems that you have to become smaller before you can get out. Awah! Okay. Ruashi returned sullenly. In this strange environment, it doesn't like to become smaller. After the white light, little Ruashi reappeared in the world. Su Qing picked up the little guy and walked towards the hole at a faster speed. Bent down and got out of the hole. The gray sky came into her eyes. She stood on the high ground. Surrounding her were continuous red flowers. Su Qing stared blankly into the distance, and tears suddenly fell. Below, there was a building that definitely did not belong to the end of the world. A city stood there quietly. Chapter 90. Awah. Don't be sad, Su Qing. Ruashi had never seen such a scene before. She was so fascinated that she wanted to share it with Su Qing, but she found that she was hugging her family and crying. Don't be sad. Ruashi put her paws on her shoulders and licked away the tears anxiously. It's okay. Su Qing hugged Ruashi tightly and buried her face in the fur. She said in a muffled voice, I just saw something familiar, and it made me feel emotional. Squeak! Su Qing, look! Catching something from the corner of his eye, the tree mouse quickly poked Su Qing. Calming down, Su Qing looked up, and she naturally noticed Lucky's action. Following Lucky's fingertips, Shua's blurry figure flashed by. The crowded red flowers shook violently. Chi-chi chi-chi chi-chi. The calls filled with panic and fear came one after another. Su Qing's face changed. Just listening casually, there were calls everywhere in the sea of flowers near her. Doesn't that mean that an unknown creature is lurking nearby without anyone noticing, and it's just a matter of time before it can attack? Su Qing frowned and grabbed her shotgun. The tip of the snow-white wing emerged from the flowers and disappeared behind the red flowers. Other sounds faded away, leaving only this cry. The next second, the stem of the red flower shook violently, leading to both sides, revealing a small passage. The blue light spot shook up and down, and Su Qing stared at it solemnly. A creature that can approach silently should be very difficult to deal with, right? A blurry white figure rolled out from the separated plants and fell to the ground with a thud. Chi-ji, chi-ji. Su Qing was startled. The creature in front of her looked completely different from what she had imagined. It was not scary, but cute. The white fur ball moved back and forth with difficulty, and suddenly exerted too much force, and fell face up on the ground. A pair of light yellow eyes opened from the white fur, and Su Qing inexplicably saw from them desperation and playing badly. Two emotions. Suddenly, A claw grabbed the ball of fur and rightened it. It was snow. Chiji, Chiji. Let me go, or I bite you. The ball of fur screamed angrily, and although he didn't know if it would work, he still showed his sharp teeth in protest. Su Qing looked at the mouth that suddenly appeared on the ball of fur, with 2 rows of sharp teeth, very white. As expected, she said, how could there be a completely harmless creature in the crack? Chiji? You were the ones hiding in the dark first, right? What do you want to do? The tree mouse stood up straight with his hands on his hips. What for? The fur ball swallowed his saliva. It wasn't him who saw it first, he just got caught because of bad luck. The fur ball looked left and right. It was a creature he had never seen before. I don't know what it tastes like, slurp. A chill came over him. The tree mouse shook his body and looked around cautiously. Shui, can you pluck some of its hair? Unable to understand what the little ones were mumbling, Su Qing chose to use the old method to identify the creature in front of her. Quack. Okay, Su Qing. The bird nodded, lowered its head and pecked. Chirp. It hurts. The fur ball's eyes were full of tears. Is it going to die? So the other side is not food. Is it the food? Su Qing went over to pick up the fur. Unexpectedly, the creature that looks like a fur ball did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, it fell into a certain emotion and did not move. Clicking on the light screen, sure enough, the forum cannot be used here, and comments cannot be sent out. But fortunately, the self-transaction of the light screen can still be used. On the contrary, trading with others is not possible. Su Qing blinked her eyes, and it was fine as long as she could continue to use the self-trading card for identification. As for why trading with others is not possible, but trading with oneself is possible, Su Qing was silent, maybe because one needs to be connected to the internet. Ball beast, omnivorous, social creature. Low vision and IQ, but very curious. Because they can't see clearly, they always like to take a bite of things that appear in their sight to taste the saltiness, so it is normal for them to be eaten by predators. But because there are too many of them, there is not much meat, and they like to. Most underground creatures don't bother to pay attention to them. Because their diet is too diverse, they are the real cleaners in the cracks. Perhaps ignoring them is a good idea. After all, following a group of overly curious idiots is also a kind of trouble. Low vision, low IQ, high curiosity. Su Qing glanced at the fur ball motionless under the snow claws. Since she used the light screen, this is the first time she has seen the light screen describe the Doomsday creature so negatively. After quickly scanning the description, Su Qing seemed to be thinking about something. Ignore it. Chiji? What do you think these foods are thinking? Chiji. I don't know. Chiji. Maybe they are thinking about how to eat that unlucky guy. Chiji? You will know after taking a bite? Chiji. Then do you know what an unlucky guy tastes like? It hurts. Su Qing was silent. I said, you ball beasts are really the same as described. How dare you come back? It's okay to come back to see, but the noise is so loud, they are not deaf. Awuh! Who? Ruashi's ears moved. Chijiji. It's all your fault for being too noisy. Chiji. Run. Chiji. It doesn't taste good, it's full of hair, it's not delicious, why are you running? Chiji. Not delicious? Then I won't bite it. The tree mouse opened its mouth. Its golden eyes were so confused. Did the mouse hear it right? Is that what the mouse understood? Looking at Ruashi, the smaller Ruashi's eyes were also confused. Oh, the tree mouse suddenly realized that it was not the only mouse that was hallucinating, so the problem was not with it. It was these strange creatures that had the problem. Su Qing glanced at the places where the sound was getting louder. She looked over. Play dead. As she swept over, her eyes were like a silencer, with a very good effect. There was no sound at all in the place she looked at. Su Qing closed her eyes. Shui, let this. Ball beast go. Jie? Release it? The bird tilted its head. Since Su Qing said to release it, then let it go. It moved its claws away, thought for a while, used a little strength, and kicked it away with one claw. Gurgle. Chirp. I feel dizzy. It seems that there are non-existent rotating black symbols in my eyes. Chirp. The fur ball shook its body. It is not dead? If you want to attack us again? Although the ball beast was released, it does not mean that Su Qing is willing to be followed secretly. I will not let you go next time, understand? Shui showed her sharp claws at the right time. Gigi. Machio shrank back in fear. So scary. Let's go, Shui. Su Qing said to Shui, and turned to pat Ruashi. Grow up, Ruashi. let's fly down and go for a walk in the city. Awoo! Ruoshi responded happily, and jumped out of Su Qing's arms. No longer looking at me, Machio bravely looked over. Where to go? Going down there? Oh, Machio's eyes widened, and his mouth couldn't help but become an O shape. Bright white light appeared, and the unknown creature, which was originally only a little bigger, suddenly became super big. The tall and thin creature climbed onto the back of the enlarged creature and flew away. Shiji? Are you okay? Shiji? Chiji? Did you bite them? How did they taste? Was it unpalatable? Shiji. They went down. I'm so hungry, but it's not time to eat yet. Shiji. It will be time to eat when the red light disappears. Chiji. It's scary. Those big guys are still out there. His companions looked at him and talked to him. The topic gradually shifted from him to food. Machio ignored them. He was still savoring the amazing scene just now. Chiji. Awesome, Machio murmured, and his light yellow eyes became firm. If he followed quietly behind, he should be able to steal some food, right? Amid the chaotic chirping sounds. A small figure left the group and quietly moved downwards. Su Qing, who rode Ruoshi to the front of the city, had no idea what was happening behind her. At this moment, her mind was completely drawn to the buildings in front of her. On the black land, there were both high-rise buildings and low-rise houses, broken tiles and ruins. At the edge of the city, in front of her eyes, a cement road meandered into the buildings in the distance. Of course, the city in the cracks was obviously just a wreckage. Su Qing looked at the collapsed house. With only half of the high-rise building left on the left, broken glass, twisted steel bars, and lushly growing moss and inexplicable plants, forming a sharp contrast. On one side are traces of human beings, and on the other side is nature. The city coexists in the cracks, which actually seems to be somewhat harmonious. Su Qing couldn't tell what she felt. She was both happy and a little scared about the city in front of her. She knew what she was struggling with. She didn't want to find other people of the same kind here. Su Qing suddenly felt relieved when she realized this idea. That's right, she just didn't want to find other humans in the Doomsday reality, from beginning to end. She didn't want to have any entanglements with anyone except her closest relatives. She would rather face a ferocious beast than bet on the character of her own kind. So, the online mode of Doomsday is very good. Su Qing quickly sorted out her thoughts. The city in front of her was lifeless, and did not look like a place for human survival. If she really met one, it would be fine. She would not take the initiative to harm others, nor would she enthusiastically help. She just needed to do it with a clear conscience. Ruoshi, let's go. Su Qing patted Ruoshi and pointed to the cement road. Let's go in. Everyone pay attention to the surroundings and hide at any time if there is any movement. Awoo! Ruoshi flapped her wings and flew forward first. Squeak, squeak. Got it, Birdie, hurry up and follow. Entering the city, the surroundings were too quiet. At least she didn't hear any other sounds. Su Qing looked around quietly. Although many places in the city have become ruins, there are still buildings that don't look seriously damaged. So, how can she maximize the benefits of this trip? First of all, excluding food, which is not from treasure chests. Who knows how long this city in the crack has existed? Secondly, exclude some large objects. After all, she only has 2 small magic bags, and she can't take anything too big and heavy back. Ouch! What is that? Ruoshi looked to the left. 2 houses were on the side of the road, with a dark alley in the middle. Quiet. It seemed that it was just an illusion just now. Did Ruoshi find anything? Su Qing's voice came. Ruoshi shook her head. Ouch. It should be an illusion. After the group left. Rustle. The shadows in the alley seemed to be surging.